and it's not gonna happen. Dapper and Sentinels. What a way to turn it around.
And this is the problem. You talk about the composure for G2, but you give Sentinels an inch, they will take a mile. And that was just systematically breaking down the weaker sides of G2's defense.
Wah, gila.
Ends in perfect position to punish Kellogg's there.
Saving round lo menang goblok anjing.
It's just insane to watch.
Menang thrifty anjing.
And that's the thing, as soon as those weapons come through, even with the
Dapper
lockdown,
aja.
Look at it, look at it.
Protagonis anime.
Oh, yeah, shout out to cameraman, whichever one call, they're like, okay, fine.
we're gonna get some good
Mereka
B-rolls.
Lambat mainnya, Ref.
Yeah.
Find the one
Yeah.
yelling, find the one real sad.
Kayak gitu main.
Ini gue lagi stream
And that's gonna be a
nonton.
tilter as well. That's around where you're like, okay, well, they've got a
Ruginya first
stinger,
skill
a couple of
langsung
shares,
ini
okay,
aja
we'll
langsung
play
di
this
back makan
pretty
lu
chill,
anjing.
sit back, sit deep.
Dumb bitch.
Maybe don't
Yeah,
ego
yeah,
challenge people like
yeah.
tens, don't just sit on angle.
Not usually
don't-
advised.
Raf, ini baru
There's like a
BCT,
safety,
Raf.
you know, warning on it.
Yeah.
Like, do not do this. You know what I mean? Like,
Ada chemistry ya.
again, I think
Kayaknya.
something that we talked about throughout, you know, the regular
Yeah,
season
yeah,
leading
but-
into this was the mechanical ability of some of the North American players. It does push pretty
Yeah, bagus
high,
ya.
and they are able to bring that out whenever required. And I think we're seeing a little
Ini
taste of
siapa
it
sih ini
here.
orang Koreanya?
I'm not saying it wouldn't have
Coach
happened to
ya,
other
bukan
teams.
mereka
This
nggak
is
ada
not a
coach
stronghold
di
for
set itu.
G2. If we're going to be sensible about this, which I'm
Kayak
sure chat
coachnya-
and everyone at
coach,
home watching
apa
are
ya?
being sensible, right? We're
Oh,
not,
obviously.
we're not overly
yang
getting
punya?
into it, right? We wouldn't lean into that.
Sen.
No, no,
No chance.
not a chance.
Could be us.
Could not be us.
Oh,
But no,
chance.
again, I think this is going to be a stark awakening for G2 here. And maybe it's going to be hard to bound back. Again, this is a map that I will say should go to Sentinels. So again, how do they then fire it back up without getting a little down in the dumps? Because you can see it, they're out of their chairs. They are happy to get in their heads.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the key thing here is we're really, yes, they were tested the other day versus F4Q, but G2 now have to prove to us that they're able to innovate and adapt on the fly, because Sentinels are one of the quickest to pivot one way or the other. And again, all credit to Shazam on that front in terms of the in-game leadership, but take a look at this round now. Sentinels much slower in approach. 3 over towards A main here. Spike sat comfortably with Zombs and Kellogg's with a Blade Storm, actually. Not given anything. Sentinels are anticipating CT pushing forward, making them the most of this lesser purchase, but
udah.
Kellogg's will be forced back now. Shazam creeping
Kellogg's
ever
lagi ada
closer towards
performance.
Nuki. Might get caught there, actually. Damn, a rare miss from him.
Well, uncharacteristic, but tens has still been let off the
Kayak
leash.
GWP.
Shaz still watching for that regress, catches
Ray
it
lu
to
liat tren gue
Nuki.
dari
Kenapa?
Sentinels are just too aware
Lihat
of this, and
aja.
Tens has followed compliment to
Lihat
comfortably.
cam
This
gua,
is
cam gua.
looking like they're trying to find those little gaps in the approach, and they're just not being presented. Shazam's like, well, I've seen what you're up to, I get the
Bukan
idea,
Vicky
but
goblok,
what's
handuk
still happening here, boys? A 4v1
Itu
of
handuk.
Over and a Spectre.
Lu baru bangun atau apa?
baru mandi gue. Halo guys,
I mean, I've over
Oh,
no
kami
real
baru datang.
option but to try and find an
Kita
exit
nobar
here,
dulu
but
bos.
expect Sentinels to be in
Apa itu main?
place
Ini
to
nobar.
greet him wherever he decides to show his face.
Kita nonton punya ini aja. Punya si Raf.
Even really tested on the way in there. And again, this is the immediate response based on Kellogg's obviously creeping a little further down mid. That information is relayed by Zom.
Ah, lu nggak nonton, Raf. Lu nggak nonton, Rey.
Where we'll find
Gua nonton di Raf.
Tente and an upgrade for himself, but
Hmm.
Sentinels will
Thank you,
probably
thank you.
want to remove this from it.
Ravenka delay
I
kan?
don't know how strong the economy is right now for Sentinels. I didn't
Satu
actually take
dua
note of
detikan.
that, so I wonder how much they're willing to chase this down and get it out of his hands. I see 2 of them already exiting, getting far away, so they should be safe enough. Maybe just leaving 1 to chase.
Kagak berani maju ini.
Actually, Rover's just fine. So yeah, no real threats
Dapat.
beyond that. Rifle should be kept on either side.
Onda.
Yeah, so Op still in play for Shaz as well. So Zoms and Shaz keeping hold of that so they can at least keep
Enam
that
dua
economy
nih,
nice
bos.
and healthy, kind of filtering that back through. And
Keren nih,
G2,
bos.
well, clutching at straws here.
Kemarin
but,
maka nggak
shotgun
bante-bante
There's a start, not
gitu.
normally something we often say or see. He's normally a bit of a rock for the side, a bit of that safe pair of hands, but he's been a little absent thus far.
Yeah, and the thing I want to see from G2 here is them become a little more decisive, a little more proactive with some of this early territory control, because A-main's effectively being given up right now, and Sentinels are able to sit there, and the problem with Dapper doing this wall every single round, sitting behind it, there's that constant paranoia builds of how many people are stacked up behind that.
Okay, let's see how brave you're going to get, because we've
Udah
seen the
pernah
difference
tadi
when
ngontrol
Kellogg's is having a good
Battlefield-nya yang gila
performance too,
banget.
something that
Hmm.
he's not had a chance to yet, really. Nuki's been doing quite nicely at holding through here, but this time he's got Shaz working up with the op. Oh, this is bursty as well. Hold on, this is going to be real pacey. Tens, man. Who needs any further flashes when you've got him and that Lear? Sick has his back, but it's over to isolate the first. Capitalized on the second, and it ain't over yet. G2 still holding strong, but Shazam is the only one to find success.
Pintarnya Dapper ini.
So now look what remains. Shazam and Dapper And if G2, if you fumble this one, you're going to be in the bin for it. But Dapper's going to take the time to maybe investigate a little deeper. Say, Shaz, hold on, give me a sec. Yeah, I'm at work. Let me get some work done.
Ketemu tuh anjir yang itu.
Kellogg's is going to be considering this
Iya,
for a
makanya.
second or two.
Ini
There's
tinggal
that
nungguin
internal
sebentar.
clock.
Aduh, timing. Aduh.
Charles, goblok.
Yeah, well done, Kellogg.
Timing.
Great decision making there.
Timing.
G2. Actually hold it down. I saw a world there where Sentinels were about to slice them apart.
I think, again, Dapper going a little deeper than he maybe should have. I love to play with the Viper Spit, throw down a little distraction on site, try and find that kill in spawn, but the point you're walking towards stairs, you got to think, maybe there's a possibility they're tucked in there, trying to maintain this spike control, but...
Tapi emang kalau dia dapat jetnya sih...
The other day, what we called into question was kind of that support system behind Kellogg's, right? How do we enable?
Waduh, ngejek.
This here, I mean, what does he have? It's the operator. It's almost kind of. He has to be self-sufficient.
Honestly, if he gets punished this time, because he's been going for this peak a couple of times now, Shaz is looking for, I guess, something out this way. Maybe starting to read into this, but look who's around the corner. Mixwell, are you trying to find an angle on that?
Oh, Susan tuh duelis.
Pixels apart here. The spree, it's not beautiful.
Second duelist kan
It does
namanya.
find intended target.
Dapat.
Shaz though, this man's on a mission. Take down Heaven Control. Might get it that time. Nicky once again steadfast.
Itu kalau dia tembak
What's
kayak
Heaven?
dapat kepala ini.
Look at that
Oh
spike.
no.
Yeah, my eyes go straight towards him over here. Obviously, Sick does have that wall to get himself
Bentar,
safe.
gue lagi at this orang.
That's it. The Cosmic Divide going to come up as well.
AB,
Just to make absolutely
AB.
sure elsewhere, Nookie will find tens,
Yeah.
but again, it's just to allow Sick and Zoms access to B site here. Over
Dia
behind.
Shazam itu dia listnya yang apa ya?
Now a 2v4.
Blocker.
All-rounder gitu loh dia lah.
Available for G2
Iya,
as well.
dia ini ya.
Plenty to work with here.
Cuma menurut gua lebih bagus duelis 6 sih, secondary duelis.
Oh iya.
Now we wait
Sick
patiently.
Cuman Shazam kayak berasa
Already quite
anu
close
aja
here,
kayak
G2 just around
lu
this
punya
corner.
tens tapi
And Zoms.
yang
One backside,
lebih apa
one
ya?
towards main. The first challenge.
Lebih ngerti
It falls
situasi
no
gitu.
trace.
Iya, lebih ngerti
Kellogg's
situasi lah
is
itu.
going to go down. There's
Jadi
nothing
makanya
more.
nggak
It's
terlalu
Nookie.
berani-berani.
Great round from Nookie there, and a couple of the others chiming in well. But I've got to say, between, in my mind, Avova and Nookie right now, we have the pillars that are keeping
FPS
G2
drop tuh langsung race.
competitive in this.
Yeah, and again, I mean, Avova is synonymous with playing that anchor role, and time again, he's able to bail G2 out. But in this series, he's really going to be tested, right? And we've seen it a couple of times now. Sentinels, they're testing the water, they're dipping their toes elsewhere, and they have such a good read on when to hit these rotations, right? When to catch G2 out, create their own
Bisa gitu.
gap almost in the defense. And this is another
Itu gua
perfect
nggak
example.
habis
Yes, head count maybe is a consideration to make here, but G2 remain composed on the retake, and they only leave one.
Kellogg's.
Why is he not swinging that guy behind the wall? It's so fucked. NT. Alright, let's put out the top, guys.
Crazy. That was a little bit of a weird round in
Gue
there.
suka banget.
Huh.
Anjing.
Huh. Are they allowed to say that word and I'm not? Fine.
Aduh,
Alright,
nih,
fine.
orang-orang ngomong lagi.
But yeah, I think something I was kind of considering coming into this as well was that there's a chance that G2
Tens
are
mau
able
ganti
to,
mouse kah?
I guess, wake a bit of a beast, right? They are a sleeping giant to an extent. We don't know the depth of this roster. I think we saw the run coming into this, the qualification to this, and we all went, wow, okay, that's quite surprising. But they did suffer losses. It wasn't flawless. It wasn't perfect. They lost to, who was it? I think Supermassive Blaze, Gambit, Ascend, FPX, you know, a couple of big names. But they also were able to best a couple of other big names. Fnatic were also some of the, you know, the victims that fell to the likes of G2 and many others. So again, it's very hard to categorize G2 right now. They're still in that rebuilding phase, but looking at Sentinels coming into this,
Gue pikir Hiko anjing.
just
Ini Hiko kan?
so good. You know, they're going back home from school real proud.
Hiko
Put it up on the fridge. So I'm still waiting with bated breath at G2. I'm just looking at them at this point.
I mean, I come out of that first series that we saw, and I wasn't absolutely sold. And
No.
that's the concern. Again, if you talk about just on paper, expectations coming into a series, what we want to see. And that map 2 still sticks out for me, right? We start talking about depth and being really tested or pushed to kind of explore these other possibilities in the playbook. Kellogg's on the stage just didn't convince me. And that's kind of
Ini anu kah?
telling
Ini map pilihan
factor for a
Sentinel
lot
kah?
of these other things that we discussed. So this in particular,
Iya,
perfect
Sen
example,
satu,
right? Kellogg's is called upon to be self-sufficient, to be finding those open duels. I'm concerned for the attack. What does that look like for G2? Where is Kellogg's going to find, you know, the ability to be solo pushing and finding space versus a team like Sentinels?
No, and you're right. And they are seasoned with dealing with that sort of play, especially from anyone. I mean, the entire
Ini
region is
hologramnya keren
known
sih,
for this
keren banget
aggressive play
tadi
that can
pas
just
tadi.
open up off the back of incredible individual skill, be it coupled with that support from the rest of the teammates, of course. But again, you have some of the most headline superstars hailing from NA right now. I think we don't need to sugarcoat the pill. NA
No
is
secret,
leading.
yeah.
Now they picked up the
Jangan sampai
Reykjavik win,
Sentinels
and
kalah anjing kalah
you know,
banget.
rightly so, the way
Nanti
these boys
momentumnya
performed.
hilang semua
Truly
dari-
impressive. Oh, no.
Ini kayak orang-orang
Don't agree,
India
fair
gitu tuh, kayak orang-orang India yang mikirnya.
It's really upset
"Wah,
with
itu
that.
Yeah, I
nanti
know. Sorry I called you guys first. No, they can't hear us. I'm
caur."
kidding. Relax. Before there's more Reddit threads, we don't need it. But as we stand, we're just getting the, hopefully, gear issues fixed out. Everyone comfortable. Don't want any excuses.
No, of course not.
Of course not.
G2's social media team probably really pushed for excuses at some point today, maybe? You think?
I would never say such things.
No?
They rented a damn
Ini
plane. Do you think
tag
I'm
post siapa
saying
ya?
that?
Si
Do you think there's a follow-up banner for that plane?
Do you think they've already recorded it too? They've got like 3 other versions.
That'd
When
be
they win, if they lose. Can you imagine?
We're
This
all
is our-
bases covered.
This is our clown thing that was actually the Sentinels social media manager, whoever it is, they're pulling OT. I've appreciated the lead up to this, and be it forced or not, I think is something beyond the point, because if it gives us a close game with excitement, I'm all aboard it. And like NA and EU needed more fuel to the fire, right? Like the two regions have been insufferable at each other's throats the entire time after Reykjavik, and even leading in. It looks like we're ready to go. Coffee being consumed.
Oh iya,
Beautiful shot.
iya.
Maybe get a Red Bull instead. Way better. But for now, we jump back through to this and have to see where we left off. The money has been humbled for Sentinels.
Sick with the Spectre here. Again, Sentinel's going to focus their efforts towards mid.
Shazam.
And actually, nobody even hold this. Nuki going to be called upon.
Oh,
here.
dapat.
Sick actually finds
Iya
the
dapat
opening
aja
here.
pasti gitu. Wah.
Response from G2's got to be fast. There's only 2 more
Dapat jatah lagi.
players here to defend. Mixwell actually
Tadi-
missing that orb onto
Tadi siapa
how I
anjing
expect
Mixwell
that was
goblok
be
anjing.
intended.
The fuck?
The amount of
What's not
spells.
available? I'd say, yeah, there's only 1 member towards B main here. The alarm bot's going to spot that out if
Udah
Dapper
diambil kan di
decides
Heaven
to
tadi?
push on through.
Sama si Tens.
Sentinels now, they found a kill.
Yeah, but
Trying to
look,
spread the foot. Look at Kellogg's though.
Oh susah.
I'm waiting to see if Shazam can start exploiting any rotations as well. Just talk about the ult coming through there. That would be Killjoy popping theirs down. Of overlooking to
Yoi, champion.
Aku mau mati, aku
open
mau
up
Tadi
mati.
kan
that
main nih, Ben.
control if needed. Capitalize on this.
Lagi nonton gue.
Time bought. Res came in.
Anjing Mixwell.
Jadi vibe.
A lot invested into this round though, considering Tens has got the upgrade now. You got Nuki just with the showstopper, no main weapon, and he's going to get absolutely ripped
Aduh,
apart there.
timingnya jelek
Shazam
pas
finds the
ngedes
opening.
dia.
Mixwell will trade it out. Sentinel look to pile on the
Nuki
pressure.
grenade-nya bagus banget tadi.
Mixwell isn't alone here. Cold Avenger apparently had his back. What is Sentinels doing? How are they converting some of these rounds potentially? The 3 now left. Great work from Zombie. Didn't expect the follow-up
Nice,
from Avova.
Zombs,
Now a
Zombs,
3v2. Up in the hands of Kelch
Enggak
and
sih,
Avova
wajar
with the
sih.
rifle.
Mungkin dia mikirnya satu ya.
The site is completely
Yeah,
under wraps
yeah,
by
it-
Sentinels.
bagus
Post
banget tadi
plant
Zombs
now,
tadi.
2
Gila
rifles
sih.
collected,
Mati
put
anjing.
into the hands of
Mati,
Tens.
Dapper.
Dapper, sick, all just fine. Tens going to put himself as the tip of the spear
Dia
to
tahu
swing
ada
if
OP
needed.
cuy.
It's going to
Si,
start to
eagle pick.
maybe have a little look around. Size foray into this of over.
Timingnya
Starting to
gila.
lead through, and Tens caught one. And now Kellogg's, yeah,
Wah,
right. Much
mati.
as you might, they're not going
Mau lari
to
dia.
Sentinels.
Ngapain anjing?
This is twice now.
Ngapain
This is
naik tali
twice now
anjing?
this has happened on
Di
weaker
upgrade
buys.
ya.
G2 have just been slowly suffocated.
And that's this is the first time they strung together a
Kenapa
2-round victory as
underperform ya,
well.
gua
Sick,
padahal
just
tadi mainan
no respect to any of this utility here.
No.
And this is the problem. I think Nuki actually
Gila.
got his showstopper triggered there, so it was actually
50
costed
round
as
menang
well
lagi, Dave.
on top of the lockdown and the revive for
bagus
G2
banget.
to try and swing that back in their favor. That is the biggest disaster you can look at. Yeah, Nuki, look at it. Ultimate's gone.
Mampus
Yeah,
lu Nuki, goblok. Ultinya habis semua anjing.
G2's mental is being tested here. Sentinels, there is never not a round that they're just not a danger, not a threat. They'll find something, they'll work for something, and this is that rude awakening. But it's still a decent half if G2 get maybe 5. I'd say it's manageable on 4, but it's tough. And for now, Mixwell gets that first touch of damage. As we wait and see what happens here.
Ntar gua nonton yang ini deh.
Wah, 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 wah.
Got Ramp takes a lot of damage on the back of the snake bite and a bit of spam through that poison orb as well, but 3 members of G2 hit against Spike, just completely other way.
Nice.
This is an attempt for Sentinels to pull rotations and it's working perfectly.
Wah.
Zam swings out once again. Has to retreat though.
Nice.
Now it's just one man. It's a Vova in position to
Here
try and hold down B. As soon as this hit doesn't come through, I want to see G2 moving, but look at them. They're stuck. They're all trying to, they're trying to control A site when there's nothing there. It's the wall for Dapper that's keeping them.
All right, Avova, what have you got for us? You have every player coming your way. You are in danger, you are under threat, and you're dead. Shazam, he
Wow,
doesn't need to see
dude,
you
from
to
the
find you.
smoke.
He puts him to bed. This is some good nine says, see you in the next half. But 3 now stand. Coldamenta, Nookie, Mixwell. Spike now planted. And they have the way to work back in. They have so little information on the side of the map as well, playing back in from that A side. Shazam happy
Langsung
to look
ngeflick.
towards heaven as well. Look for that drop down from rafters.
Mati.
Coldamenta is up there. It's going to be 6. Gets the first optional follow-up. It's going to be 10 supporting him. And now just old Nookie, and they know where he is, and they're going to start hunting him down. Nookie, though, denies for now. For time, High Pock, it's starting to dwindle down. He's got 3 more to find. This feels almost
Lempar
impossible.
pistol.
It
Lempar
is
jata.
absolutely impossible here. Nookie has to find another one before the way in, but Zoms
Lah
stop
sedikit
that from
balik lihat
happening.
lah sama
Sentinels
Deper,
will
dedek
close out
balik kayak sama
in
Deper.
4.5, and nothing short of clinical in my eyes. Again, those two
Tadi nggak
thrifty
ada
rounds
reaksinya
stick out in
Iya,
my
lu lihat
mind where
kamera tadi anjir. Habisnya
G2
habis.
looking a little rattled.
Lu lihat
Again,
kamera
to
langsung
throw so much in terms of
dikatain sama
investment
Deper
back
kalau
into that
di
round
map,
and it
di
go the
map
way it
di
did,
TKP.
that's a killer.
It is. It's going to be a bit of a mental block as well, I'm sure. You saw the timeout straight away after that too. So they're going to have to pull themselves
Biasa,
back
breakdown dulu.
together after that one.
Breakdown.
Sentinels coming in and they are loud. They are incredibly loud. They are very much pumped up for this ready.
Gua
And
nggak
they
lihat
know
komen
the
anjing,
rounds that
lupa
get in
gua,
their
astaga.
heads, but I think we might be in for a treat in a second now. I don't want to get too ahead of myself once we know
Sampai di
Sean's
komen.
in play, so we
Halo
diving
bang,
down to
halo
him.
Christian,
Because
halo bang,
you
halo
know what?
Dazi.
Why wait?
Halo
NA's
bang,
biggest
halo Brian.
fanboy. He's by the wall. Let's head down to Sean to break down one of his favorite moments
Ini
from this
gua
first
air,
half.
gua gelap nih. Kayak fans RRQ.
Thanks, Lauren. I feel really smug down here right now with this 8-0 and Sentinels started off flying. Maybe G2 should have took that plane. Anyway, we have Dapper lining up some Viper utility to kick off this round. You can see right here he's going to launch his smoke. So let's go ahead and start the clip. We're going to
Iya,
get
gue
a
tahu.
nice
Kemudian lu
intel
masuk
lineup.
Discord ya nggak?
And then we're going to hop into the mini-map in a
Dari
little bit.
invite.
And this is a lurk smoke for that A ramp position. He also has the wall cutting through the A site. And I'm going to go ahead and talk to you about why that's important in a second. But what you're going to notice Sentinels does is they triple group inside of this Viper smoke, and then Dapper picks it up to drop it. They see the wall up at the top ramp, and let's pause here. So at this point, Sentinels is falling into a B-type strategy, right? Sentinels is a team that they don't have just one tactic on a round. They have layers, right? If the heaven hit doesn't work for X, Y, or Z reason, we're going to fall into this strat now. Okay, so let's look how they can react. So again, Dapper's wall cutting through the A site. Why is this important? It blocks the vision from the A player, as well as when Sentinels goes up this ramp, it blocks the vision from this Sage right here in the back. She no longer has the sight line towards the ramp, so Sentinels are trying to eliminate all the possibilities of the deep angles, so that way they can clear up box, right corner, as well as, you know, the close vents. Once they realize that this Sage wall is up, everything changes. That changes the dynamic of the strat, and they're going to use the wall almost to confuse G2, right? It's not likely that a team would push through this Viper wall on an A hit. So now let's roll through a little bit, and I'll show you what you're going to see. You're going to see Shazam entering into this A site, into his own smoke. And this is a mechanic that's not very well known in the scene. It's the fact that Jet keeps vision throughout her dash. So he drops the smoke, dashes in, and if you look closely, he's hard clearing all of the left side of the site. So everyone's trailing him right now, and on their mini maps, the Raze shows up. He's giving the comm, and let's pause it one more time really quick. And you can see simultaneously while all this is going down, we have Zoms smoking both screens and a tower. So Shazam dashing in, Ten's trading the kill. That's going to put him back on 150 health on a pistol round. And let's roll it through a little bit more here. So Shazam progresses up, and what I want to draw attention to now is the post-plant setup. Everything is so well thought out when you watch a Sentinels game. You have the Spike going in the corner, you have Dapper holding below Hell right here, and his job is to hold the A ramp flank, which he has a wall conveniently there to help him. You have Shazam doubled up with Sick, holding the elbow position into screens, and what do you know? Actually, that smoke that Dapper picked up is now at screens. So everyone's utility serves a purpose, everything is used perfectly, and that, my friends, is why Sentinels locked in this split pick and is
Biar
catching
gue bisa
G2
fokus ke
off
layar kalau mau
yet
matiin
again.
lampu.
So back to you guys, Panty and Hypoc. I hope you guys got something planned.
Apa?
Well,
Importir,
we've got nothing planned. We're just hanging out, honestly. We're just here watching. However, I do hope
Bukannya ini
G2's
ya,
got
apa?
something
Yang
planned.
rambut itu.
Yeah.
I hope so. I mean, we were talking
Yeah.
about the innovation
Yeah,
being
yeah.
tested for
Just
G2, and
wait
those,
until
a
the
perfect
screen,
example from
now you
Sean
can
there
see me,
of with the composition here. I don't know how much G2 are going to be able to
Yes,
achieve,
now
right?
you can
A
see
lot of
me.
this now relies on Kellogg's and Nuki. That goes without saying, but we're talking about finding opening jewels. Now we look at the matchups, and again, Ten, Shazam, and arguably Sick in this scenario on the Sage. How successful are they going to be doing that? And how successful are they going to be across the entire half to not only build the comeback, but effectively attempt to win this?
We're going to find out right about now. 8-4, Sentinels very much in the lead, but now it's the turn of G2 to breathe the aggressors. And speaking of kills,
Waduh,
first man
langsung
forward, joined by Nuki, takes out Sick, and it's quick. He's going to keep on going forward, and Zoms back of sight.
Oh my
Somehow manhandles two. The third, not too far for him. But the sight just precariously in control. Kellogg's, it wasn't pretty, but he gets the job done. That's 3 for him this round, and now a 3v2.
Waduh,
Dapper and
timing.
Shazam. And Shaz has found a little bit of timing to this.
Got ahead of
Hold
Avova.
on. Shazam, if he can find this on his own,
Nice.
that spike plant now denied. Avova catches the rotation, and now the
Dapat.
fight is going to be between
Wait.
Shazam and Avova. Shazam, you're a nasty, nasty player right now in the 1v1. Kellogg's has already found 3, and it's to save it. Shazam! Just breaking hearts.
No way.
My God.
Oh,
Shazam with the Red Bull clutch in the pistol round and has absolutely no business doing that. Avova drifts back, anticipating that flank, and for a moment, Nuki is left absolutely
got
exposed
you,
on
man.
site as he tries to get that spike plant.
This timing, perfect. And I thought, well, Avova's got it. He's surely got the flank on the flank, but no. And then this fight, the tag, but Shaz is just that bit better. Feels like,
let's go, baby.
Look like
Katanya.
I'm not a
Baby
great
terus
recruit.
ngeliat tim musuh
It's a
lagi.
classic,
Yeah.
it's a classic. But what a way to
Let's
kick
go,
it off. And
Thomas. Thank you,
it's the old
December.
Thanos thing of I just don't even know who you are. You're looking at
Damn.
these two, G2's making all these, you know, social posts, trying to pump it up. You need some results to have a rivalry, and right now at 9-4 after that pistol. Uphill time now. G2 just being put in the blender. Shaz wants to free fall. Get those knives coming out nice and early.
Nice.
And he's gonna do it again. Flawless Prime Gaming. Sponsors love this team.
Definitely getting their quota from this matchup. I just, again, yeah, we're going to come in now. Obviously, a good opportunity for Sentinels to make use of carrying across all this weaponry from the previous, but G2 have to dig deep. The mental's being tested. Whether or not we've got anything from the playbook, we're going to see them be able to find success with. But now, again, Sentinels expecting them to lean away from A, right? These first 2 rounds going the way they've gone. And G2 now got to reconsider their approach. Actually, seeing now on the minimap, you can see the Sick and Tens looking a little feisty in mid.
There you go.
Tens all the way to
walkabouts.
bottom mid already.
He might be going walkabouts.
Dapat
Tens
jatuh ya?
unleashed.
Jatuh
Avova
dikit
seems cognizant that there's a chance that someone's had a bit of a walk down middle, and it's his job to try and keep control of that timing while the others explore those extremities. It's not an easy job. You can see Nuki every angle could contain that threat, but it's Zoms at the top by ramp, still with Spectres. This is the bonus. And it's already got a kill. That's lovely work from him. Couldn't convert on a second. That's a little bit out of reach, but already a trade effectively is not bad.
Kellogg's anjing.
Tens still posted, and Sentinel's actually
But
able to
to
lean
watch
away
this
from this
without
now.
you
Dapper going to
blocking,
be
can you
called
tell
upon.
me? Because I don't know.
And maybe just spotting actually on that jump.
In you
He
too.
did actually, yeah. Kellogg's going to walk right through the snake by both of them, but Mixwell will close down the kill. They have control of B site now. Look how quickly the flank comes through though. Coldamentis still posted outside A main. No information here. He's effectively lost in this lurk right now. Sentinels could find a straight 3v3 if they're quick about this retake.
See it. Tens quickly
Wow.
on it. Gets the tag, not the frag. Sick though, follows up well. That's Avova now gone. 3v2. And now a double stack towards that CT side is going to make it tricky for Shaz to find a clean entry. Yeah, it's not going to happen. Mixwell, good catch on that. Sick has got himself an upgrade here. So that's 1. And Kellogg's is now on red alert. A little worried, but Coldamentis has got his back. There it is, G2. Keeping in this one.
Diputerin,
10 to 5.
diputerin.
Iya anjing.
3 kills for Sentinels though. Will keep the economy honest, even though they're able to turn around back in their favour.
Wajar, dari masih baru
I don't
tahu.
think Kellogg's is onto
Yeah,
that
yeah.
Blade Storm just
You
yet.
can watch on YouTube the camera.
So can't even drop a
Sentinel
weapon
first,
across
G2.
really. Nuki on the judge. A Spectre for Avova. Mixwell will be able to get the Vandal.
Shit.
Shazam Blade Storm already online with those first 2 rounds. Zom as well with the
We got this,
Cosmic
we got
Divide
this,
available.
boys. It's live.
Again, it's
Yep,
look at
it's
this
live.
complete denial here by Dapper's utility. Again,
Dapper,
Poison
double.
Orb will go over main. The thing is now they can use Zom's utility effectively
Enggak, itu buat ngasih fake
reactively,
doang.
right? As soon as G2 shows something, they have that audible possibility.
Dan pikir ada orang. Tuh kan gak ada dia berani
This can
masuk
only
by
go on for so
time.
long. They don't have much to catch any flanks. They don't have a default. This has a time limit on it, and they're going to have to go soon enough. And it's going to be right about now. Kellogg's on in. Nookie to follow him. Mixwell not far behind. The side is going to be
langsung
theirs.
top
This is
lane.
postured for a retake almost instantaneously. But Dapper down a little ahead of the spike plant, so it's not too bad. 6 aim is sharp today. Kellogg's feels the brunt of it. So we have Nookie going walkabouts. But the problem is, you got Zoms ready and waiting. They're reading you like a book. They're about to close this chapter if you don't pick up the pace. Look at this. 6 walks back in. This is my site. Get out. 11 to 5.
Absolutely clinical from Sentinels. They allow G2 to enter. They give all this space up because the protocols are in place. The contingency is there to make sure they never relinquish this site control. Nookie finds all this space, but he's got to judge. If anything, he goes a little too deep. At the point where he's got control of that spawn elbow here on B, just sit there.
Ngedep.
It's actually crazy to with the Sentinels absolutely flawless right now in everything they're setting up to do.
It truly is a treat to watch. I don't care what region you're from, who you're a fan of. Sentinels looking in form, looking like they're picking back up from Reykjavik, but still early doors. Best of 3 here, only the first map if you're just tuning in. This was Sentinel's choice, no surprise to the G2 fans. You know, this is not only within the wheelhouse, and we are seeing obviously a weaker purchase. One rifle, the hero rifle on Cold Amenta. Shazam. Oh, line up, don't make him just ring the bell. That's too easy. Franks, make it a 3rd, he's put it on a show. Make it so easy, he looks so comfortable. The last 2, really a threat right now.
Kok gue kasihan sama Kellogg's ya, kayak dia kan baru-baru gitu anjing. Jadi kayak
He's still bottom mid. Sheriff in hand. Paint still available, but again, at this point, there's no real value in doing any damage to the economy of Sentinels. Spam comes through from Shazam. Colomenta will find one, but don't expect Sentinels now to be over-peaking on this. Oh, he's going to swallow the barrel there. Yeah, another
Everything, man.
4th for Shazam. Is he good for the ace? Little eco farm just to close things out.
There it
you
is.
Finishing.
bagus banget. Bagus banget.
Anything they can't do right now?
Goblok.
No, I don't think there is. I mean, Sean brought up a perfect way. It's that word protocols, right? Whatever happens in these rounds, it's never looking like Sentinels aren't in control, right? They're able to peel back effectively. It's that 3 to 5 second window where they're able to just turn around and basically flip around right back in their favor. That's on the back of it. See, 6-4 in the mid, there's no building pressure on the back of it.
Nice.
Iya
anjing.
Clean comms.
Yeah.
They're just having fun, that's terrifying.
Go for a listen-in, maybe? Or...
Doesn't take this one, but it is 12 to 5 to G2. Let's get it, boys. Get ready for that next map otherwise.
Too smooth, yeah.
Xbox is on the horizon after this. That would be G2's pick. But right now, Sentinels have sent more than a message. They want to create that dynasty they were talking about.
Kayaknya 12-8
Should be a good first step. Clean start in the groups. While opening nade. 10's going to be suffering off the back, but doesn't really yield. Has to be forced to kneel by Cold Amenta. And the space gets taken, or does it? Shazam waiting, always so patient, but the flank coming out from Kellogg's could be good, but the timing's even better for Shaz. There's the trade though, Nookie's got him.
Nice.
Puts him back. Som's back site now, he's got 4 players coming his way. 1 left, 1 right, 1 up top. They're just about everywhere, and he can't deal with all those angles. Too many to find as Dapper. Your last one, a little further out. You ever heard the story of the 1v5?
I don't think I want to. I've seen enough already.
You seen enough? All right. Well, Dapper
Dilihatin ya,
gonna give it his best shot. No reason not to. Up through those vents, but he's being watched. Kellogg's eyes trained on it, and he's gonna at least get the reward from that. 12 to 6. It's gonna be a mountain to climb to come back into this one, though.
It is indeed,
yeah,
and the thing is, you look at that round and it's an anomaly, right? It's very rare that you're able to get into a position where you can overwhelm Sentinels, and that's what I feel happened there. This comes back to the same thing, right? You've got to become innovative in the ways that you can be able to achieve the same thing here. Kellogg's, a couple of nice kills there, but
We need
again,
consistency, man. We need it across the board.
exactly. But you need him to be doing that every single round. Every single round.
Yo, nice shot, bro. Yo, nice shot.
Nice shot, bro.
Cool.
Nice shot, bro. Nice shot, bro.
Just completely unfazed.
Oh, it just doesn't make you feel good, and that star is going to be making Shaz smile like the Cheshire Cat already. 2 big stars. Zom's like, oh look, we have a nice couple of rounds. Shaz's feeling good. We're going to shut it down. Sentinels just
anjing, nice shot,
flawlessly closing out.
It's a clean round.
I mean, you look at that last round, and it's just like you feel like, okay, guys, let's try and go A again. There's no real intention. The utility's not in place. None of these key spots are even pressured by G2 on the way in. And again, little misuse of potentially the wall or the blast back there, but it's flaky. I'm worried for the next man. We saw them tested the other day, which again you could say was a bit of surprise. I expected G2 to walk their opening series, and they didn't. I'm starting to see similar trends here, particularly in some of these. Look at this.
It's just
There's no pressure on Shazam whatsoever.
none. He's just living comfortably. No one really gonna get close.
Sambil
to
itu
this,
ya.
like Zoms just doesn't even
Jadi
break smack.
tarik-tarik.
Look at it. Look at that.
Sebenarnya kalau lu ditarik-tarik lu
See as to
biarin aja
why
ke tengah.
These boys have not taken their
Iya,
foot
iya,
off the
biar nanti
pedal
lu
at
stop.
all.
Ya,
After
stand
breaking
still
it,
kan buat lu
still
nembak.
looking so solid, so sharp. And I mean, for the rest of the
Yeah.
tournament, this is also sending a
Yes,
message saying,
you're right.
Oh, absolutely.
we are still the kings here. The crown, it may be a little heavy, but we're just fine.
I mean, the interesting thing, obviously, you're hearing Shazam talk about how he feels. They're not pressured, right? And most teams, you know, they put a target on their back if they're successful. They're coming in. It's like, hey guys, the pressure's on you to step up to our level. I think that's a clear psychological advantage. You come into a game like this, and like I said, you question the depth of the playbook. You question, you know, how are they able to be versatile? I'm talking about G2 here. We just didn't see any of that in this matchup.
And that's a really interesting take on that. Of normally the pressure is on the team that's in that first spot, right? The team that is leading the fray. Exactly. Because how many of them eventually fall, right? Eventually they get too stuck in their ways. But Sentinels are just constantly adapting. And they're just pumped up. They're loving it. These boys live and breathe this game.
Ya Shazam seru
That's it.
banget.
I don't know how to
Lagi
other way
seru
to say
nih
it.
yang pertama.
G2 had a couple of moments. It's not been completely one-sided, but the caliber of dabs is just truly in favor of Sentinels.
It really is. I mean, obviously, coming into next Xbox, Icebox, I mean, again, can we expect a total revamp from G2 and a complete pace change? I hope so. Is it going to be effective?
Ini
No,
turnamen
because you think towards the
Valorant.
win conditions for Sentinels there, I think they're too damn strong for G2 to handle.
Well, these are questions that hopefully the desk can maybe address. What can G2 do with Icebox on the horizon? And, well, maybe you can break down a couple of things that maybe went astray. However, you're going to find out all those
Barusan menang
answers to
Ayun.
the questions
1-0.
after the breaks, guys. Stick
Seru banget ya. Hai Lion, kamu lo kapan main Halo? Lah udah buyaran. Belum bubar. Belum bubar. Masih game match 1. Oh, kan best of 3 jadi yang menang 2-0 duluan. Tabung bentar ya. Beli laptop. Yoi, mantap. I'm gonna follow you be in the dark. Okay, the camera. I wanna watch this some stuff for my Instagram.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ayo yon, bisa yon nabung. Yo guys, Sentinel menang nih 1-0 lawan gitu. Kita nobar dulu, langsung aja mampir ke YouTube gua Ravenka Gaming ya. Gua tunggu kita nobar dulu. Anjay iklan.
Lihat sih ini. Wah. Lagunya sabi anjing. Nanti kena copyright aja lu.
Nah iya kah?
Enggak kayak enggak tahu deh. Nah saya maru tempo. Itu padahal bukan di CS sabi banget ya, kayak contender bagus kan di CS.
Well, just in case of copyright, yeah, I'm afraid that I'm gonna get copyrighted.
Biasanya lagu Spanish aja. Nakayo.
Delicious and cuantos.
Montos. Enak kan? Berhenti dong. Cuentos. Cuento bahasa kota.
Only no copyright songs are able to play. Yeah, I guess. Just hope so.
Berdoa.
Boom, 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 boom.
Bumbot.
Gua kena copyright suara Spike anjir.
Welcome back to Masters Berlin, where any concern about a slow start for our reigning Masters champions and Sentinels can be promptly thrown straight out the window because Geo, holy crap, they did not miss a beat here in map number 1 on Split.
My dude, I said NA are the best region.
You did say that. It's not that I didn't believe you. I wasn't sure that it was going to be that dominant.
What do you think about that? Just...
Why are you looking at me like that? I mean, I said the Sentinels was going to win the whole thing, okay? So I'm saying that I knew that they were going to be strong on the map. I saw some things from G2 that I consider mistakes or that were not just well executed. I do not like Mixwell on the Sentinel. We've seen in many occasions, I think that he does well on Duelist, he does well on Initiators. I love him on Sky. I just don't feel like he was comfortable on stage. He didn't get his first kill until the 9th round, I feel like. And Mixwell is the kind of player that you need to step up. He's so confident in lines. He's so much experience. And I feel like maybe for this map, we knew that they were going to try something new. I liked it. I really like Goldamenta on Killjoy. But I feel like obviously it wasn't enough. And also, Shaz, come on, stop this.
Oh, it was disgusting. I mean, look at that. A 369 ACS. Like, what is that?
It's just
2.7 KDA.
It's actually awful. And I in the best way. It was awful in the best way. But I think also Sentinels were just so good at twisting the arm of G2. We already saw Sean talk about how that Viper's wall on A was really pivotal and how it led G2 to constantly have this focus over on the A side. Now, one of the things for me is that when G2 were defending, there was this sore spot of not sufficiently defending Garage, you know, whether it's because sometimes they put some killjoy utility there, sometimes it was just wide open, especially if you had someone like Shazam who'd be playing up mid, getting the opening pick, and then everybody can swarm. They just didn't have something that could sufficiently go against that.
Yeah, he's just missed to do it all, and I feel like it's very important what you were saying about the controllers and taking up the space. The Viper wall. On the other side, we had an Avova playing the Astra, first time that he was playing it on this map, and we said it on the pre-show, this is going to be a duel of minds. I feel like Avova was tested. I feel like Hypox said it, that Avova was going to be tested throughout the entire series because he's implying in playing so much Astra, but he's not still fully used to it, and I feel like maybe that's gonna take a toll on him. He did great, still missing Mixwell here. Let's see what they can do on Icebox.
I just think, you know, like talking about about the controller play and the Viper and whatever as if that was by someone who always plays Viper. The fact it was Dapper who usually
I loved it. I loved
like, hello, welcome to the
It
world.
reminds me a lot of what Gambit does. The double controller, I'm a big fan. I think it's like one of my favorite compositions. And looking at this, look at that first bar percentage, 21%. That means that at least 1 out of 5 rounds he gets the first kill. That is amazing to see on someone that, I mean, he just can do everything. I'm really concerned because on Icebox we might see him again on the Jet, and he looks unstoppable today.
Yeah, if he brings any more of that magic in map 2, then it might be just wrapped up and done like that. I'll also call out that round 11, and Hypoc called it out in the cast as well. Round 11 thrifty by Sentinel.
Oh, I have it written down.
Not only do they get the win, but they pull out the showstopper, they pull out the lockdown, and they pull out the Sage Res. All from G2. I mean, that was a disastrous round if you're on the side of G2.
I feel it's what you get when you're trying and testing stuff. They were like, okay, we know that they're on an eco. We want to use the rest. But I feel like the worst part of it, of course, it's a huge investment, but you're also using the rest when someone is taking the gun out of Nuki. And I just felt like it was just so expensive for the outcome. I feel the stage was shaken with
that's the thing I'm really worried about, though, is that Nuki up to that point has been actually playing pretty well in this map. And yet you take these really valuable things away from him. You take that showstopper away. You take all of the things around him that could support him. You know for the next however many rounds that he's not going to have that facilitation that you have on your side. Now, sure, this was Sentinel's map pick, but if something like that can be repeated on Icebox, I'm sorry, but that's terrifying.
We'll have to see, and we'll see soon enough as we turn our attention towards Icebox, because again, this was Sentinel's map choice. It was the expected result. G2 is going to get their crack here on Icebox, and so for me, I'm very curious to see what, if any, adjustments they'll make based on what they saw here in map number 1.
I don't think that they're going to make adjustments on Icebox. I'd be surprised, actually, if we see some changes coming from G2. I'd say that for Sentinels, they're obviously going to keep Shaz on the Jet because he's doing amazing. Why wouldn't you do it?
I mean, you keep him right where he is when he's top fragging and popping off in the way he did. Also, I will call out, no surprise, really, that it took all of 1 round for the trash talk to start on the stage.
Yes.
The Sentinels players are letting the G2 players
jumping off
right
his
now.
chair all the time.
I kept trying to time it so that I would actually be able to film it on my phone, but I kept having to write things down because I was like, oh, that's a sick play. Oh, that's good. And then I would miss
having
it.
to do our job.
I know.
Instead of just enjoying the banter. I hope you're all enjoying it at home as we get a look at Icebox, the next map that we'll be heading to. I mean, this one that we've been far more familiar with over the course of the tournament. Kuka, your thoughts here? As you mentioned, maybe not a ton of switch-ups rather for Sentinels because things are working for them. For G2 though, I gotta wonder where the answer's.
The answer, I mean, it's going to be a tough one. I like that they're going to start on a side that it feels comfortable for them. But to me, I always say every single time that I see this Icebox, I love seeing it in competitive, but to me, it's such a coin flip. It is a shaky ground for Sentinels, not their best, but still, they're coming in super strong today. I really felt like they were going to lose their first map today. Maybe this is the one, but I don't know how mentally damaged our G2 right now from what just happened on Splits, honestly.
I will call out the last time that either of these teams played Icebox, there was one difference in their compositions, and that is a Reyna for a Raze, 10s on the Reyna, and Nuki on the Raze. So that might indicate we get one small difference in composition.
Nuki was doing great on Raze, so I think he's going to keep it, and we're going to see 10s on the Reyna. Just to keep the flow of what the day is bringing is, of course, easier to get into a game and play exactly what you were playing, just in a different map.
Yeah, it's a very stylistic thing. I mean, personally, I know that it is a point of contention and everybody has their own opinion. Personally, I'm actually a decent fan of Reyna being played on Icebox, especially if you're going for A hits, for example. But obviously, the benefit that you get from the Raze, not only if you naturally prefer her kit, but you do have a little bit more of that aspect of being able to gather information that you can share with the rest of your team.
There was one thing that concerned me a little bit when we were doing EMEA finals, and it's the presence, especially qualifiers, the presence of Mixwell on mid. He wanted to be sometimes aggressive and keep that part controlled by his presence, and sometimes it was sloppy, not entirely sure, but I feel like they've learned from that, and that is something that they cannot do again against Sentinels, because they're going to be keeping
an eye on that.
I'm also very curious to see where the patience for Sentinels comes into this map. We had a couple breakdowns the other day by Sean as well, talking about retakes onto B site, and we saw a lot of that patience on display in map number 1, Split. I'm expecting it to continue, and then it's going to be about, in my opinion, the way that G2 can ultimately disrupt that flow for Sentinels. Get them out of their rhythm. Right now, you're playing Sentinels game. You need to play your own.
Yeah, one of the worrying things for me is, and this is kind of something that I mentioned in G2's game against F4Q just a couple of days ago, but G2 lost in the EMEA playoffs. They've actually lost to the other 3 teams from EMEA that are here. Now, that might not sound super relevant, but they played Icebox on every single one of those series as well. And I just wonder if they couldn't necessarily stand up to teams within their own region on this map. Are they going to suffer against arguably the best team of any region?
Yeah, they're like right in the middle. We cannot say that their stats are the best, but I also feel like they've been trying a lot of stuff. We also saw Nuki on Omen in one of the matches, so that was still qualifiers, but still they've been testing on almost every single map. But this Split, we just saw what they were preparing for it. I don't think that there's going to be major differences on Icebox, because I feel like after their last win against Gambit, they're feeling more comfortable and more centered in what they want to do and what their strengths are.
Ultra relaxed on the Sentinel side of the stage. You can feel maybe a little bit more tension coming from the G2 side as well, as we're getting the players into the lobby and soon enough into our prime gaming agent select. We'll see if any curveballs get thrown, because to be fair, actually, we had some expectations for what was going to be pulled out in map 1, and the teams did bring some surprises. So who knows? Maybe there's a trick up somebody's sleeve that could help us extend to a map number 3. Again, I would love to see that, Haven. It's always a fun one.
I would love to see it, because as I told you, it's my favorite map to watch from Sentinels. I don't know, it has something different to the rest of them. But I feel like they have to play in a safe zone, just somewhere where they're comfortable and keep in the flow, as I was saying.
Well, we are currently waiting for one of the players' PCs to restart, so I want to talk about another matchup. Let's talk about duelists again. We're going to go back to that, because if you can't keep Shaz down, let's talk about keeping TenZ down. All right, you got to take care of one of them, right? Is it possible?
Has anyone made it?
My answer. It's the shortest conversation I've ever had on an analyst desk. Barely a conversation at that. Nuki, we did say we liked him on the race.
He was
Let's
doing
keep
great.
him there,
I
perhaps.
feel like he was doing great. He was using his utility for his teammates, and I feel like he was doing his job. I'm really happy that he's going to step up probably on the race again here on Icebox. We still don't know that. Maybe he goes for the Reyna. But even when Nuki was on Heretics back in 2014, I really like the way that he played Jet, actually, and he didn't used to do it on a Fisher, but on Praxi was completely crazy. So maybe we even get to see that. I don't think so when Kelos is on the team, but he has to be one of the different makers here, because he was being one on Split. We need him to step up and keep it doing it.
Yeah, I like the thing as well with TenZ looking on the other side of things. TenZ is that player who, he doesn't have to be the center of attention. You know, if you compare his first blood statistics slightly less than what we saw from Shazam, even his damage per round, like compared to Nuki, that's actually quite a substantial difference. But it's because TenZ, you can always trust him to come in when he's needed, whereas rather than like solely relying on him and everything. I think that's what makes Sentinels so terrifying. Whereas with Nuki, he and Kelos have quite different roles, different play styles, and if you lose one, you're not necessarily guaranteed that aggression is still going to be there in the same way you can with Sentinels.
I think it's also important to mention the fact that NA knows that in EMEA we love Icebox. As you said, G2 played it against every single seed of EMEA, so that is something that is going to happen no matter what, because you're going to want to ban a Sen against these teams. It doesn't matter if it's G2, if it's Gambit, you know that is a strong card for them. You don't want them to play, you need to go to another ground, so they have prepared a lot for this one.
All right, Nuki feeling at ease here, so perhaps, yeah, he does feel good heading into Icebox. On the point of TenZ, it's really interesting to me that while he absolutely has the capability to pop off, he is the most demure of the players on the Sentinel squad. So a little bit unassuming to a degree. You almost forget sometimes that he isn't the loudest personality on the team, and then he shows up with some unthinkable play to remind you that TenZ is TenZ, and you need to respect him out there on the maps.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. But I think that's kind of what's nice, you know, it's kind of silent but deadly. I mean, I have to say, I felt that about Tens as well. When we had a rehearsal day and Tens was getting his makeup done, like, next to me, and he was so calm and just sort of whatever, and I remember thinking, like, there are people who are terrified of you, and you are the most unsuspecting person.
Yes.
As he's just getting his, getting his makeup done.
he was just standing there. Hello. He was really nice. I also
Instagramnya
think
Shazam.
that it's not the same playing Reina on Split as impactful as it is on Icebox because it's gonna help you a lot pushing into different zones of the map and helping Stras on that task.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned earlier about particularly on A pushes, right? You're really going to be looking to that Reina because you come around the corner, you need to use the lair, oftentimes combined with our drone too of the Sova, and that's going to give you all that initiation power that you need. Whereas, you know, obviously you can do that on B and it's useful on B, but the A side is really where I predominantly think of that. Whereas on Split, not so much you need that. You know, if you're looking at like the B side on Split, for example, you want to be thinking of your raises, your jets, you can dash straight into the side, less so than I'm going to initiate with a lane.
People are rightfully afraid of Tens out there on the maps, but they should also be afraid of Shazam when he's pulling off plays like this. Our Verizon high-speed moment from our previous game on Split. Round 13, pistol round. Walk me through a Kukuka.
Oh, I love this because he gets this kill on a Boba, I feel. And oh my god, this was so... Why did he play it so fast? Because we knew that it ended up... It was
watch it again.
I really like how he sneaks in. The timing is so wrong with the Boba. He was, I think, keeping an eye on Dapper, and it's just Shazam. I think he did the same on the next round, but it's not as flashy, you know, because after winning pistols, I mean, against the Nico, it's just not that big of a deal.
Yeah, definitely less impressive, but 6 kills across 2 rounds is going to make you feel good. And again, you saw him throw the arms up across the stage, letting G2 know what's up as he pulls off the clutch in the pistol round to make the map feel as dominant as it was.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I love that you just talking about it there, you're getting excited as well. We've already seen it.
Yeah, but I lived through it because, I mean, we were here sitting on the desk just watching the game and obviously listening to all the reactions, and it was just crazy when he gets the first, he gets the second, it's like, I mean, we see everything, obviously, you see the minimap, and you're like, oh my god, the timing.
But it is really scary to me. You think the way that he managed to flick round onto Avova, he knew he was there. Avova didn't manage to execute the flank. Now, this was on a map in which Sentinels aren't running any Sentinels. You know, if you didn't need a turret or an alarm bot or a cam or a tripwire to know that that was there, that's very scary.
That's what makes Shazam so scary as a player, though. He himself is a Sentinel. The way his brain works, just the knowledge of, all right, I found a kill here. I know where the next guy would be coming from because that's where I would be. Just it seems like it was second nature. He can read the map so well.
They're playing with a 6-person squad, but with 5 people.
That's it.
You know, it's like, yeah, we have all of
G2
these.
never stood a chance.
Yeah, exactly.
We were mentioning the workload that they were putting on Shazam, and obviously he knows exactly what to do with any agent. It doesn't really matter because he's done the homework for every single person in the classroom.
Yeah, we'll see what the homework is for Icebox because, again, it's not their map pick, right? So that's as much as we've had questions about how G2 comes back against Sentinels, I'm also curious what kind of homework Sentinels has done to dissect G2's Icebox play. Is there any holes in G2's Icebox play that can be easily exploited?
I feel like on Split, they decided to give G2 a lot of space and just play a little bit more on retake, forcing them to go on the execute and making that huge investment, and then just breaking it and breaking their tempo when they thought that they were getting more comfortable. We saw it a lot on 2B, and I feel like this is exactly what they have to do on this map as well.
I'm just having a look at Sentinel's history on Icebox.
How's it look?
Well, since the start of February, they've only lost on it twice.
Yeah, but they're close up results.
Yeah, but it's still scary.
Of course it's scary. It's a
They're the best team in the world. They're going to be scary no matter what lens you look at them through. But that's what you got to do, right? You got to look for those little tidbits where you can, that you can grab onto and say, okay, that's exploitable, and now how do we balloon that into something bigger? So that's probably the same work that G2's been doing over the previous weeks when identifying their opponents and figuring out how to ultimately come up against them. For those of you League fans, you might recognize that guy on your screen there. That was Kez, the manager for Sentinels, an old LCS player, actually. I had a grand time seeing him in Reykjavik. Maybe it's just me nerding out about
You have some
stuff.
information that we don't have.
What, Kez? You guys don't know who he is?
No.
Player. Great, he's fantastic. Anyway.
I'm Dash, and I love League of Legends.
I do love League of Legends.
I wonder what champions
I
they're
also
gonna
love
pick.
Valorant.
I only play RMs
I've been
and
pretty
TFT.
good after that first day. I've been getting a lot better about that.
I can play some TFT while we're waiting for this, actually.
All right, what's your comp?
For TFT?
Yeah.
On this set?
Yeah.
Let me think. What do I want to go? I'll probably go with some Sentinels.
There it is. That was Kismet right there. 6 Sentinels.
You don't play
Just
TFT.
like
You don't
Sentinels
play
had 6
Okay,
Sentinels.
okay.
That
No,
Zio is
Apa
not
itu
part of
lekenang
the
juga?
I'm like,
Iya,
yeah,
nontonnya
best
cuma
message you
orang
read.
pakai
I'm like,
OG,
I have no idea what you're trying to give you the blankest look in the world.
Oh, lordy. For those of you at home, just a quick update. You see some of the players in the firing range keeping their hands warm while we do get one of those PCs restarted. Just want to make sure that all the players are working with the best possible tech and in the best possible scenarios. Make sure they're set up for success. And so we will do our due diligence in that regard. Until they're ready to jump into Agent Select, we'll be here with you.
I like that at least we get to see the players' faces because, come on, we're a LAN event. We do not have a crowd, but at least we need, even if you, I mean, Sentinels, we've seen them hundreds of times. But maybe you haven't seen some of the G2 players, so here.
That's a good point. First look for many
Get their
people.
faces, exactly, exactly.
Can't
More face behind all the aim and the strats.
Look, everyone likes to see Sentinels because they just like the reminder that they are in fact human.
I mean, that's one of the beautiful things about these international LAN events, right? Is where you build, like, heroes are made, right? You know, stars are built in these kinds of international competitions because we have expectations. A lot of those end up, you know, going to the wayside as we see the firing range firing off on our screens here. Man, I wish I had mechanics like that.
I would like G2 to go on pistols into that shooting range because they lost both pistols, and that is always like pending homework for G2. I don't know what's going on with their pistol rounds, but they cannot seem to get them straight.
It's terrible as well because, you know, if you can't pick up your pistol rounds, especially, you're putting yourself at such a disadvantage when you're actually in the game. So as much as we joke about, they should go into the practice range and practice their pistols, I think especially when they're heading into their map pick, they need to ensure that they are getting those early rounds on the board so that they have that economic advantage, because otherwise they're just going to find themselves slipping.
I think it's a super legitimate call out, especially when you're talking about playing the best team in the world. You need every little advantage you can get, and the pistol round, as we know, is one of the biggest, right? So eking that out, getting that win, and as we generally assume, the second round win to follow, that could be the difference maker. If everything else is going roughly even, the pistol can be it.
Take care, because Sentinels eco rounds have been taken.
That is true. The double thrifties from Split really did spell doom for G2.
I also just think Sentinels are just not one of those teams that are going to be afraid when, if they are going up against an anti-eco and they're on an eco or they're at an economic disadvantage, they're not going to be afraid to actually try and put a dent, a dent the size of a freaking crater in that economy.
This
so
is disgusting. This is disgusting.
Oh
I'm
my
disgusted.
god.
Tens, you gotta stop.
Dude,
Miss one! Damn you! Did he? Okay. He's moving so fast I can't even see.
Not in my monitor.
He fooled me, yeah, exactly.
Felix is actually practicing with the ultimate. It's very sick as well. This is what you get from these players. This is something that we're never going to be able to do.
Yeah, far from ever achieving something like this, but honestly, such a cool look, you know, behind the scenes of these players on the stage. Keeping the energy up, keeping the fingers warm.
Oh, it is VR.
Practicing the mechanics.
Yeah, it's time to see, of course.
Mechanics that people would kill for.
Yeah, well, they would struggle to actually get the
Waduh,
kill.
ini pemain-pemain ini mah kerocok-kerocok
now mechanic to get the kill, and that's just not gonna happen, right?
The pass to option.
Oh my goodness.
It
is always impressive. Actually, it's nice to get to see that stuff because I think most people know that these players sit and actually play in the practice range, but actually having some insight on what that looks like is not what you're used to.
While we're waiting, and we don't have anything like more to talk about besides we just can't wait until the map starts. Since you guys are not on the desk on the next game, what are your thoughts on Gambit versus 100 Thieves?
I'm concerned for 100 Thieves.
I like to hear that.
I like to hear that.
I mean, we've had the most dominant series we've seen internationally now in Valorant comes at the hands of Gambit. That alone should make anybody a little nervous.
They're the first seed versus the second seed of an A. We literally have a full day, sir.
I mean, yeah, we lucked out with the series that we have in front of us. But yeah, definitely concerned. 400 Thieves, not saying it's unwinnable, but I do think that they're going to have to step it up a notch. They looked good, but I feel like, at least for myself, when it comes to Gambit, they were hitting all their shots. And when you're doing that to begin with, and then you have the strats and the pacing to boot, where do you find you're in for 100 Thieves? I don't know. It's got to come up with the eco clutch, I guess. And we did get one of those already.
What are your thoughts? I think. Wait, who was it amongst our talent who said they wanted to look in Hiko's? Was it Mitch? He said he wanted to look in Hiko's eyes. That is something.
Sounds like a Mitch thing. Yeah.
I think it's actually really hard to judge because the playstyle is so far away from each other, but also when you look at the game that Gambit played yesterday, they were kind of handed it on a plate. So there are two things to consider from that. A, it's not entirely representative of the already competitive game that they would have to put in, so the kind of pressure that they might be under is not the same. But B, the fact that they could have a lot of stuff hidden. They could have a lot of stuff hidden because they just didn't need to show it. And I think that makes it hard to judge.
Well, there's a brief preview of the third series to come today between Gambit and 100 Thieves, but we're going to reframe back here towards Icebox once again as these teams gear up to dive into our agent select. Just a reminder of how the first map went. It was split in 13 to 6 fashion going over to Sentinels. Both pistol rounds, a couple of thrifties, so a lot going their way. So for G2, if they can start off on the right foot here on Icebox, again, put that last map out of your mind, get the momentum rolling, start hitting the shots, and it might just be all they need to push us to Haven and a third and final map in this best of 3.
They definitely had the time to refresh their minds a little bit and maybe not take a walk, but come on, we're waiting for you guys. Stop passing everything. What is this?
What are they? What are they passing?
I think they're
just hand warmers? Okay. Well, there you go.
Yeah, I did see Shazam like blowing into his hands a second ago, and I was just thinking, I wonder if they know that the reason it's so cold in here is
Don't
because
you do
of
it.
you.
Don't you do it.
Don't do it, dear. Come on.
Makanan
I'm fine. We're wearing and the players are gonna be sweating. We know that.
I'm wearing a crop top, so I've been shivering in here.
All right, well,
life is so
whose
hot.
choice?
We have a full wardrobe upstairs. You can grab something.
I got an extra hoodie somewhere I can lend to you if you're cold. Also, we're going on to Icebox. That is so
I don't have to be that.
Exactly.
It is so.
No, you have to be there. You need to get in the zone, okay? With this fight, it's actually.
You gotta feel it. You can't really play on Icebox unless you feel like you're playing on Icebox. So we're just getting everybody into the right mindset.
I see.
Okay,
all
the
right,
song switches. That means we're going into Agent Select.
Yeah.
That's right, Gaming. Let's go.
Alrighty, let's see. We talked a bit about, but I'll re-hit that we actually expect in many cases to have somewhat of a mirror matchup. Last time each of these teams played this map, the only difference was Tens on Reyna and Nukie on Raze. We'll see if that's what holds true or if some other tricks come out.
I actually expect the exact opposite. I would like Nukie to go on Reyna, but I feel like he was too comfortable against Gambit playing with Raze. So let's see. First pick's pretty okay.
So far, so good.
Yep.
Yeah. We don't.
Yeah, we haven't got to the spicy part yet.
This is his spice.
No.
Okay,
exactly.
all right. So we got some Raze.
Nukie on Raze. That's something that I like. And now Tens go on Reyna, please.
Shaz sticks to the Reyna. Tens going to the Reyna. It will be Mixwell on the Viper as he played the last time around.
Yeah, and there is no way that Kellogg's does not go for it yet.
Euro.
There it is. There it is.
The Euro card.
It's exactly what we expected here for Icebox on map number 2. You've heard enough out of us. The players are definitely ready to get in there and do some battle. And I know Hypoc and Pansy are ready for the call.
I don't think you could stop us at this point. We've been patiently waiting. Great fill, guys. Good work on that. But the game is ready, so we can really start kind of hammering it in. But I think looking at the selection of agents, nothing truly jumped out to us. I think it plays to the players we have in the server. I'm not too worried about anything we saw. Is there any key components you're looking at here to be maybe a difference maker for G2? Because Sentinels have come out in my eyes and have set the bar exceedingly high. So where do we look for those small exceptions? Where do we find it?
I ask the same questions now that I did in map 1. As Kellogg's coming online, what's the support system look like? Now, previously, Kellogg's has had a couple of really, really rough performances. And actually, stylistically, we compare Sentinels to Ascend, a team like Ascend. Kellogg's got absolutely shut down. So it's going to be difficult here for him to find value. For me, I look towards Nuki. Nuki has to be the playmaker here for G2. I'll wait and see how that goes off. Zoms.
Langsung di drop aja habis smash ini.
Shots back and forth actually. G2 had sent any utility over, but with 3 members stacked up here along lane, Zoms not even entertaining it. Will give up the space initially. Sick in position as well. Nuki on the other side here. We'll find Shazam and Ten's there also.
Yeah, this is potentially tradable on the A side, but we have to look towards the actual site hit that is starting to come on through. So this is going to be starting building up. Tenz has found Nuki, so there was that trade over towards A, but the spike is going to be going down on the other side. So that's now planting keloqz. Can he slip just behind enemy lines? No, but he can find a... Well, I thought it was a decent fight, but Zoms is still fighting the good fight for Sentinels. It's a 3v3 post plant, and G2 aren't in bad spots here. Mixwell, Coldamenta, and Avova still standing, and Mixwell wants to retake that space towards that yellow. Maybe see if anyone's going to slip on through. We've seen enough. That's just a little too much shown. And Mixwell, this is the Mixwell you need to start seeing if you're a G2 fan. There he is. The land beast himself finally starting to wake up here. Good beginnings and maybe a bounce back. Map 1 was not good for Mixwell. This could be much better.
Good opportunity to check in now. Can they handle the anti-eco? That was such a prominent issue on map 1. Again, yes, tick in the box. Pistol round 1, but again, expect Sentinels to come out swinging in this next round. Potentially go a little more aggressive than we'd expect, but I'm looking towards G2 to be able to handle that. What do they put in place here? Nuki again in that previous round, out on an island. He's in that lurking role on the Raze. Did find a kill, but was traded out. So this is a key round here.
Yeah, we have what? 3, 4 players towards A for the Sentinel side. You do have an upgraded, if only slightly, Tenz as well. Sheriff just tucked away, light armor as well. There's a follow-up peek, but is Nuki well and truly aware? So he catches Shazam, and he knows there may be more. The timing might be just tickling away at the back of his brain, but look at this. Spike's on the way, and he's going to fall away from that. This is all going to be G2's. There is a player deep, but they wouldn't be able to deny the spike plant at this point.
Well, initially, looking pretty good for G2. No pressure comes through. Nuki still did get a little information on the back of his boombot, but everybody from Sentinels already making their way towards B. Zom's already up. Looks like Ten's actually going to try and make his way back from Snowman. Actually, the counter wall comes up, create a little pocket. Nuki will find Sick in transition. So will respond as well on site. Yeah, just a couple more to deal with. Actually, down right underneath, he might find a constellation. Thank God for that one. Yep, 22 HP now.
Nggak dapat lagi. Di-recon.
Is he just making sure he got
the recon bolt is just to make sure nobody else is up on the
You're right. There could have been another player there.
Yeah.
Spot on.
It's quite common to see a second just tucked up the top there.
Just crouched. Yeah, no BM here, folks.
Mati loh, klasik goblok.
Talk about constellation. Actually, the constellation is sending a message as well after the kill comes through.
Of course. For those who don't understand sarcasm, you're going to have a rough time here. However, 2-0, this is a good start for G2. It's maybe just a little bit of a confidence boost. Now, bear in mind, some of these players are younger. We spoke about keloqz a lot, and he is one of those younger players who do need a little bit of that maybe confidence builder here.
Well, buy round here, looking for Sentinels to adjust slightly on A, right? And again, the indicators are in place. See if Nuki can again find...
Rifle on Mixwell. Nuki has got a tough challenge. It's just deal with Tenz. Mark your man. And he's got Shaz on that side too. Now he's only got a Sheriff. This isn't pretty. He's played this position a fair amount. Same again, but now you can see Tenz has closed the gap this time. Creeping slowly. Does Nuki even consider this possibility? It doesn't look like he has. This looks like a murder scene. Oh, he's heard all the steps here. Tenz is in the prime position, sees one, actually falls away. Doesn't now say his welcome. Boombot comes in and Coldamenta. Great trade in. This is a Mixwell is right up mid. Catching Sick, and now this is getting a bit of a problem. Shaz is on an island. The other 2 players for Sentinels are not here. But Shazam, ice cold, waiting patiently, and has to play this out to perfection. Can't do it. keloqz has got his number, and there it is. Site's now open for business, and this could be a huge round for G2 to convert here in the bonus.
Dapper and Zoms trying to get something done on the way back in. keloqz will actually fall. A little overzealous there, trying to hold on to control there, but Coldamenta trades it back out. Nuki follows up. Zoms will fall. G2 go 3 up.
There we go. They're getting fired up, High Park. Here we go.
I was going to say, interested to see actually, even still the hesitation there, and both rounds previously actually, I think both Tenz and Shazam have shown presence, right? So they know that officially, I guess, that default is both members being present. Even after they find the kill onto Tens, they're still very hesitant. They wait for the owl drone. And that's actually a big positive, right? I don't want to see G2 slipping up and making some of these mistakes where Sentinels are always going to have that contingency in place.
And I love this. You could just see Shaz then probably talking through how is Nuki still maybe getting away with this. The presence out there, the swing around on it, like everything that's just happened to them. They're probably a little frustrated by.
IGL
That's not
ternyata
something
dia
we often
ini.
see. Sentinels,
Iya,
they're
memang
calm,
dia
very collected. Nuki again, this is his job, this is his
Kan dia
duty.
ini
He
kayak
was
leader
born
gitu
to do
juga.
this apparently. But he still has two of arguably the best brains and best aims to handle on the other side, and there's the brain removed from one. Shaz is gone. The wrists still in place for Tens, but he's going to have to deal with that and back away. On the other side, however, Zoms getting ready sick. Has he been played in on this, though? Do they know this? Do they check on it? How much can he do with it? Maxwell catching Dapper. And for now, player advantage to G2, and they want to keep it that way. They've got the rifles, and this can get very scary, but look at this position. This is nastiness. Nuki, so many angles to clear. Oh, the first wasn't clean up there, Tens. Again, step by step, they're clearing this out methodically.
Cuman dia diam.
All right, so once again, cautious in their approach. Sick, really up towards rafters.
Mr. Y,
G2 not overstepping the mark. Methodically clear through here. Nuki actually still catches sight of Sick ahead of time. Actually, some more damage comes through, and Nuki will find the kill. It's third on the round now. Spike will go down. Fantastic work from G2 there, and that's the sort of round that we were concerned about from map 1, right? Lauren, again, Nuki in position, effectively taking a 1v2 every single round versus Tens and Shazam. And that's a statement in itself. So, again, looking towards Nuki to be the power player here and already delivering in the first 4 rounds. Thing is, I gotta say it, even in those rounds, Sentinels need to kind of stop challenging him at these range, because Nuki's going to do this every single time. And if they give him a kill, it's going to spread Sentinels across the map. It's going to create an opening, which G2 were incapable of doing on the previous map.
But this could be something that they've maybe identified, that if they can tame Sentinel's ability to take this deep space, which they're still vying for. Shazdo on the off, though, is going to be the difference maker. Going to get it, but there's a trade. No! Gets out with his life. 10 still posted up in position. Tries to fall away off the back of the Lear and leaves Dapper in a little bit of a corner. Nuki pries him out of it. G2 still on the move here, 4v4. How much more can they pressure this? Shaz on the back lines and Tens. He's just waiting around this corner. Shaz is watching this, just eagle eyes from up above. Tens gets aggressive! Rings the bell, finds two. Nuki and Avova gone as Mixwell now 1v4 beckoning, and it ain't happening. Sick with a good closer.
Kita dapat peluru dari Lot teriak-teriak.
Comfortable response there. First round on the board for them, and again, it's those rounds that Sentinels are willing to do so. With the operator online, they know that they have this advantageous first peak, and Shazam gets himself into the position there to stop Kellogg's on the cross, even towards Pipes.
Yeah.
Again, Showstopper completely negated. Desperate for that trade, Tens comes through with 2 crispy headshots.
It's nice seeing that aim.
Actually, this first ultimate cycle looking pretty good for G2. Got him into 1 away from the Hunter's Fury. Nuki obviously investing the Showstopper in the previous. Everything else available here.
D9 Tens.
Kellogg's probably going to try this double updraft here to deal with Zombs. Actually did get revealed there.
Here we go.
Does go up. Catching no Shazam! Find Cold Enter actually on that B lane peak.
He's everywhere. He just shown presence to A that prior round. Now he's over here, keeping himself very viable. But Zombs gets picked off, and that's going to force Shazam in a bad position. Mixwell's pressure through mid. Now catches that rotation, that fallback, but Sick now on the site. He needs to live up to that name. Keep control of this. Support's on the way. They've re-garnered that space in middle. Tens is the one there. Who needs knives when you got a rifle like that? Ten's happy to fall back now. He's done his job. But now G2, where do they take this?
Ten's already hightailing it over. Actually going to get himself into a position on barrel, so G2 have to be disciplined, to be diligent on the way in here, because again, Tens will always put himself in this one and done spot. That dismiss. And Avova actually kind of solo pushing right now.
Off angles and Tens. Yeah, sounds about right for a disaster. Ten's going to readjust now. Still pressure comes in. Nuki on the flyby. Going to put it down. It's still a 2v2 here. Keep in mind, Coldamenta has his ult. Nuki, I mean, he's just got a gun and that's normally enough. He's been pulling off 1v2s, but look at this retake positioning from Sentinels. Right around the back, and actually Dapper's quite far ahead here. He's made some good progress. And timing is everything. Coldamenta hasn't considered it
Bro,
until now.
left.
Right next to him, clears the right side. He's on the left. Coldamenta holds him back as sick. The next step forward finds him, and now it's a 1v1. Nuki has been god tier over on this side of the map. Six, a bit of a legend himself. Taps the spike, falls away, looks for that pixel out of place, looks for Nuki, and Nuki finds him! This scoreline is starting to look real good for
darahnya
G2.
udah headshot, udah ding.
Trade headshots. Nuki with just 10 HP remaining, but again, great recovery here. I had a major problem with Avova peeking ahead of the Aldo, and I think Coldamenta actually had his recon bolt available as well. So lucky they're able to still comfortably set up on site there, because again, expect him to do that. He finds that kill in mid straight away. He's the anchor. He's the contingency plan on that entire operation that's created by G2 on B main. And again, yes, finds the first.
Game ini kadang nggak jelas.
Traded out, but expect him to do that every single time. If he
15 jarak 15 meter sama 10 meter itu nggak jelas ya.
Not forcing a tactical timeout yet. Sentinel still happy to keep going at this. Maybe this is a reason why labored from both sides. It's a little weird, but it will be Shaz to find Mixwell. So mid's now open and eyes now removed from watching maybe a push-up.
Kalau lo nggak perhatiin banget soalnya itu susah kelihatan juga. Cuman karena miss tadi shotnya dia kan.
See that one up here. G2 falling slowly away from this.
I think the Viper's bit definitely going to make them reconsider. Shazam actually got the cut off on this rotation as well.
If they try and step across this, it's such a hard angle to clear. He could be getting away with being the guillotine in this. 3 players around this corner. That's one. It's only one. A second's difference in Coldamenta may have gotten that kill, but he's quick. And now it's a 4v3. Coldamenta, Nuki, and Kellogg's. The death ball now going roaming.
Take flight.
Again, res available. I'm not sure actually how feasible it is with Shazam dying on top of Tube. So you can see G2 actually pausing for a moment here. And whether or not the awareness is that Sentinels potentially try and get that back.
Oh, I like this. If they catch some rotations here, you're going to have
30 seconds left.
Sova can just keep drawing that attention over towards A, right? Make a bit of noise, see if maybe they can catch some of these players, but you can see that intuition, maybe making them question this, and there it is. Already going to find the big. Nuki's now gone down. Do they expect a second kill? Good spray adjust, but the trades are so effective here for Sentinels. They've kept themselves in the right positions. And what does Coldamenta get to do with this? Spikes deep in enemy territory, 6 seconds left. Have a little go for it, not going to happen. Well done to Sentinels, kept composure there. Lovely play up middle.
Yeah, beautiful. Yeah. And again, you got to credit G2 for being stacked up there. Shazam can't get away with another, actually.
Nah tuh kan, miss kan tembakannya. Bukan miss sih maksudnya, kayak nggak mati.
But again, look at Sentinels, the Aldon just paving the way for Shazam to walk through there, find all that space in the early round, and ultimately it gives Sentinels a really good read on, I think, where G2 want to end up. Yeah. At least plan A.
Yeah, it gave them great intention with that. Now, looking at the money though, considering it was what? A pretty commanding scoreline. The money hasn't swelled for G2. A lot of these rounds have been kept up, and I'm just Fury right off the rip. Now, I don't know if they actually did get a tag. It doesn't matter. It's set 10s into motion. Maybe able to get a little closer off the back of the audio cues, knowing that you can push a little bit deeper as they're going to be having to respect that. And he's already made great work of it. Finding Nuki is the perfect target to pick up.
Especially with the work he's been doing towards Belt on 8.
Iya,
no res available, so G2 will proceed as 4. Shazam and 10s on the other side of this once again, and look at the focus towards mid, actually. So Aldoran going to come through. I don't know, we'll spot 10s actually up in, tucked up on second level of sight. There's a risk of being wallbanked here, but nothing comes through.
No, he's still fine. He's still alive. He's got Dapper kind of having his back here. Wall goes in, wants to at least give himself a chance at a gap here, but he's been chipped away at. Now Dapper gonna pick up that mantle. Good damage towards Kellogg's, but he does manage to keep his life. 10 still living in the depths here, unable to quite pop into this, and there's the ult coming out as a response.
G2 fantastic control on site, actually.
Brilliant.
Big swing and a miss. Avova will get the better of him there, and Avova finds a second as well. Sick will fall.
Yeah, now the last 3, where are they at? We've got a couple, or at least one coming around on the flank. That's Shazam. Coldamenta up in towards Nest. It's Kellogg's to find 10, so now down to just 2. Zom's down noted, now spots it, does get Kellogg's, but in the meantime, Shaz lost life, and it will be an unfavorable situation for Zoms, and they're going to have to suck it up. G2 are right back into this. That's going to be 6-2 on the board, Hypog. Have we actually got a game on our hands now?
I mean, it's looking that way. This is a fantastic start from G2, and looking so much better equipped, way more composed in this. Again, you can say they're not making as many mistakes, but I just think back to that round with Shazam in mid. G2 stacked up to mitigate that risk. That's something we just didn't see on Split at all.
You're right. Yeah, this does look like a different side. Haven would be the last, if I'm not mistaken. So
correct.
I'm getting a little ahead of myself. It's only the first half here. Don't worry, I'm getting a little excited because we actually might have a game here. We might see Sentinels pushed. Because map 1, I mean, if you're not actually, you know, completely hooked on the Copium and Hopium, you're going to be able to see that was a very Sentinels-dominated map. But this is a whole new lease of life to G2. Looking at the likes of Nookie controlling that push-up consistently, setting a tone for the entire match. Shaz and Tens are now like, well, I guess I'm on Nookie duty. Great. I'm going to have to deal with this every single time. And he will do this every single time. Maybe he doesn't do it one round. Fair enough. They're still going to have to expect him to be there. And now at this point, G2 actually leaning this way. The purchase coming out from Sentinels. 1 rifle and Tens. The rest, a little shaky, but we saw map 1. That was still able to do damage on Split.
I love this. The way that G2 have to approach this now, it's just stack us 4. Hey, hopefully they can't get us all, right? Whether it be Tens or Shazam on the other end, but let's see. Looking going to send the paint shell across the back. Kellogg's getting very deep towards server here. Shazam will fall, actually. Dapper tagged up by that owl drone. Be a comfortable plant here. Not an awful lot, really, for Sentinels to get back in that. The recon bolt will find 2 tags.
Yeah, it was actually really well done, but bear in mind, the weaponry that came in with Sentinels was limited. 10 still going to do some work, though. 35 HP was on. Back on up, still sitting pretty now. A 1v3 beckons. It's not going to happen. Cold Dementor denies, and G2 starting to stride through this game. They've got some answers here. Where is that tactical timeout? Where is the conversation for Sentinels? Or do they not care that much about this one? Maybe they feel, it's only the first half, we'll be fine. I think they still need more of a buffer here.
I mean, actually, you look at the stats and there's a slight lean towards Sentinels performing a little better on defense. So, again, if there's any win condition we could take away from previous performances, it's the Sentinels at least keep them in check here in the first half.
They've got to get the last 3 if I think, you know, Sentinels need a buffer. 2 is not enough for me. I'll never get... Bare minimum 3, or I'm thinking it's a runaway. Now, let's see what Sentinels can do there. They're back on the buy, and Shaz has the op. Now, we saw the last time around, you know, the ult pushing up middle. That was so decisive. Could do with a bit of that here, because right now, G2 have him by the scruff of the neck. Someone's with a little jump peek. Shaz off to the side. Waiting for maybe that jump peek on the other side to come around. While this happens, we see that little bit of a step towards middle, but not too much. This is the start that G2 wants, just to make sure they keep everything in check. No early giveaways, no easy reads here. They bide their time. I'm wondering if Mixwell's there purely off the back of the success that maybe they had off Shaz or someone pushing up mid. This is an interesting little read from them here. Nookie showing, I'm still here. You have no idea where we're heading.
But this is great. Again, just giving that away. It's up on the plant. Nookie's happy to face that Aldo to give away that information. Shazam actually misses the first sign, finds the second. But look, Nookie's so commanding right now. He's keeping 3 players from Sentinels locked onto a site. Rover does have the res. Try and get this back up. Yeah, we'll just be behind the wall. Shazam can't punish that.
Where's that mid lurk? It's Mixwell who's looking to maybe crack this open. If he can catch the 2 players rotating, that'd be perfect. Let's see what Mixwell can do here, though. He has to catch this one. There it is. Great work from him. And now the other 3 from Sentinels are on an island, but it is 3, and one of them is Tens. Arguably one of the best in the world, just on the other side of this. And there he is waiting, Dapper by his side. Guns locked and loaded, 10 seconds. It looks like G2 have run out of time, run out of options, and run out of players. There's the bare minimum. I wanted to see 3 at least here for Sentinels now.
That's so interesting to see as well. Like I said, Nookie faces the Aldrin. He's happy to let Sentinels know that he's there, but again, Mixwell finds that kill, like you said, and it doesn't even impact the rest of the round because there's no rotation factor. There's already 3 bodies stacked up there. It's interesting, really. I mean, you can argue G2 kind of victims of their own success there, where Sentinels just like, there's a possibility, Nookie's still going to find a kill, and they're going to try and collapse and end up on A.
Jauh juga.
Go again.
Tinggal mana pergi mana? Oh enggak sih, lu Jaksel ya.
Nookie. This checklist has worked against Sentinels. Oh, okay, he's got a good idea. Someone's close by. Reads it. Shaz. So dangerous between the 2 of them.
You can see the cogs turning there for Nookie. It's like, it's seen something. It's seen something close.
Kellogg's this time looking to punish. He peeks a little deeper, but it's actually Mixwell being caught in mid is the first blood drawn. 6 going to catch that, as Kellogg's is now going to at least take that long control. After maybe noting that Shaz is over somewhere else towards A, they can actually build up on this, but still no easy way through. Nuki this time now, starting to work towards middle himself.
There. He stuck behind this wall for the time being. G2 not going to wait on that to come down, actually. And Zoms will find the spike carrier. Kellogg's unable to trade initially and will get revealed by the recon bolt, so has to back away. The spike in control of Sentinels right now.
That's the big one again, now more time. Last time the frag came in through middle so late. Oh, that's a bit uncomfortable. Maybe could have done more with that, and now he's feeling a little silly, but can he still make it work? Yeah, it looks good! Nuki does find Dapper, but now it's just gonna be Nuki! Oh my word, 2 more though, Nuki. Do you still have it in you? Rez comes in, he can't get it done. Keeps Sentinels on a level field in that round. That was about to get so dangerous.
It's so unfortunate for Nuki on that paint shot. The fact that it gets stuck in the door frame, if that just bounces out, I think it forces Sick into a bit more of an open position, potential for him to fall there, and ultimately, Nuki a huge opportunity to just swing out with that showstopper. Those 2 seconds effectively altered the entire outcome of that round.
Emang gak ada yang tahu ya tadi.
Okay, up again for Shaz.
Actually, the G2 purchase here, obviously, final round, but
not pretty.
Mixwell on the only rifle here.
Oh dear. Here we go, Nuki. Oh, Nuki! He's just leapt into the arms and he's got the frag onto Shaz. But where's the rest? There they are. Kellogg's picks up the pace just as Nuki left off. And it's a 4v3. Dapper, Sick and Zoms are baffled. Scratching their head. Sick can't quite adjust the spray well enough on the second. And now 2-stand. Dapper and Zoms fired up trying to get that wall down for a quick bit of vision. But no one falls foul instantly. Zoms finds the first. Oh, Zoms is nasty right now. The 1v1. Coldamenta, 8 bullets. Zoms on the other side. Coldamenta, he sees him, he gets him. It's G2 with a solid lead here.
That is not a scoreline I thought we would be looking at in the first half of Icebox after seeing map 1, but what an insane tempo shift on that, and again it's to capitalize on that weaker purchase, and it's executed perfectly by G2.
We've got a game 8-4. For me, the question though is it enough? We know Sentinels can dig deep. We know they've got a lot in the tank. We rarely see them rattled. That's the first time they've been dictated to in a long time, it felt like to me.
I mean, what happens when you poke the beast? What do we see in the second half here from Sentinels? Because, again, we talk about obviously the first half on map 1 and Split in particular. Sentinels were able to run rings around G2. Yes, G2 were able to get away with some, I'll say, uncharacteristic plays and set pieces, but again, can Nuki do the same thing? Can he have the same impact on their defensive half? That's the question.
Well, I wonder what questions and answers Sean has for us, because he's standing by to break down something that caught his eye from that first half.
Indeed I am, Lauren. I got 2 rounds for you guys, so I'm just going to hop right into it. So this round was the explosive A take that G2 tried to do, and you can see right here, Shazam, Tens, and Dapper are triple lined up right here. The 2 that are going to aggress, the duelists, Shazam and Tens. So they're going to go along the ropes, and where they're going to end up, they're going to both be on top of pipes. But the angles that they end up holding is what's really important here. Shaz has the aggressive angle to take the left entrance, and then Tens' job is to actually guard him in case anyone were to push out onto Belt. It's very important that these 2 specific duelists are in these roles because they have movement abilities. The Jet with the dash and the Reyna with the dismiss can both get away from these aggressive positions on the A site. That is why Sentinels loves running this comp. So let's run it through for a little bit here. So what I'll tell you right now is G2 slows this to try to stop any initial push. They have a smoke here right off the bat, and Nuki immediately pops his showstopper and tries to hunt Shazam down. Never in a million years would he expect a second player also on pipes, which is why he ends up falling back. He catches a glimpse of Tens, falls back, and then the round kind of chills out for a split second. Dapper, who actually shot a recon early round, is hiding in the corner. So this is Shazam getting that opening kill, Tens locking down the next 2, and then the round is literally over. So we're gonna hop straight into the next round, and let's pause it for 1 second right here. So what I wanna draw attention to now is Dapper, throwing the same arrow over here at A, it's going to triple ping. That means it gets all of its recon little notices off, and that's a very, very good indicator that no one is around this A site and won't be for quite a bit of time.
Pintar banget
so
aja.
the rotation will come in
Sengaja
soon.
itu
But what I
Lu
also
tau nggak
want to
Recon
show
itu
you
memang
is the fact
sengaja
that
buat untuk
Kellogg is
ditembak
right
di
here in
embel.
mid. If he does something, and he does, but he doesn't catch Shazam, so he's gonna actually
Kalau
double
nggak ada yang nembak
updraft.
berarti nggak ada
So
orang.
he, from this angle right here, can double updraft and actually see down B long, which is why he's over there right now. He has his Blade Storm out. He's gonna double updraft and try to get that pick onto Shazam. Unfortunately for him, this wall from Zoms, as well as Shazam's location, kind of blocks the vision from him. So Sentinel's one step ahead in this regard. So let's roll it for a little bit right now. And this, in my opinion, is the swing round of the entire half. Shazam peeks out wide at the perfect time, ends up getting a pick, and then he actually... He ends up falling back, and this lurk by midwall using this smoke that we previously discussed allows him to get the trade onto Shazam while simultaneously Zoms falls. So let's pause it for a split second here. We are now in this unique scenario where we're in a 3-on-3. Okay. G2 has rolled back to this A site, and they did so after Tens got a pick into middle. So Tens actually found this frag onto Mixwell, and that takes all of G2's smokes, all of their controller utility out of the equation. So that kind of filters them into this A site. Tens, playing the Reyna, again, can play in these aggressive angles that other agents cannot do. He can dismiss out of these angles. So he's playing this one and done angle for most agents, but for him, he can get the kill and dismiss out. So let's roll it for a little bit. He ends up taking out the spike, dismissing actually to this location right here. And Nookie's ability to immediately take the ropes and trade this frag onto Tens with the drone is pivotal. That frag is actually the biggest frag of the entire half in my eyes because it broke Sentinel's economy. Coldemento's aware of the flank, and Sick ends up in this very, very difficult 1-on-2 where he managed to get
ini
one.
sih broken sih,
Nookie
anjir.
obviously locks it down. This guy's a clutch player through and through.
Ini yang
And
tadi
this
tuh
round
kena
right
headshot.
here shows why these teams are so evenly matched, and we might
Harusnya
be
lo
blessed
udah
with the map
mati
3,
ya.
guys. Back to Lauren.
Not back to you, Hypok.
Yeah, I can see myself out, actually, Sean, if you'd prefer. Up to you.
Yeah, but again, I think there were some really incredible things broken down there, and that did feel like G2 are very aware of the opponents. They are prepped for this. They are coming into this locked and loaded with all the facts that they need. Now, second half though, 8-4, it's not impossible, and Sentinels are a team that can do these sort of gaps.
Yes, and I'm expecting them to, again, I use the phrase poke the beast, I'm expecting them to come out swinging in the second half. Set the precedence, set the tone, don't allow G2 to ride through this momentum. They need to stop this early in this half if they want to actually draw the game up and push things further.
Back underway, 8-4 if you're just tuning in. Map 1, Sentinels picked up in quite convincing fashion. However, map 2 here, G2's choice, sitting at 8-4 on the half. This time around, Sentinels now need to show what they're like in the driving seat here. Kellogg's real wide on that angle, but he does manage to make it out. That should be, though, Spike, make yourself towards the side.
Vova is straight down mid, though. He's going to find this 1v1 with Zoms, and actually Zoms going to win it. That's a big one. Kellogg's actually going to try and follow up on this. You can see, though, Zoms still wise to it. He finds a second now. All this control, G2 have to force their way onto site.
Yeah, and no one's letting that happen. Shaz is still looking for those angles, and it's Mixwell. 1v5, not gonna happen. A knife comes out.
Dipisau, Dapper. Dipisau, bro. The fuck.
Who else but Dapper? If we could have placed bets on anybody to get a knife
Iya,
kill on the
ini nggak itu
stage,
tapi bagian dari strategi sebenarnya.
well, talk about
Arya mental lo lemah.
kill in the pistol round.
Itu di knife dari mana, dari bawah?
Dari bawah lompatin sama dia.
Gila anjing.
Oh.
Itu
Lihat ini, tuh kakinya dilihat.
Keep forcing the
booty
issue.
cheeks.
Ketawa
Just
Dapper.
too caked up. Couldn't help it. 8-5.
Tepi banget
Oh, dearie
tadi ya.
me.
goblok anjing.
We go again. Sentinels, welcome to the build back plan. Bulldogs out and a couple of Spectres. Bulldog out, should I say, and a couple of Spectres as Tens taking the space over by B.
Early rotation here from G2. With over on yellow, going to relay that information. And actually, with Mixwell investing the wall, Sick will hit the rotate with the spike here.
Besok hari apa sih?
Going to send across a recon
Besok
potentially,
hari
no,
Senin.
considering it.
Hari ini hari Senin masa.
Oh iya,
Such an
udah
interesting
ganti
read
kan?
from Sentinel. Again, Shazam seeing nothing else on A.
Lol, nice ya.
They've read this so well.
incredible read intuition. Working out very nicely. Maxwell is still close enough to call them over, but they'll be so far ahead now. The site should be theirs. Looking for a clean round here. No Sentinels. And G2, of course, looking to do whatever damage they can. They can take a couple of weapons away, do a bit of work. That'd be brilliant, but you can see them kind of fight up here. Tens. Shaz in the shutdown. It's just Mixwell. It's a flawless round as well to boot. It's a Prime Gaming flawless round. And Sentinels have almost closed that gap. So that first buy round is going to be a big one.
It is indeed. Again, great.
Ini kalau menang lagi sih bakal menang 2 round deh. Dapat 8. Ya round ini krusial nih.
One round, they get the weapon upgrades. Decent early progress as well for Ultimates and whatnot potentially to come online in next round. That's the start you want. First 2 in the bag for Sentinels. Again, a heavy lead actually towards B here, and it's only Kellogg's to hold it down for G2.
Big job here. Not an easy one. Utility already coming through. Now he can actually rain death from... Oh no.
Oh no.
The timing. Timing. How is he alive?
Wah,
Not for much longer. 24 HP just about makes out. And they want to capitalize. Look at him.
Dapat
Pounding
dong.
him down straight in on that one.
Aduh,
Before
23, 24.
just runs down Coldamenta 2. This is problems now for G2. This is when they're clutching at straws. You're not feeling it now. White balls left by the side. Nuki though picks up the pace and the pieces as Tens goes down, but the spike is planted.
Ini Nuki dari tadi anjing gila.
3 Nuki.
Dia ini mainnya bokong-bokong gitu.
Zom's controlling B main and in a position actually to use these snake bites. The lineup set up, sick. Just needs to buy a little time here. A little bit of chip damage done, but the wall goes up.
Wah, ada Zoms. Snake bite dan Zoms.
Sentinels convert the bonus too.
Bro, comeback
They're so good at this.
Ya, ini dapat lagi nih, saving lagi lawannya.
So good at capitalizing on any of those errors.
I gotta say it, Kellogg's a little too deep for my liking to be out solo like that. He's out of range where his dash is really
Kellogg sih
that
over
backup
sih
plan
dia.
to get out of jail free card. Again, the out zone comes through.
Iya, chemistry belum terlalu dapet sama timnya, gue juga gak tau deh.
Yeah.
Nice, Tyson, you know that's
Dapper anjing memang.
We just want to listen in sometimes. It is a timeout now coming in. This is where you got to be very careful with the money, the economy, how this builds back up, the utility, how everything is working through the sequence economy, even coming in. It's 3 on the trot. Now, it doesn't say much. Let's put it that way. If we're actually talking bigger picture, it's the pistol round, and now they have converted the bonus, which is the scarier part, because now your economy's in the bin a touch.
Yeah, it is. And ultimately here, if this plays out as expected, Sentinels are about to tie up. And to consider that first half lead, but I do want to just come back to that. One of my biggest criticisms the other day when we saw Kellogg switch onto the save, is him being put in that kind of anger position to be self-sufficient, right? To be able to peel away in the correct scenarios. That's not a good indicator. That previous round alone is not a good indicator for me in terms of Kellogg's ability to just find that information, not want to find a 1-for-1. Because even there, if he drops down off the box, right, finds a kill, what does it mean?
I mean, I think this isn't the first European jet that's struggled against North American teams either. Roll your mind back to Reykjavik. Durka, he got tamed on this. And he found it very hard to find that space that we had famed him for. And again, it's very difficult. They are very, very good at locking that space down. But I agree with you. I think he overstepped there, got a little punished for it. See if he can pull himself back up, get that head in the game again.
That's the big question, actually. As a confidence breaker, you don't want to see that so early on in this half for Kellogg's, because, again, coming back online, and we've talked about already how D2 were able to build around him. It's a shame to see this snowball for them. Nuki this time going to pick up position on B main. 2 members of Sentinels actually just tucked down in towards Garage. Now, a much slower approach this time around. No utility other than the owl drone invested here, and I don't think Nuki is spotted exactly where he is, but the boom bot and the paint shells, obviously, the presence is noted.
Yeah. Nuki is going to fall away from this one. Coldamenta still trying to work on something. Less to lose, I guess, in that regard. Bit of a tag. And actually, the reaggress from Nuki.
Well, it's interesting. 3 bits of utility shown here. So actually, 3 members of G2 accounted for here in the early round.
Now the take on the space. Nuki is up top and loses the fight. Sick. Gets him, and there it is. Cracking open, that's all theirs. And the rest of the map becomes not necessarily irrelevant, but very far from the point. That spike can be buried on over really easily now.
Vova, got to respect the wall here. And actually, Dapper looking for damage in between.
Nice.
Kellogg's actually finds him.
Spike planted.
Swing out here. Sick low HP, but actually, yeah, Vova picks that one up actually.
It's just the rest though. I just don't see them making errors, and of course Ten's just sitting on an angle like that makes why there's no chance in hell. Sentinels, 8-8.
This is the thing, like I said, Sentinels just sit there. The slow orb, the paint shell, and also Cold Dementor spotted with the owl drone.
Yep.
Again, that's 3 members of G2 accounted for, and I think actually on the back of that, G2 are like, oh yeah, there's no way they're coming in. Sentinels just sit and wait, and actually they're waiting for obviously that recon bolt to come through, which I gotta say, I don't know if Cold Dementor was caught on a reload or what, but he needs to be baiting for Nuki there. He needs to be the one to deal with that recon bolt.
Yeah, looked a little out of sorts. Again, this is pressure time now. This is stressful time. We have the buy coming out. 4 on the trot now for Sentinels. Economy in a good spot too. Seeing around like 5.9 on Zoms, 5.5 on Shaz. I know you see it too. We do have a timeout, it looks like. There it is. A lovely technical. Who doesn't love them? So, does look like Kellogg's is going to go for that op. Now I wonder if this could be a big influence or if it's already being considered and what the different look from Sentinels will be now.
Yeah, we don't see initially where he's opting to position, but again, he has to be able to pick up the slack elsewhere. If G2 want to really secure one side or the other or fight for that mid control, Kellogg's is the one that needs to hold it down now with the operator and in a safe position.
Yeah.
What I want to see is him really being in a position to kind of receive that information if Sentinels do decide to force through, or at least spy other things like, you know, obviously the owl drone coming out, maybe the recon bolt going one way or the other, even just the Viper utility being invested, but have to wait and see.
Yeah, just if you are wondering, it was I think just a little tech issue with G2, so hopefully their keyboard gets fixed up and, you know, no further issues occurred. Never seen people break their keyboard so often. It's amazing.
No.
I was always questioning it online, but maybe they truly do just run through the gear. Absolutely smashing it.
We haven't seen a desk slam yet, have we?
Oh, I really want one of those.
I really want to see a good
solid
desk slam.
Like, they might get fined for it, but it's kind of entertaining.
What do you think the splash on the stage is when actually we have a
desk
we've got a text package for that as well.
Table broken. Just Hulk smash. Yeah, we haven't had that yet. I mean, it's still group stage, right? Like,
there's still time.
Yeah, it's a long tournament. Okay.
Oh wow. Okay. Was that daydream or was that like intense stare across the Sentinels?
Not sure. Not sure. Vova. Look at him. Barely blinking.
Gak pakai sepatu.
Iya.
Not sure how I feel about this one.
Not for me.
Who's down there? Who's down there taking that camera?
Who's doing that?
Somebody's about to get exposed. Oh, there he is. Yep, just in the corner of the screen.
Exposed.
Down there. Down.
Who's doing that?
Siapa yang rekam itu?
Yeah, he's loving it though. Yeah, good shout. Thumbs up. Does that mean we're good to go? Or not sure. Not certain. Oh, we love a good tech pause, don't we? They do it for us. They made us a whole graphic package.
I did hear that in my ear, actually. Yeah. This one goes out to Pansy.
We're all good to go. 8-8. Jumping back on in, no worries. Let's look at that op. Quick reminder, if you zoned out for a second like it looked like Vova did, Kellogg's does have the op out in play. So that's something that could be different, and that is it.
Finds it there. The wall comes up actually on the outside of the tube, and Kellogg's will actually find it. Okay, sticks the res there. Cold Dementor will respond to Vova. Towards B, we'll find Shazam.
Look at this guy. He's just gone, guys, the entirety of the space is clear. I've got middle. I've got everything you need. Just keep focusing on that B side. He's taken all that space and controlled it. The 3 players from Sentinels now are essentially noted. Every single one of them is known where they're at. So now they're going to have to fight basically back to the wall out of this. Tens, how much space can you get them? Swing on it. Okay, that's not bad. Second Dapper takes down the front line. This is no problem. Cold Dementor doing what he can. But now it's a 2v3 anymore. Tens is still working forward. This man will put the weight of the world on his shoulders for his side, but there's a player close by. Sees Kellogg's, expects to swing. He reads him so well. Tens is just going God mode. And now the 2v2 is working out every single...
It's just misread.
But the timing is just off. Nuki does him by a second, and there it is. Safety found. And a sigh of relief as Tens was about to tear him apart.
G2 put their first round on the board, but tens, man, you can never count them out. And he reads that perfectly.
He almost had Nookie too.
The operator shot comes through from Kellogg's, and he knows that the counter peak's coming through from Coldamenta. This opener, beautiful stuff here. I think Zomzatsi has an idea that something's coming. Oh, what a fascinating round. They nearly got it done. I think just a little misread from Tens. I think he was potentially coming from a completely different angle there. So Nookie gets the second seemingly for free.
Headsetnya jelek tuh, headsetnya jelek.
Shazam with that operator online now.
Iya, nggak kedengeran apa.
Iya, masa dengernya ke belakang. Ke situ ke arah snowman.
Right back in it, Shaz.
They're brute forcing.
Yeah, it looks like Mixwell, though, he was not really ready for that. It was a bit of a, I guess, a lazy-ish clear on it.
Healnya berapa nih?
In response,
kan sampai 50.
The ult's coming down, and they actually both connected in. Coldamenta did find Sick, even at the very last go of it, which actually gives the player advantage back over to G2.
That will be spotted. Oh, Coldamenta and Nookie swing on the back of that Owl drone. It's left to Zoms, Shazam here.
Kena kaki, maksud.
Right here, it's going to be difficult. I mean, need another kill in order to get that online, but the spike tucked just behind serving. Gallows will find one there. Zoms will trade one out, but 4 HP, just a matter of time. Avova comes through. G2 put themselves 2 ahead here in the second half.
They bounced back. They found that little bit of rhythm here, 10-8, as you said. This was the first couple they've strung together off the back of an actual timeout where they were discussing what was happening. We saw that op coming out for Kellogg's. Whether it be that or just the adjustments off the back, it is working. And now on the other side, we did see the op for Shaz, but now luckily, you know, not luckily, but just well concealed, he still has the knives to fall back on, so his economy will be just fine. But outside of that, 2 now, double digits. This is game on, Hypok.
It is, and this is a pivotal round. 3,300 left in the bank for Sentinels as a whole. Shazam going to ride through the Blade Storm. Kellogg's will face the Owl drone. And again, Sentinels looking to force the issue onto A site. Mixwell called upon once again.
Caught out last time. Needs to do better this time. I want to see how he approaches this.
Bulat-bulatnya itu nah.
After a lot of angles here, this can get incredibly dicey.
Kena spray berarti.
Still looking for it. And they're now encroaching on the site. Spots one, can't find it, needs to back away. Spike coming down, we're in post-plant territory.
Post-plant.
He will respond with a Blade Storm of his own. Viper's Pit invested on site here. Sentinels looking to secure. Actually, Nookie wins a 1v1 with Dapper on the flank here. Shazam, he's found a second, Lauren.
Nookie just straight up clotheslined him, and now a 5v3. This retake looks like he's got legs, but 10 still stands, so I won't run him out just yet. And diving on in. Oh, out of nowhere, Sick just gets surprised. Just didn't expect Kellogg's, and now we're down to just 10s, and he's fallen. It's going to be 11 on the board.
What a response from G2.
Disgusting banget sih anjir.
Everything stacked against them in that round. The Viper's Pit setting up such a stranglehold on the side there, but Nookie finding 2 insane kills to open up this retake.
Against the ults as well from Shaz.
Kellogg's.
Kellogg's sama Tens anjing.
We got a game. We actually have a game.
We're getting closer and closer to a
Ternyata overall Shazam lawan Nookie ya.
Sentinels looking, seems as if they're scrambling for answers here. Again, another round where they just try and send it at A. And like I said, Mixwell fumble in the previous, but this time G2 holds strong.
Dangerous games. Rusak, game rusak, bro. He wants to take back that territory. Keep it somewhat in G2 favor.
See the wind in G2 sails now. They're looking to be a little more proactive, a little more decisive in some of these rounds. A wonky purchase here on the side of Sentinels. 10's on a Guardian, Sick. And that Spectre. Kellogg's there, will open things up with the operator though. Shazam falls. Kellogg's tries to dip back in again for a second.
These peaks from Kellogg's, man, are dangerous, but maybe feeling himself. You can see as to why. Just gonna keep trying to be stylish on the 20 HP, and he's still going. That's 3. The more Beckham, but Coldamenta's got his cross. He's got his buddy in arms, and Kellogg's finally falls, but the rest of G2 are right here as Dapper left amongst the bodies of his teammates. So few options. Mixwell watching the back. Coldamenta, the first man forward. It's gonna be 12 now, 1 away from map 3.
This is insane for G2 to respond like this after dropping the first 4 rounds of this half. They've responded with 4 of their own. And Sentinels now tapped out. Kellogg's finally honed in, finding these shots when it absolutely matters for G2. And this is the sort of thing, the confidence building for this young man.
Jadi dia ngasih map ini bisa jadi sih.
At the very start of this, G2 have to
Ini mah
awaken
pilihan
the beast
G2
that's been laying dormant since the very early days of Valorant. That name came with a lot of weight to it. It dipped away for a while. This could be the resurgence, so that's the start. Kellogg's already getting off to a cracking beginning. Nookie to follow. This is looking like they're about to put a bow on it for at least this map and get ready for that third. I can imagine a better way to see these two giants clash, but there's still Dapper, Sick, and Tens. But A is just looking closed for business.
Absolutely. Well, again in the position, Tens will actually find a response. Of over though. They're in position. Look at that. Kellogg's with another 3-piece to close things out. G2, 13-8 on map 2 here, Lauren.
We're going all the way, all 3 maps. G2 living up to all the talk, all the hype they have turned up after what was a disastrous map 1. They are right back in this. You can see it. Every single one of them is fired up. And Sentinels, you don't often see them without an answer.
No, it's seemingly actually there straight away from that pause. G2 came back in with a completely different tempo, and it worked for them. It's so good when you see them, again, effectively get slapped down in the first few rounds. It's fair to say that, again, with the bonus conversion coming through, I mean, where G2 pulled that out from, it's actually insane to me.
We haven't seen them look like this. They've been in the lab. We saw them at the very start of, trying to make this run, coming into this season, looking like, oh, okay, maybe one of the actually weaker teams in the EU and EMEA coming through, but the prospects, the ones to watch. It's all banter, it's all fun and games. But again, their story arc, we didn't know what their peak would look like, because we hadn't seen it yet. It was still building, these newer players still finding their form. And if this is just a glimpse of what's to come, it ain't a bad start.
This is a massive achievement as well. Sentinels, again, I think the only time they've actually dropped Icebox in recent time was the Sonics, which was a very uncharacteristic performance on both sides in terms of that matchup. So for G2 to come out and do this here, where we've seen them really fall short against teams that, stylistically match up towards Sentinel. I think back to that Ascend series, where they got absolutely swept on Icebox. So this is a huge statement to make. We're coming out, we're forcing map 3. We've actually got a series on our hands here, Lauren.
Haven is up next. I am so happy that we saw this. Like, I think all of us were kind of expecting a bit more of a one-sided affair, and it's been anything but. This is the perfect start to the NA-EU rivalry, already building here, but it's still group stage, and we still have another map to go. We're going to go to a short break, and when we're back, map 3 will be up next.
Breaknya 500 jam anjing tidur ya gue udah. Tadi males banget anjing. Lama. Abis ini bakal ada komentator 3 orang itu anjing. 20 menit lagi dari goblok. Tapi anjir lah gue.
Welcome back to Masters Berlin, where G2 just became the first team to hand Sentinels a map loss at a Masters event. And what a way for them to do it, Kakuka, putting 5 rounds together in a row on the back half to wrap it up.
It was amazing. It looked like everything it was going to change, and then they were like, okay, you know what, you have to lose. I'm really happy of how they do it. I really like how G2 structured their attack. So much pressure with so much utility used in the exact perfect moment. I love this map. I'll watch it again.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the things that I brought up in the pregame was that one of G2's really big strengths is their trade potential, and I feel like that was something that we just saw in droves on this map.
We saw that. We also saw the first pistol round win for G2,
yes,
which was something that we asked for as well. So
they did lose the second one.
They did lose the second one,
give them
and that's what made it look a little scary when all of a sudden it's evened up at 8-8. But as you see from there, after the tack pause, that was the turning moment for G2. Tack pause into 5 rounds in a row. Nukier continuing to perform incredibly well, but for me, behind him, Kellogg's stepping up.
Yeah, and it's like Nuki was the godfather for Kellogg's. He was underperforming a little bit on split, and he was like, you know, just hold my hand, especially on the defense. It was like, hold my hand and just come with me. We're gonna smash some faces.
Yeah, I mean, even just in those last few rounds, especially, what round was it? It was round number 20, where Kellogg's was present on yellow, facing down green. You got 4 players of Sentinels coming at you, and you know that all these players coming, you're basically on your own, and he still stood there, got every single one of those kills. Connell Dementa jumping in at the end, gets a couple.
This is the one you wanted right here.
Oh, God, it's just brutal.
Yeah, brace yourselves. Incoming 3K. I mean, you can tell Sentinels can't figure out, you know, at this point,
he's 20 HP, and
right?
he's like, let me go for one more. I have one more bullet on the magazine. I need to use it.
Not the case. That is a confidence booster right there. That's what you want to see out of a young player stepping onto a LAN stage. Excited by all means to see that we are going to a third map and that G2 was able to push us there.
Oh, yeah, I mean, we said Haven. Haven is fun to watch for Sentinels, but I am just, after that G2, I think I'm excited to see, because, you know, G2, I think, they've been very emotional in the first map. They seemed very downtrodden on the rounds they didn't do so well in. That map, they were just riding with it, and I'm assuming that Haven's going to be the same.
This is the G2 that you and everybody have to be scared of. The G2 that is comfortable, completely different. Maxwell, there's no point in comparison from Maxwell on Sage than on Viper.
An incredibly exciting matchup. Just received word that we got Sean standing by with a little bit of a breakdown to figure out how G2 ultimately overcame Sentinels for the first time at an international LAN.
Yeah, guys, it's absolutely insane because G2 looked phenomenal right there. The duelists on G2 were the only players on their team to get entry frags. And that's pretty standard when you look at teams that play Sentinels, right? So I'm going to show you why it is so difficult to get any entries against a team like Sentinels. And I decided to use the eco round for G2 to just show why it's so difficult to upset Sentinels on a round like this. So right off the bat, what we're going to see is the Viper wall going across. That's pretty standard. You know, the smoke, Zom's about to throw the Viper orb into middle. Right here, that's standard as well. I want to draw some attention to how they're getting map control with both Dapper and Shazam as well. So what you're going to see is Dapper is going to throw a recon on that wall. That's going to allow Shazam to know that he's going to take control of this A lobby, and the round is very slow. So let's start running it right now. So it's a very, very slow round. And I'll explain to you why it's slow. So what Sentinels is trying to do is basically control vision in all of this area of the map that I have boxed right there. So you can see they're just staying very, very passive. Shazam at the top of the screen, and then Zoms is holding middle. And by Zoms activating the orb, we've talked about it before, it requires someone to be aware that he could push that way, under tube, as well as up tube. So he is doing a lot all by himself. Shazam being here means that there has to be someone on A, right? Because they have no aggressive info. They don't know if there's, you know, 3 people right here. G2 would have no idea about that. So they have to respect the fact that there could be an A hit coming, and Sentinels knows that because Shazam is here, and Zoms knows that no one's mid, so Zoms also knows someone must be mid. This is how a default is properly run. And you can see Dapper uses his utility perfect. They break the initial recon, they break the initial drone, and they wait for Dapper's second arrow to come in. And the execute on B long happens at that point. It is so rare that 2 Sova arrows are used on the start of the round before an opening. And the way Sentinels plays this so passively and doesn't allow, Nucky to get that entry on top of B container just as proof as to why they are a world-class team. So I hope this taught you guys something about like how to play passively, and I want to hear what you guys have to say back on the desk.
Very much, Sean. Very cool to see. I mean, I think that if anything, that to me exemplifies why it is so impressive that G2 was able to take down Sentinels, because when Sentinels is able to pull out rounds like that you wouldn't normally expect them to pick up, that's exactly that kind of X factor that we're talking about, and shows you what a mountain they are to overcome for a team, for any team, really.
Yeah, for me, I actually remember on that specific round, I was sitting here, I took my headset off, and I could hear what they were saying. They're very loud, I would say that. I'm closer to G2, and I can hear Sentinels better. And just hearing them talk methodically about it, be like, right, we're sending out our drone, wait here, I can see, and they're just saying exactly where these players were, and it was like, wait for the dart, now we go. And it's just, you can tell it's so structured in their comms, and for G2 to be able to overcome that. Now, I'm assuming their comms are structured too, but for whatever reason, I can't hear them. They're probably mumbling amongst themselves. Yeah, I think it really does exemplify that.
I also think that I don't know how that is going to apply to this Haven. I really like when you are very cautious with your utility, especially with the Soba, all of it, not only the shot, there's the drone, but also the recon. I think the timing is very important and specific. And now that we're jumping on to Haven, I mean, you're going to probably use a recon at the start of the round just to clear up, I mean, some pushes or stuff like that. But a mid-round, that's when you're going to save it for the last part.
We wanted it. G2 gave it to us. A map 3 here up against Sentinels, but it is Haven. And Kakuka, you said at the top of the day, Haven for Sentinels is in some ways some senses exactly where they want to be. So it'll be a question of that momentum for G2 coming off of 5 straight rounds into the initial pistol here on Haven. Can they lock it up?
You want to talk about pistols?
I mean, you brought it up, and I feel like it was part of their success.
Let's talk about G2 and pistols. They won this map, Haven, the other day against F4Q. They lost both pistols.
All right, well then maybe they don't need them.
But we have to say, this is a boat we're coming back on the Astra. This is something that I love to see. I think that he was brilliant in the kind of pressure that he was creating in all sides of the map. They're going to start attacking. I feel like this actually favors them. So let's see how they do, even though, as I said, I think the Sentinels is going to get this. But yeah, I'm up for a duel.
I like that you brought up the Astra, though, because I do think this is going to be the map where we see a number of changes when it comes to agent select.
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, again, this is one where Sentinels have gone for a number of different compositions of late. I mean, the main core will be an Astra Jet Phoenix Sova, most likely. It's about whether or not they decide to bring the Killjoy or the Cypher. Killjoy having been the most recent for them. But for me, it's really the Phoenix that stands out.
100% itu jadi selama Tenzi pakai jet belum pernah kalah gitu.
Really on any map at the moment. But the way the the flashes in the Phoenix,
di map ini.
It's just fascinating.
I remember how many
teams
did that usage of the Phoenix, especially in Ascent, but I really like it on Haven. And as you were saying, we saw it on the Decoded, where Nancy was just guiding us through that beautiful round from Sentinels. And I feel thank you very much, Sig, for giving back that Phoenix.
Of course. Well, Dapper has decided to go on the Cypher instead of Killjoy, so they've taken a step back.
Happy. I really like him better than Killjoy, and especially on Dapper. I'm a fan. I'm a fan. That's vibes.
Not everything is about EU.
Well, I mean, everything is about Nats sometimes.
We've got the 2 best Cypher players in the world at this tournament.
There has to be a comparison between Dapper and Nats, because they're fighting, as you said, Dash, for being who's the better Sentinel out there.
I just want to say, Gambit's not EU before people get angry at me.
I mean,
all right, we asked for it. We got it. It's map number 3 between Sentinels and G2. You don't want to hear any more from us. You want to see some gunfights. Pansy, Hypoc, take it away.
Well, yeah, we are now moments away from getting to map 3. I don't think many people thought we were going to go this far, but genuinely... This is blown us out the water so far.
No, so and important to note the end of that previous map. I mean, we look at the previous series that G2 played. I can hear a lot going on behind us right now. But Kellogg's was absolutely success versus 4Q. Again, with that end into Icebox, I want to see him continue that pace, carry that across now to map 3.
Idiot, fucking fat ass, bro. Shut the
roll
fuck
your
up.
minds back.
Mulai.
Against Sentinels. The last battle between NA and EU went down on this map, and it's where NA destroyed EU. But there were moments that Fnatic found. Can G2 muster a little bit of that brilliance to bring it back through here to maybe reset history? We'll find out.
First
But
round,
now we're live into this one. Things are all going swimmingly so far, but back in the side, the first battle. Kellogg's going to find one, but Shazam is right there, as is Dapper. It's a 2-for-1 trade-out.
Oh, actually, straight away, G2 call an audible here. They're going to try and drift through garage towards C. Coldamenta can't get lost with that spike right now of over. Trying to find space elsewhere, guarantee this entry. A little bit of damage, actually, force Zoms away, so G2 will be able to pick up control initially. Actually, Coldamenta hesitant to plant here, and look at this stack up here.
Hold on, Avova really has his moments on this map. Oh, just had to hit the reload, we did so much damage, but now just Coldamenta, a 1v2. Mixwell did find Shaz, now Coldamenta, the timing, he's dead! 10s on the swing! Sentinel first round.
So close there. The fact that Coldamenta, I guess, pauses for a moment gives Sentinels the opportunity to stack up there and play the numbers advantage on the way back in. Over, call upon, but seemingly out in no man's land with a frenzy there. Can't even convert the damage necessary to make sure. But again, what a flip here. Kellogg's finds the entry. Sentinels will spawn with 2. Gets the time on that reload. Coldamenta only had 2 bullets left. So Sentinels strike first. Nothing invested here. Actually, 1 sheriff, 2 sheriffs at the very last second here on Mixwell and Kellogg's.
Love seeing a Phoenix play. Quick little pop flash. Sick eats a fair amount of it though. Gonna peel himself away as much as he can. And there's 10s. 10s in this weapon, man. It really seems to suit well together. Falls instantaneously away. Deeper angle now. Let's see if anyone's gonna try and slip through. He's gonna hear these steps. 2 coming his way, 2 through short, another found. 10s is farming, that's 3. How many more are you gonna get 10s up and over? Go on, buddy, yeah, why not? 10s, just flexing now.
Budget operator doing work for 10s there in round 2. Again, good progress as well towards that Blade Storm early on. G2 now, called upon in their buy round. Don't want Sentinels to build up any buffer in these first rounds. Looks so easy. Now, we'll have to see how G2 approaches. Again, I'm looking for fast hits. I'm looking to find these opening duels. Again, with Coldamenta on the sky now, Kellogg's has a little bit of support around.
Well, look, I've loved Mixwell on that sky before, but you know, Coldamenta just as good with Kellogg's. That combination, that 1-2 that we get to see. And Tenzo still looking to be integral this round, leaning a little bit more proactively down middle. Taking that little bit of a risk, but not much. Still able to obviously move away. Probably mobile. Kellogg's likes being seen, happy with it. To give him maybe a notion of intent. And there are now 4 players leaning this way for Sentinels.
Indeed, happy to give up C, at least with Zoms over in garage now. No utility there to really give away any indication of G2 pushing forward, but Avova now starting to explore garage. And G2 desperately scrambling to find some information, but Sentinel's giving away nothing. Nope. I think Dapper, is tucked in here, but Shazam's the only utility noted here. I think on the side of G2, Shazam's the only thing that they've noted.
10s is still waiting. He's not moving. He does have Dapper, exactly, just down in that pocket down below. Turns the flash a little early, but Dapper's still just fine. Gets one on Nookie, can't follow up. Good trade for Coldamenta there, but the problem is Shazam's right here towards Kellogg's. This is now a problem. It's not feeling so good. If over, outdone by Shazam, this is the bonus, so you're meant to be working towards Mixwell. Can't do it either, and it's looking disastrous now. G2 will be unhappy with that, as Sentinels will be grinning ear to ear.
Post around 3 survive. Again, Sentinels now with a huge opportunity to pile on the pressure. G2, again, whether or not anything is thrown back into this one, but again, just to set up there, Dapper baited him perfectly by TenZ. Again, they're in position so quickly to stop any of this pressure that G2 are trying to mount. Again, like I said, it's G2 scrambling for something to be the green light to hit somewhere. Sentinels give them absolutely nothing.
No, you don't get given much in this, and it's very hard to dictate the pace towards Sentinels as well. There's a reason they're exceedingly good at this map, and of course this entire game. Now at this point, TenZ brings out the big boy instead of the the knockoff. So he'll be just fine. Sitting towards A, he does have Shaz just by his side as well. And of course, on the other side, we have the Shiko coming out.
Love a Shiko.
Can't get enough.
See if G2 can get anything going.
Emang Cypher dipakai ya?
Colamenta straight away. Shut down on that swing on window. Sick will peel away. Again, the spike noted now at least. A good indication as to how G2 are set up. Again, Sentinels just holding strong here. Avova actually spotted out on the way through. Dapper and Zom's called upon now, but again, Sick finds Avova. G2 just not being given entry anywhere at all, Lauren. Sick now again. Facing down the last two members. Will find the first chemical trade, but not much else to get done. Zoms will clean things up.
Very clean.
Well handled by Sentinels again, just not allowing G2 to punish the or even damage the economy, I should say. Sentinels now with a huge financial buffer, especially with that operator online, the Blade Storm as well. I think potentially online for TenZ as well.
Now you were saying that they need to find a way in because Sentinels aren't going to give them. We've seen this already. It's quite clear. Sentinels do not play an overly easy game to read into, to get picks on. Everything is very well considered. Now we have to look at G2, and the conversation I'm sure they're having now is, well, how do we find our way in? How do we start dictating the pace?
Well, my concern becomes actually when Six starts getting his ultimate online, they can get a little more proactive in some of these rounds, and it's going to catch G2 off guard, especially if they're happy to sit as deep as they are. Like I said, they can't really gather any information in the early round because Sentinels being so disciplined. And I think actually, talking specifically about Sick, once he does get online and once the ultimate's available, expect there to be a very, very strong support system in place. Again, look to Shazam, look towards TenZ, and obviously then Zoms as well on the Astra. These set pieces on defense for Sentinels are so clean.
So what you're telling me is there's not an easy way. If anything, it gets harder.
There are none.
Great. Cool. Well, let's see what Niels can come up with behind them. Because 4-0, they do need to find a bit of an answer soon. This is what the timeout is here to address. These rounds haven't been that close. I feel like they haven't even really been able to execute on the sites. They've been struggling to have that ability.
Well, the thing with G2 is we know they lean away from these kind of choreographed, set pieces. Set pieces, and again, that's why it almost relies on. Oh, actually, a bit of spam coming through from outside B there onto Colamenta, but it's so difficult to find an opening duel here that Sick will just continue to command garage area. And again here, look, just nothing gained. The other way, you've got TenZ now posted on A long. Mixwell there. Okay. Not creeping through just yet.
I've got your trail.
Okay, let's see what they do with these Seekers then. They have drawn rotations. I mean, you can put a lot of faith in TenZ, though. He's still pretty solid with that off. But now Sick's going to lean on in. Going to actually get one as well. The spray doesn't quite connect for the second, but Zoms has his back as well. Avova's now gone. Kettle's looking a little isolated on the side. He needs some support here. He only gets the trade in the end. It's a 4v2. These trades are so effective for Sentinels.
As well, the ability to pause and allow Sick to come through and just bait out that first engagement.
Look how deep these rotations are, man. There's no risks.
Especially with Dapper's utility still in position here. Give away exactly what's about to happen. There you go, Mixwell will actually hop into the first. Lucky will remove the second.
30 seconds left.
Actually, Hudson Fury comes through. Dapper will find a kill anyway, but Lucky called upon now, and again, G2 just cannot find anything here versus Sentinels. And again, the thing is, when the rounds play out like this, they don't even really get a good feel for initially how Sentinels are set up, and every time just one piece of the puzzle moves, it's then G2 resetting effectively.
Yeah, but this is the beauty of Sentinels. It's like watching an artist paint a picture. They are so good at playing this map. it's incredibly hard to, one, get to the position to even have those executes that G2 don't particularly like anyway. How do we get reads on rotations? And even if they get a read, how do we punish those? You just can't. At the moment, Sentinels are playing an incredibly elevated game. Throw into that, G2's money is now in the bin. It's starting to mount up a little here, but let's see if Kellogg's can maybe offset that. They've been struggling to deal with the 10 Shazam combo over towards the side of the map, and maybe some more of that to come, but maybe overwhelmed. Who knows? Maybe not. Dex brings it down on him, just the guillotine slicing through. Shaz by his side, and now a new position adopted. Double stack towards long as well. They still have so many players always in the right place. 10's a second away, but Shaz is right there. Puts his life on the line, and it's another round. 6-0, Sentinels. Answering back real loud.
That's actually great. I think that's a
ya,
the
maksudnya
third or
kayak
fourth round now where G2 have only
responnya
been able
cepat
to
banget ya,
find one.
nembak, dash lari langsung.
It's just crazy. I mean, Sick now actually up to 8-2. Dapper now, the ultimate available 10 still with that operator Blade Storm online towards G2. Lockdown, Nuki one off the res, but again, these are very reactive ults here that I don't think G2 really are in a position to lean on with the way these rounds have gone. They're not being given enough to find an opening and then try and secure the round or secure control of any of these sites.
I love that. 10's just swinging out anti-flash, gets himself into a great position now. But on the other side, there's still Mixwell. But I've seen this man turn a sniper into a shotgun, so don't be surprised if you see it again!
Oh my God.
10's does it to him. Mixwell left ringing off of that. What are you meant to do? There's now 4 of them. The first brave step they put forward, they get met by that.
And look at this as well. Sick down C long, so they know that Sentinels can drift away from C.
On the other side, there's still Mixwell, but I've seen this man turn a sniper into a shotgun, so don't be surprised if you see it again!
Oh my God. C long, so they know that Sentinels
Habis apa?
can be positioned to stop
biar.
anything here. And the problem being,
Pantat
they're going
lu,
to come through
lu makan
Garage.
lombok kali.
All of C long control is in favor of Sentinels.
Okay, Dapper, how much have you got here, though? You've got a lot of pressure coming your way. Outdone eventually, but here's the next layer. Sick, holding long. That's a dirty angle to try and clear. It's so nasty. And now his Zom's on the swing through on CT. He does get traded out on, but the numbers are still so favorable to Sentinels. A 3v2. Nuki and Avova. Now looking for that next step. Avova can be good here, but that player on logs is just in the most unreadable position. There it is. Shaz just breaks the back of any hope that G2 are trying to build here. And Nuki, he's done for. Sentinels are putting on a show, and it's a damn good one at that.
And that's a perfect,
Gitu nggak
perfect
teriak-teriak
example.
lagi.
That round there, with the consistencies in place. Sick gets into a position where actually, even if he just trades 1 for 1 and G2 decide to swing on to long and try and get towards C site, he's in here actually a laboured spray on the first, got to argue, could have been good for a second, but it's the fact that as soon as Sick's in that position, Sentinels are there to greet either B or Garage. It's absolutely flawless.
Run out of gas for G2. 7-0, clean rounds, no opportunities to get in. We argue about the depth. These were the team that came through in pretty much the last locked-in place here. Depth was always going to be the question. How far can they take this? For now, they take themselves towards B. Dapper on the other side, sitting towards the connector on the A side, but it's Sick. Takes himself forward. The spree's a bit. A little wild, but it's just fine in the end. And again, there is still no hope. There is still no way in. There's no way out. It's just a 1v4 miracle round at this point.
Whether or not Sentinels will even give him one. Nope, Sick slapped Avova down. His 4th on the round. Sentinels 8th on the board. This is where you start getting worried here. Again, lockdown still available, not called upon. I feel like 4 or 5 rounds now that's been available. But again, even here, on this round in particular is the one where G2 decide to go a little more aggressive. And this now, it's got the tendency now is to play even more passive on the buy round because effectively tapped out here, 1,300 credits left in the bank. Nuki with a revive, Coldamented 2 away from Seekers. Blade Storm, Cosmic Divide, Shazam now with a Hunter's Fury. Sick with another run it back, Lauren.
Lu kemana, Pin?
This is looking pretty terrible for G2.
There's another shot at it, another bite to the cherry. Kellogg's doesn't actually hit, shows Nookies towards Dapper that time. Here comes everyone else though. Sick straight on it. Life on the line. The spray good get on the first, and they're just working away at G2 as they try and stick
Untung dia pakai
towards
ulti
the
loh.
site. Arez comes out slowly but surely. Those Zombs now flashed up. Has a problem with this one. It's Mixwell to capitalize as well towards CT. Finally, G2 making some work out of it. One on the board.
Teriak-teriak tuh lawan dia, Pin.
The tendency is to play a little more passively. This one, they really forced the issue onto C side. Kellogg's leading the charge for G2. Actually, Nuki perfectly timed on that swing. Again, you've got to credit Sentinels there. It's the ability to back up the Hunter's Fury in combination with the run it back.
Duitnya masih banyak ya,
Get back
Sentinel
onto site, sorry. Ahead of that spike even going down. Sentinels willing to fight to the death as G2 come in for that execute.
Do it again, though. You got to do it for the last couple of rounds, right? Like, this is the thing. This can't just stop now. You have to keep delivering in this fight again. Mixwell again.
Way, man.
Get out of here, Tens!
There you go, my boy.
This was such a veteran, man. He knows this. He know in his head he's thinking through the steps. And there he is, regardless. Tens just, he's the boogeyman in this game. You just don't want to go near him.
That's crazy. I mean, it's a testament to just how good Tens is, but made Mixwell look slow there, honestly.
Which is not, it's not something we often say. Mixwell is so good at this normally. Wow.
Just caught a pixel out of place, but no damage done to Shazam, actually. Seeker's invested now. Coldamenta try and force his way through onto A. Maybe try and catch something here. Nuki will spot out at least one member on B site, but the spike headed towards C. Dapper will be called upon.
Dapper's still here. Not moving. Not giving it away, and now he knows something's up. Two players working forward, one still towards Garage, maybe looking to exploit that rotation would be Nuki. But Zombs is there now to back up Dapper, and Shaz did find Nuki. Moved. Kellogg's and the boys on C feeling a little silly here, not able to make the connection they wanted. Kellogg's is doing the best he can, but I don't think it's going to be enough. No, it's not. And Coldamenta, a little late to the party. We're going to take down two. Maybe a little overzealous on the piece. Some curious positioning from Tens. Still on the backside and middle, just not going to expect it, are you? And tucked in the corner, it's going to be sick, and it's going to be another for Sentinels. This one's looking all but over.
Again, just watch that back. It takes them so long to get up towards it. Then they're posted behind the trap wire. And again, Dapper buys effectively like 8 seconds with those two. Okay, yeah. That's even worse from the other angle. But with those two cages there, buys so much time for the rotation to come through that Sentinels can effectively fight a 3v3 before the spike is even close to getting planted.
And a reminder to every other team who maybe thought there was hope, who looked at this going, they've dropped a map. First one they've ever dropped. Maybe they're human, maybe this is the time to strike. Maybe not, it's 9-1. Up and over, Kellogg's just swats him out the air. Tens is so nasty with everything he does. He's still pressing. He's slowing down the way just to get out of the eyes of that dog. Now press on it. Six on the flank. He's in the spawn. They're making it hurt now. Just a chokehold on G2. Sending him back. This is over.
Gila.
The Prime Gaming floor.
Ini apaan sih?
Set up and Six so quickly in position.
Ini emang mapnya itu
Sentinel. Iya. Dari dulu.
Staring down the back. This is so good. Tens doesn't even wait for the audio cue there. He's already posted. There's not even like a reaction.
Dia udah tahu ya, Rafe. Iya.
Somebody sit C along with me.
Itu udah common spot anjir. Buat Jeb.
It's crazy to watch this guy play.
Truly. 10-1.
Gila, Odi loh.
Oh my god.
The play from
Shazam.
What the fuck?
Oh, Six still going. There's no
rest.
There's no room.
What the fuck?
This shouldn't be allowed on Twitch.
No, this is absolutely relentless. Finally, the lockdown.
Dibully, Cok, dibully.
Here.
Yeah.
And Avo actually will find Shazam. I don't think Sentinel's too bothered about the outcome of this round in particular. Zombs creep towards the G2 spawn. Actually coming back in here, Dapper going to find Nuki. Over on the other side of this wall, we'll find another kill. Actually flanking on the backside, but Zomb's still alive and kicking. Finds a second, Kellogg's will fall. Mixwell, 17 HP in a 1v2.
Ini best spot sih.
Ya ini udah enak banget sih. Jadi dia ngepick dikit udah lah gigi.
Tapi itu bomnya bisa keambil sebenarnya tanpa lu maju banget.
Bisa, tapi kalau hilang kan langsung wallbang.
Tuh. Iya, tahu tapi.
Oh kan?
I feel like there's a knife or something coming.
Well, Dapper's dead, so it's probably not.
Kena damage itu ya?
Yeah.
Itu kayak masih 40-an.
I've got a horrible feeling. 14 seconds. Clock beginning to rot. Mixwell turns the corner. Zoms is there. This is sending more of a message. A reminder to EU. This is where Fnatic fell. This is where G2's going to fall. And maybe the group stage. If you don't get past us on this map.
Tetap ya berarti Fnatic yang gila ya sebenarnya.
I mean, at this point, you got to ask the questions again around G2. They're able to close out comfortably on the second map, but it's night and day here. This is Sentinel's stomping ground, and it really, really shows the gap between these two teams.
No, it is a real difference here, and someone who I'm sure will be elated after being obviously very quiet on that previous map. But, oh God, if only. We've been trying to make him quiet for years. However, Zombie will be happy, will be
breakdown. Kalau 12 pokoknya 12 langsung breakdown.
Maybe what surprised him, what made him happy, who knows? It's going to be essentially a Sentinels frag movie, so enjoy this.
Game's not over till it's over, Lauren. But this round is really sick. So this is a really cool round from both teams. That I want to go over today. So let me first draw attention to all the G2 players over here outside long. Oh, wrong tool. So we have all the G2 players outside long A right there, ready to get A control at the start of the round. So let's roll the clip for a little bit. You can see the turret is here, Mixwell is over by it, the guiding light comes through long. And the reason why the guiding light comes through this jet smoke, which actually comes from Kellogg, so let's pause for a split second. So we have the jet smoke from Kellogg's that went right here in A main, the guiding light goes behind it. That puts in the mind of a normal player that, you know, the attackers are aggressively pushing long at that point. But this is TenZ, and TenZ does not fall off of this angle, which is massive. It means the fake does not work. It means Sentinels will not over-rotate. Mixwell is still holding very passively over here at the A side, just in case anyone were to push through, and right away, G2 rolls and plays this passive default setup. You can see they're spread out, and it's going to end up being a garage split. I'd also like to draw some attention to why Sentinels is capable of doing certain things and stacking places. You can see the double trips front B, as well as an Astra Star. So the Astra Star will turn into a gravity well. There's a cage there as well. So B is just a death trap. You do not want to go there on this particular round. And then C, it's a very hard site to hold, especially against pods.
Benar juga sih. B-nya tinggal aja.
So how does Sentinels do this? Well, this first Astra Star would activate as a smoke. The second one would turn into a gravity well if there was a C-pop. And then Zoms even puts a third star right next to him, just in case there's a hit and he can hide in his own smoke, dodge recons, dodge drone. You know, he's capable of moving around. Guiding lights won't blind him. Trailblazers can't get him. So he has all this planned out utility. In addition to that, we have Dapper's cam on the wall for more info. Sick is playing Garage on the rotate. So let's keep going a little bit now. And what you're going to see is the Sky is going to use the Seekers to clear out Garage. And that is what's going to activate the start of this round. So Sky is gathering by Garage. She has the spike. And you can see Mixwell still by this A lobby. The Sage is grouping up. And there it is. The Seekers come in. And the Garage split is on. And let's pause it real quick. So what you're going to see now is the Sage has walled window. That means that they can fully focus on this split. They don't need to worry about anything behind them. But also, simultaneously, we have Kellogg's throwing a smoke and dashing into it into the C site. We mentioned this earlier with Shazam. The Jets dash in, they get the vision with the dash, and they're getting tons of info. He's following the Seeker. He knows exactly where everyone is. Sick counter ults, and this is the game-changing play by Sick, in my opinion. He ults around this spawn corner, and you can see him right here. This is his ult form. He's a free body to help deal with this hit, and he's a massive nuisance to G2 on this hit. In addition to that, Zoms plays this perfectly. He activates that second smoke that I was referring to in the site, and let's play it a little bit more right now. So Zoms Nest in the site takes out the Seeker. That allows Sick to get that frag on the spike. Sage gets the trade, and Kellogg's is scrambling, trying to get Zom's back site. and he does. But look, Sick has rotated in from backside now, and he is on plat taking Zom's place. And he has this insane crossfire setup. So now Sentinels is immediately in this 4-on-2, and they're so aware of G2's intentions. Look, they're just rotating all over the place, leaving the C site. They know the C site is locked down. They have a camera there on Dapper, and that's when Dapper's trip hits. And it signals Shazam to blind ult into the B site, and the round is over. I think both of these teams played this round phenomenally well, and it just goes to show the level of play between these two teams is absolute top-notch S tier, and I cannot wait to see more of this. Back to you guys, Panpoc.
Buddy, I don't know how much more of it we're gonna get. That was, you know, it is a good game, but the scoreline's a little skewed here, Hypok.
Just a little bit, yeah.
Wee bit.
Yeah. To say that this pistol round is crucial.
Woo. Yeah.
Yeah. Should make some more sweeping statements. You want to undersell anything else, or?
Go ahead this week.
Cool. Well, they need the.
They need this.
I think they need round 2 to 5.
2 to 5
conversions as well, and then a couple more. Because once Sentinels get to their buy round...
But imagine if they did it.
Can you imagine?
Don't be biased to Sentinels now. Gosh. G2 can do it too. We'll find out. It's 11-1. This is the group stage. Keep in mind, the first time, really, we're seeing this NAEU battle go down. And it has been taken to a third, which definitely caught some of us off guard. Kellogg's trying to catch someone off guard for 6, having none of it. He does not care. He sends him right back like, don't worry, boys, you'll have a break soon. I'll try and get this over for you nice and quick. 3 still stand, and the A hit looks like at least being toyed with. Some audio cues given, but they peel away.
Long dapat
all the way to the bottom of C-Long. He's going to hear this information. Should pull the rotation from G2. If he can find anything on the way in. Actually, the trigger discipline is perfect here.
Kecepatan ngeteknya.
This till right about then. Pulls the trigger on 10, but now he knows there's another. Wait, what?
Kecepatan tadi ngeteknya.
No idea. Absolutely clueless, and this gets spun on its head. Avoid being the lifeline, at least for a couple more rounds. Dapper though. First step in, and it's a good, and 40 more seconds to play with. He's got time. He's about to have the spike as well. 35 seconds to make something out of this.
No way.
Now, he's got to know if Over at least was on C-Long. That's the last call. Nookie hasn't been particularly noted. Left. Maybe was on A earlier.
Nah, tadi Zoms kecepatan ngeceknya.
What does he do with this?
Actually, Nookie's close enough to hear that spy cam activation as well, so he's going to go hunting, but Dapper, meanwhile, has free access to A site.
Now, where would he post plant this? Okay, so the closest plant he can. Does he?
Just do a
slip back to CT? No, he can't.
Oh, I was going to say. If Dapper went for the push there, actually the opportunity to open this up. Yeah, exactly.
I thought maybe he'd slip back in for that CT push, but no.
Still going to find a 1v1.
Right, he is finding that 1v1. Now he's being encroached on by Avova, who's the absolute difference maker.
Timing.
Needs to turn,
Timing.
and Avova saved it. He's given them just one breath in this.
Kok bisa sih gue delay? Gimana caranya?
11-2. Avova going huge on the pistol round again. The timing of Zoms slipping in to try and set up that push onto C. Again, Avova. The balls to pull that off there, to let the first pass, the second as well, and let them actually come up. And the whole time he's relaying that information. He wants the contact to come through from Mixwell on site as well. Sentinels, they're going to throw a couple of bits and bobs into this round.
It's not.
Reconsidered actually, yeah, just it looked like 3 sheriffs and 10s obviously with that budget operator, but...
Why not? Always seems to find a bit of value with it, but Kellogg's feeling bold enough to go for a walkabout. Dapper taking a chunk of damage here, and this should be a free one. It is. Kellogg's going to get him in combination with that Sky utility coming through sewer. It will draw the attention of the others, but 10s. There's a reason we say there's a value to always him having this in his hands at very bare minimum, and you can see as to why.
Sick decides to push on through Shazam. On red alert here, just in case Kellogg's comes through. Sick actually going to note the alarm bot here. That's going to smoke it off, so...
Interesting.
Maybe have to slip through. This is huge, actually.
Now, luckily for G2, Avova is very, very sharp in this. Mixwell's got his back, and the calls are being made. There it is, 4 stand. And they take another step.
Actually, a good opportunity to come through right some of that lesser weaponry. See, I mean, 10's only
Tadi kalau cek honor menang sih, Raf. Beneran.
Iya, itu kecepatan sih. Mistake. Ya udah, move on.
And the rifle.
Iya, mistake seperti itulah penting cek honor yang selalu ya.
Itu dia ngecek, cuman kayak kecepatan banget gitu loh, jadi nggak full 90 derajat.
Hasilnya terlalu kenceng.
Controlling a lobby and he's walking with a Spectre. This is bold to say the least.
Yeah, he's been spotted as well, so needs to fall off that one. But Sick has been so influential in some of Sentinel's rounds. Mixwell on the other side here, just trying to buy time.
This ring. Tahu ya, kalau Sentinel ya.
Wah, slow banget.
Oh, Dapper. Okay. So showing a lot of presence here. That's... I don't know if they've realized it's two players. They probably have a good idea now. It might be more than just one. And Kellogg's going to try and sit it on that close angle on that wall side. Mixwell drawing attention towards Heaven.
Gue main dulu ya.
This is now where it gets problematic.
Waduh,
Mixwell's
sama
going down,
siapa
so
tuh?
Kellogg's still all alone.
Nice.
As soon as the smokes drop, Nuki now makes his way up towards Heaven. Sentinel still will pause for a moment, just in case T2 trying anything to stop that spike going down. A 4v3 here for Sentinels in the post plant. See if T2 can fight back in.
There's the pop flash, here's the push, and Tens is just something else. The man is just built different.
Nggak ada. Lo, akun kecil gue ada goal 3, Ben.
Waduh.
Dari goal 1 ke goal 3, anjing. Udah cuman tinggal satu win lagi, satu naik tier lagi, sama udah sama akun utama gue.
Lu berapa, Ben?
Berempat doang ini.
Bertiga.
Cuman si itu masih bronze.
Siapa?
Siapa? Si Shani. Tas silver kok nge-bronze gitu.
Oh.
Kayak gold bisa deh. Bentar
enggak, silver
bronze itu.
Mixwell down on frenzy here because of that purchase in the previous. Tens already with the blade storm online. Aldrone straight away up C-Long. I think actually Sick with the running back as well. They're looking for a full sight hit here. Look at this coming through from Tens and Sick.
There's no way to stop him now. Tens is right on the side. He's going to take down a Vova and look for the follow-up, but no one dares walk towards him at this point. He is just truly intimidating here. Now the spike
Aduh,
can be
last
carried across.
round.
G2 actually get ahead of the curve a little bit. A big flash comes through, but Mixwell unable to find anything. Coldamenta will find Zoms.
Aduh, ini masih 3 sama orang.
Sick will find kills respectively. Kellogg's again responds. G2 actually a 3v2.
Bisa.
Yeah, but if Sick and Tens are alive, I'm still not writing off Kellogg's. Banger towards Tens. Now Sick, what you got for us? One flash, he swings it. Oh, Kellogg still holds. G2 gonna move to 4.
Almost.
Got the kitchen sink thrown at that from Sentinels, but I love Zom's reactionary utility there. Again, Tens and Sick, they come up, the running back, the blade storm in unison, but also the utility usage just isolates this player on site. There's no possibility for anybody from G2 to even swing through and try and save a Vova.
Kellogg's lovely work with that flash fire in the corner. Let's see the lead. Let's freaking go.
Let's go. 8 more rounds, guys. Let's
do it. I love that.
Hey, I want to see it. I don't know if we will.
I want to, though. Yeah, I'm with you. Let's go see how far we can take this then. 4-12 is the current scoreline.
Ini gimana sih?
It is a mountain.
Cara masukin ke Valorant ini.
And already, Nuki's found Tens. So a good start. Still showing this willingness to push at this point.
Kan dia udah tanda lock kan. Bisa masuk ya.
Harus dikasih roll. Kenapa pakai aja Discord gua di itu Ravenka? Kan ada servernya.
Juga.
Ada party buat Halo di situ.
Pindah ke tempat lo ya kalau enggak.
Nah, boleh.
4v2 for G2.
Sama itu.
Okay, this is not how it happened. Surely from a 4v2 to a 2v2. The last of Shaz and Zoms this time. Looking like A's the area they're going to be heading towards. Spike in the hands of Shaz. Heading on over. Coldamenta and Vova.
Nah, dia masih unrank anjir.
Vova might have even been
Kita jadi masih bisa main sama dia sebenarnya di gold.
Anjing.
Just a portion. Flash comes in. And actually they're pushing it. Coldamenta
Trading
for one.
satu.
Now does Vova
Bukan pada masih nonton.
Yuk, last round.
Aduh.
Masih nonton, cuman skornya ada 12-15. 12-5.
Anjing. Buat.
Satu lagi yuk, Tentino
Bentar
bisa.
ya, satu lagi nih Nabu.
Gua tinggal dulu ya bentar.
Kemana lu? Hah?
Ke toilet anjay.
Oh, ikut dong.
Bentar.
Even they knew that was a straight up coin flip.
I think Sig was actually anticipating exactly what was about to happen. Yeah.
And we go again, 5-12. The money is broken this time, but hey, we've seen these rounds sometimes go a little wonky. Sheriffs.
Mereka saving dulu nih.
The G2 should be aware of this. They have to be on red alert. It's not
Orang menang jauh kok.
just because the weaponry isn't there.
Korbanin
One of
1-2
the biggest
orang
tells
nggak
of that
apa-apa.
first map that worried us. The anti-ecos. This is not how you'd want to lose a series. Tens.
Mana tau thrifty.
Wah, itu gila sih. Tawan tuh.
Pace of over, careful, but you've all seen the clips of over in this corner, and you might see it again. That's 2 lovely frags. It's up against pistols though, so we're not going to scream and yell just yet. And Shaz sees the flash. Probably going to lose. Oh, over. Keep it chill, mate. There we go. 2 now left. Tens and Zoms. No opportunities. Well, no opportunities other than that one with a vote.
Timing. Dapat tetap anjing.
Mixwell still had the jump again there.
What the fuck?
21 HP. Find another here. Kellogg's might actually spot him there. Nope. Avova. Find his 3rd on the round.
6. It's clean as well.
This would be
Kayaknya hidupnya kecil banget, dia ketawa-ketawa terus.
Siapa yang dapet?
Iya.
What colors do G2 have normally? Like, what's their like shirt color? It's kind of just like black, right?
Yeah.
Like a little bit like red and white. I'm tempted to say I'll dye my hair that color at this point if they actually do follow back and win.
I'll dye
Gue
my
pikir bakal
hair
13-4 sih
the
kayak
color of
tadi.
G2's jerseys. How's that sound?
Same, I'm with you.
Yeah?
Yeah, we'll do
Ya
it.
sama-sama tim yang kuat ini dari Iwa main
Well. I mean, it has been.
Bukannya fanatik yang paling kuat ya?
Yeah, I'm about to say. It's
Gambit
not
juga
bad.
kuat sih.
Just salt and pepper.
Even kan kemarin pas
12-6.
wawancara si siapa namanya Vision Strike, si VS, siapa yang pengen mereka lawan G2, Gambit, dan mereka mau lawan daripada Sentinel, kenapa?
Instigating ultimate Coldamenta now. Starting to feel things out here. Spots out at least one. That's sick now noted. You can see the creep.
Tapi emang kuat sih sebenarnya ini. Calon-calon.
Spots out another flash comes in. Smoke goes down. Zomzo, great work towards Coldamenta. That's now a problem for Kellogg's.
The neural theft will be popped to the information reveal, but Sentinels look to force their way through.
That's right.
One for one. Actually, Nuki will find another one in response to the Hunter's Fury popped. Zoms now get through. The lockdown will be removed. The back of that. And look at that, Nuki and Mixwell combine. G2 host another. They're 7th now.
Saving lagi ya.
Now, normally we don't get excited for comebacks until double digits is achieved by the team on the comeback. Generally, the general rule of thumb.
Yeah.
I'll give it till 8. I'll give it till 8 and then I'm on board. And then obviously they'll lose that one. It's over and done with. But this...
Looking at the script actually.
Well, I haven't got that page. Production just ripped it out, so I don't know. We're going off script here. It's mad. 7-12. Money's back down. Now the problem is, we talk about money. Sentinels will be in this kind of extra phase, so we'll be able to get buys, but it is going to be that little bit of an issue here and there. But again, still danger aplenty. G2, how resilient are you? That's the big question here. How far can you take this, truly?
Well, the way they're reacting, actually, I mean, again, these rounds are a little unorthodox. Tends to try and just find an opener here. We'll spot of over, actually, behind Platt. Over will escape back here, and Kellogg's finds sick on the other extremity. So Sentinels doing what they tried to do on split, just pull these rotations and create their own gap in the defense. G2 much better equipped this time around.
Yeah. Again, same sort of work leading in
Hilang, kaget nih.
garage. You're gonna have, I think it's gonna be Nuki at the back, watching the pusher in case there is pressure here, but Tens has actually garnered some space. Spots out one, that's ambitious, and Mixwell this time does get the better of him. Good follow-up. And there it is, it's Prime Gaming Flawless, we're at a G2. They are now starting to build up a little bit of hope. Just a little bit of hope. Starting to filter through. 6. Not been necessarily quelled, he's on 24, but he has been slowed down in this half compared to him running rampant in the first.
Again, you quite often see Sentinels just
Tapi bakal bisa sih sebenarnya apa ya, bisa juga mereka nyari momen buat make ultimate sebenarnya. Ini lihat, ini Tenzi sama Sik ultimate-nya baru aja.
Enggak, Tenzi harus pakai OP anjing.
Enggak juga taking. Ultimate ya cukup ya.
Kellogg's now posted, but the run it back really can get done.
Mereka nyari timing. Dapat satu, nice. Dua, C, right?
Okay, GG.
Oh, di pistolin Tenz.
Kena pisau sekali ya langsung sekarat loh tadi.
I couldn't imagine a better player to
tutup play-nya masih bagusan Sentinel aja
G2 showing resilience again. We talk about the pedigree of this name, this brand. How often they've actually had to play from behind. Right there, a big positive. Again, bigger picture. You got to look back on that first half and just think, actually, what is the depth to this team on the international stage? Because Sentinels, we have a fairly good grasp on where we place them.
Yeah, we do. I think that's a
dua-duanya in a party.
Serius.
Satu Unrated, satu Spike Rush.
Siapa yang pakai Jir? Yang
gue tahu. Iya, lu bercanda gue. Dari tadi, dari lu off.
Masa sih?
Yes. Yang Nix berdua, ada temennya satu.
Ayo,
Gak bohong deh, gue fotoin deh. Gue kirimin.
Kenapa nih?
Gak bohong itu.
Kok nggak cerita?
Yeah, it was, and the big difference being again when you call towards those kind of usual suspects, and I got to credit Nuki for the performance on map 2. Effectively, I got to say you got to credit most of this map 3 even being a reality on him and his performance on Icebox. But right here, Sentinels just showing why they're above. They are worlds ahead. In terms of the level of Valorant we see. And again, Haven is a map where you talk about
lu ngeri-ngeri juga umurnya juga udah berapa tadi.
So many similar tactics at that shot. You've seen that a few times where it's his reactionary tendencies is posted, and it's that intuition that Sentinels have where they're constantly, they don't even need to be given the information. They're able to just.
Yang tadi pada manggil gue Shani terus diomelin sama teman gue katanya lu Shani aja, lu tau gak umur dia berapa? Gue kayak shit man, I'm fucking old.
Ini mau main
If anything, just a question mark of, okay, can they now continue this? Are they able to keep that throne? Because we've seen so many other teams early days unable to keep that. They dropped it. But these guys still look unfazed, unpressured, and leading the scene.
Yeah, absolutely. And you think back to recent performances across regionals, getting to the Sonic slot and then eventually dropping a series to Accept.
Itu akunnya
Nix Platinum 1.
Yeah, it's a 3 mapper. I wouldn't have called that one.
No, I'm with you.
I would have led towards a straight 2.
Ntar gue ganti
si biar kan jago ya?
I think we get a really good look
habis
at
ini
exactly where they're
Susano anjir.
and it's looking
Emang ya?
fantastic.
Wah, nanti habis ini.
I think this will be harder. I think this will be more of a test for Sentinels. Last time it was a flawless run. Already it's a tougher test technically in their first game in groups. I think the caliber here has improved. I think we have a higher quality of teams coming in.
Gue pikir J2 tuh Gambit anjir, ternyata lain ya.
Beda. Gambit yang logonya bintang.
Which form do we see? What sort of team do we see? They're a team that actually took a map of Sentinels at land, which is honestly not a bad accolade considering how flawless.
Tapi Kellogg's agak crazy sih sebenarnya karena dia main tangan kiri itu.
Aneh ngeliatnya
ya. Maybe not being on their A game.
Senyumnya pun terpampang lebar.
So to come and do the same thing versus Sentinels, brilliant to see.
Sik tinggi banget anjir, gua tingginya Sik anjir.
I keep coming back to this composition question with G2 of if they need Kellogg's to come online, that support it needs work. It needs real work.
Yeah, it's plenty to kind of take back and maybe work on in the future for G2 just going forward. Again, group stage is growing. There's a lot more to be seen. But speaking of things we have to see, it will be the Prime Gaming match highlights.
Seru juga anjing.
Back on, refresh your minds, because this was a long series and we've still got more to go.
Bentar ya. Nanti Papa Det. Enggak. Masih 3 menit.
Gua ekstra dulu deh. Loh, kok kan sebelum main gua mau ke dapur.
Makan.
Habis nonton VCD aku pengen main tadi. Kacau. Gimana tuh? Langsung pengen main ya ini.
Apa?
Set, langsung pengen main langsung VCD.
Berakit lagi lah. Mungkin.
Kenapa lu Mut?
Berangin lagi.
Berangin.
Tes. Gue lupa ganti jaringan. Berangin tapi anginnya nggak enak aja. Gini, really. Bangun gak ya gue jam 9 anjir.
Mau kemana?
Lu pakai akun apa,
Pas saudara gue.
Gua pakai flex gua.
Mana bisa? Bisa.
Kan dia masih unrank.
Tadi gue mau main. Tadi gue mau main sama Gold gak bisa deh.
Bisa sih?
Tadi ada yang pakai Gold 1 gak bisa. Kayaknya. Ya, kayaknya tadi teman gue yang cewek pakai Gold. Terus nggak bisa, terus saya ganti akun lagi. Minjem akun gak sih?
Minjem akun siapa Jir yang masih silver?
Harusnya gue minjemin sama yang tadi ya.
Iya.
Mereka semua ganti akun aja, semuanya pakai silver bronze.
Kayak dulu mending buka ini aja. Yang akun gua satu tuh.
Mana?
Ada, kalau ada. Gak jadi gue chat.
Mana Bri? Chat ke gua.
Bentar ya.
Golf is such a beautiful game. It brings people together from all kinds of backgrounds and places. You never know who you will meet, what kind of knowledge you will gain, or what you will learn. This Saturday, I'm joined by my most diverse group I've ever played golf with. From a beginner to a tech genius to a former NFL star. I can't wait to learn more about these amazing people and see where our conversations take us. Ronnie Brown, Auburn football standout, NFL running back, and now giving back to the young athletes through wealth management. Monique Billings, WNBA star for the Atlanta Dream, and one of the kindest people you will ever meet. Zach Bishop, Executive Vice President of Tech and Innovation at Synovus Bank, and one of the most connected people in Atlanta. During COVID, golf exploded. There's never been more people enjoying the outdoors and trying out this great game. From the time Monique arrived, she was really intrigued by the atmosphere and the scenery at Atlanta Country Club. She excels at everything she does, and she wants the same for her newfound hobby. Before we get started, I headed over to the putting green to show her how it's done.
Oke.
Sorry, 17.
Bagian passwordnya atau ID-nya? Passwordnya.
Password tuh. Kan kalau ID-nya kan jauh, kayak gua sama dia.
A lot of times, beginners are discouraged from the game of golf because they see the huge golf course and they have no experience and get intimidated by the game. But when you go out, go with somebody who's played before and have fun at it. That's the key.
What's going on, guys? Welcome to Atlanta Country Club.
Mo's
been here for about 4 hours putting, so y'all in big trouble today, just so y'all know. That's okay. Zach's got you.
Yeah.
Zach's got your back.
Yeah,
You
I got
the
it.
greens for it.
Yeah.
So how about me and Mo against y'all two today? We'll go out, we'll play a little scramble, have some fun, enjoy the day. We got a great one for you. Golf course is in great shape. We're about to have our member tournament, so you guys are in for a treat. So I'm really excited about it.
Great.
Awesome.
I like it.
Awesome. Let's
Look
do
forward to it.
Now that we are all warmed up, it's time to head to the golf course. There's
4
nothing
second.
like getting to the first tee box and starting off the day.
Kenapa tuh?
Oni. Boleh nih Oni.
Banyak juga dia.
Lumayan.
Live apa?
Oni Cloud. Berarti shorty ada Oni. Oh enggak, dia nggak beli set.
Look at him, sandbagging. That should be fine. All right, Mo. Perfect.
Ini pada kemana nih? Belum on.
Ada.
Gua ada on.
Hold it.
Yeah, you gotta hold it.
Alkohol aja. Tumpeh sampai mani-mani.
Wih, Ravenka.
Ke dapur kan dia.
Mau dulu. Bikin dulu.
Better. I love the end though. She held it.
Yeah,
She held
that's
it.
it. You got it.
Love it.
Ya Tuhan Allah, tolong.
The par 3 13th hole is one of the most beautiful holes in the world. I always look forward to bringing out guests and showing this iconic hole off. Be it beautiful, it is also a great chance to have a closest to the pin competition to keep everyone engaged.
Guys, welcome to the signature hole here at Atlanta Country Club, hole number 13. As you can tell, there's no shortage of beauty here on this hole. You know, we pushed our first hole. You know, we're tied coming in here, Mo, but you know, I feel good about what we're doing.
We're taking it slow. Slow and steady wins the race. Right?
Slow and steady wins the race. That's right. And we look good while we're doing it. That's the most important part. But anyway, guys, I would love to ask y'all, what do you think about a little closest to the pin challenge here? How does that make y'all feel? What you think?
I like just the over the creek challenge.
Just get it over the creek?
Over the creek challenge.
Make it over the creek, you win. Okay, that's fair enough.
I'm all about evening the odds, so
okay.
Closer to the we still get a 5-yard grace.
5 yard. Oh, so you want
5 foot grace.
5 foot grace.
Yeah.
Okay,
Give us a 5.
That's cool.
I know. I thought about that,
You
but
lost yourself 10 feet.
Lu lihat gua.
Oh iya ya.
This is how this works.
I see.
Lupa saya. Tapi yang malunya gua nggak lupa kok.
Okay.
Oh iya, siap deh.
Well, I'll go ahead and lead the
Jangan
way.
siap-siap terus, harus tetap siap siaga.
Let's go eat.
Let's do it.
Belum.
BTW, kayaknya makin
Levelnya berapa?
kesini makin rip gua mainnya anjay 4662. Makin rip anjing mainnya.
Rip gimana?
Makin rip aimnya.
we dancing.
Kayak gua juga makin lemot.
We're on the floor.
Ya sudah lah.
plus 5, so I got to.
Oh man.
Ew, pahit.
Whoa, it's leaking.
Butuh proses.
No, wait.
Bri,
Oh.
Here you go, Ronnie.
ini si Bri mana?
It's all right.
Replication tuh apa sih?
Kayak hero-nya sama semua gitu nggak salah.
We gotta put the pressure squarely on you.
No, not enough. Not
All
enough.
right.
Widih,
I felt it. I knew it. Like
ada Ion.
Come on,
River.
Mo.
We get it this time.
Right there. You got it. Get the grass under the
Pertanyaan gua di store selain yang featured sama offers itu berarti nggak ada lagi yang lain.
Nggak ada.
Jadi offersnya rolling ya.
Yoi, tiap hari berubah.
Berubah
Yuk, Shani,
sikap
jangan
dia dingin.
jajan.
I was fortunate enough to not only win the
Mau
closest
jajan.
to the pin challenge, but as well
Jajanin.
as the over the creek challenge.
Jajanin.
But it's all good.
Nggak mau.
Jajanin
I'm
battle
enjoying
pass.
it, and we're having fun,
Battle
which is
pass.
most important.
Heeh.
As we head to the 14th tee box, I'm reminded that even though
Pen,
my group is in
matiin
different places
matiin
and
ini, Pen, matiin
backgrounds, it's
matiin
amazing
porti
on
voice
how
chat
small
dulu.
the world truly is. I'm reminded on how
Yeah,
everybody's
soalnya
worlds are more
double.
connected than we thought.
Well, guys, we made it here to the 14th
Kayaknya.
hole, but before we start, I I want to talk about something that
Materinya di mana ya?
you know, we all have
Oh, ini dia.
some type of background or dealings in the financial area. And Ronnie, I wanted to ask you, you know, with your experience now,
Ini lu bisa tahu lu ada di rank berapa Battle Pass, bukan rank anjir, tier berapa nggak? Nggak ya?
Maksudnya gimana tuh?
Kalau lu nggak beli Battle Pass, lu nggak bisa tahu lu ada di tier berapa ya?
Di Battle Pass-nya itu maksudnya? Kelihatan kok. Kelihatannya di Battle Pass-nya.
Yang ada di bawahnya yang bar hijau ya?
Iya, yang udah bar hijau full berarti ya udah sampai situ.
Oh. Udah 16. Di sini sampai berapa sih?
50. Udah ya, bertiga doang ya?
Ntar nggak tahu VNK mau nggak, ntar ngoceh lagi. Dia bilang
dimakan dia kan?
Dia bilang kalau main nggak pernah ngajak katanya gitu. Padahal dia lagi nonton.
Gas lah. Ntar dia juga lagi makan atau apa kayaknya.
Gak enak loh gua. Ntar Ravenka tadi mau ikut dulu.
Jadi gimana?
Tunggu aja dulu.
Yalah, ngopi dulu.
Kita mau go mana lu?
Pulang ke makan keselak ntar.
Try to figure it out, assess all the information, take in the information, digest it, and choose and make those decisions when you're comfortable.
Oh, udah main, yaudah gua mau makan dulu.
Yuk, start.
Udah lembat banget lagi.
Dia udah beli Battle Pass lagi loh ini ID-nya.
That I want to learn about crypto and Bitcoin and all these different terms and just doing my own research and asking friends, having those conversations rather than just scrolling on social media all day.
Right.
Alibaba.
Most definitely. And Zach, you know, I know you.
Siapa sih, gue lupa nama depannya.
JV Ali.
Bagir.
Ya, Bagir.
Dia mau ikut gak ya?
Bitcoin. You know, we're prepping to launch a black credit card that gives Bitcoin rewards instead of cash rewards back. Just because if you're nervous about
dia mau ikut follow Bagir.
And you're not as nervous, or you know, offering
on
our app, and you know, I think all the banks are doing it, but it really is a part.
Kalian pada sensitivity-nya berapa sih?
Everyday finance now, where
si Bri 0.4. Kalau gua 0.6. 0.69 gua.
Rendah-rendah juga ya.
Tapi kita orang kan mausnya kan ada kayak ganti DPI-nya. Kalau gua DPI-nya 400, kalau Bri 800.
Cek DPI aja belum.
Lu pakai mouse apa? Kan ada pencetan tuh biasa. Pencetan DPI.
Jujur nggak tahu, nggak ngerti. Segaptek itu guys. Di mana ya?
Biasa tuh di mouse itu ada kayak pencetan kecil gitu.
Yang di
buat
tengah
ngatur DPI. Iya, yang di tengah. Paling pertama biasa 400, yang kedua 800, yang ketiga 1600 biasanya.
Di mana di advance bukan? 4.800 bisa sih di 6.400.
Gue orang nggak ada yang di atas 1000, di bawah 800.
Ada bagi.
Jadi berapa ini?
Dan di 800 saya kalau nggak 400 terserah lu.
Nggak ada 400 BTW.
Wah, 1600?
Ada 800 sampai 6400.
800 saya.
Ih, lama banget gerak mouse bang.
Iya.
I think so.
Bagir.
Coba
Nah, ngomong dong.
Sensitivity-nya juga beda-beda loh.
Iya. Yes.
Yeah.
What else?
If you
195. Saya lama.
Come on. You you should do it. The car matches your hat, your Eastside Golf hat.
Gold 1 nggak bisa dong. Ger, nggak bisa Ger. Kasian lah sama aku. Kasian lah.
Aduh, aneh. I'm taking off running that way. What if we both make it? Whoever goes first gets to have the car. You want to go first? I'll let you go first.
Siapa nih Silver?
Okay.
Mantan gua sih.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a ride though. When we go see Mo play, I'll give you a ride. I'll come pick you up. I like it. There it is. I got the soda. There you see.
Sabar. Gua kasih pinjam akun. Sabar ya, gua mintain dulu.
Banyak banget akunnya anjir.
I'm gonna have to rope it. So I'm gonna try to start it to the right and let it come back in. I'm gonna have to hit it hard, but if I hit a 5, it'll go. I think it'll go away.
Ada nggak?
Lagi out dulu, lagi minta akun.
Ada nggak ya gua akun?
That's no good. Bad as Mike. Yep. Yeah, I wasn't. I ain't even scared.
Oh! It's on point.
Oh!
Yang tadi pada main juga
Gear,
ada nge-stream.
gue lagi kasih ID-nya coba. Di Discord aja gue lagi nggak pegang HP. Iya, senang aja bos. Gear, tadi gue ketemu ini loh, gue main sama ketemu Rehan loh. Apa? Tadi gue nongki sama Rehan. Oh. Nah, ajak, lu gak ikut maksudnya? Iya, besok gue ke Bandung soalnya. Anjing, sama siapa? Raffi? Yoi. Anjing, sumpah. Ya elah, gue udah vaksin Gir, minggu ini. Tahu sama Raffi atau enggak? Soalnya gue ke villa bokap. Sombong.
Mentang-mentang raja minyak kayak gitu, sombong.
Iya, raja minyak mah bebas sih.
Nobody made the hole in one today on 16, but I was able to share some valuable tips with my crew before we finish out the day.
Tahu besok juga jadi nggak jadi, tergantung. Kalau hujan gue males.
The best part of golf is getting to know new people.
Hujan gerimis aja.
Hujan nih.
Iya ada berapa anjing?
Iya 4.
My group and I connect and share some stories.
4 nih punya mantan lu tercinta. Bukan anjing, ini punya teman gua. Kayaknya punya mantan lu tercinta.
Lu suka buka-buka luka lama ya, Gir?
Oh iya, lupa. Astagfirullah. Bre, gue lupa bre, sumpah bre. Pasti. Oh nggak apa-apa, dia nggak denger anjing. Parah lu, Vin. Dia nggak denger lu, buka-buka aja lu, Vin.
Kayak lo harus bikin dia denger.
Ini punya akunnya punya mantan lu tercinta. Bukan. Oh tuh dia denger berarti.
Ping gue tiba-tiba naik ya bro.
Iya naik, kayak harapan lu, ntar gue turun.
Anjing.
Tai. Sakit.
Worst they can say is no.
Yeah, I love that.
And always believing in yourself is super important. No matter how many no's you hear, just keep going if you believe in yourself.
I think people can pick up on that a lot too.
Trying
to tell them something or pick them something like they can pick up on it.
Gimana sih Bri?
You don't believe in what you're saying.
Bukan masalah Bri ya, ini kosong semua.
You know, if you don't believe, you're gonna make the shot.
Apanya kosong semua?
Kosong semua.
Ya udah sih, jangan hina gua juga dong. Merasa terhina juga.
Enggak, lu mau tukar ID sama gua. Enggak apa-apa. Wah, beneran kosong semua.
Ya udah lah, ikhlaskan saja. Ntar pungut aja pungut.
Ya elah, lu sekali belajar merelakan kenapa sih Gir? Kayak nggak bisa amat. Dan masalah gitu ya Bre ya, gua mana aneh. Falcon aja gitu, Falcon banget. Kan nih bocah punya radian point
That's crazy how
Enggak deh.
connections are everything in every business. And I know, like, you know, with you being in kind of financials and everything like that.
Wah,
with
begitu
management, I'm sure
lo.
you see that with
Hadiah
business
poin
models
itu
and
apa?
things of that nature.
Yeah,
Buat
it's
upgrade
weird just
varian.
how small the world
Perasaan
is.
yang tak terlupakan.
Because you run into people and then it's like,
Varian itu
Baru
apa aja?
main
people in
Breeze
common, and how
anjing.
you and I hooked up through common friends who went to different universities, but our relationships, you know, all
Bisa
of us ended
main
up
yang
on the golf
lain.
course together. I think it's pretty cool, you know, and it's, the world as big as it is, it's a pretty
Aurel
small
BTW
place.
suka.
When you talk about relationships and you know what drives
Gua.
those relationships,
Oh.
there's more commonalities than there are
Ah.
differences between, you know, I think a lot of us
Salam kenal, Bang.
we realize it. Like,
Oh iya.
wait a minute, like you know them too? It's like, oh, I know them too.
What?
We
Gua
managed
kira
this,
lu
we managed
cewek,
that.
Bang.
Oh yeah, I enjoy doing that as
Jangan
well.
lupa ingatan.
So it's pretty
Capek.
cool. I enjoy that.
Itu lo gua loh.
Gear, katanya lu bisa Viper di sini kayak ngomong-ngomong. Ada smoker?
Right, exactly.
Smokernya bego loh, don't forget.
Nah, mending lu Viper, Gear.
Nah.
Ya sih, Gear. Oke, nah.
Y'all are pretty great.
Tapi emang lu nggak bego ya, Gear?
I say we finish it out strong.
Nggak jadi.
Mo, this is our time to shine. Let's do it. Let's
Huh?
do it.
Close it out.
Monique has been working
Hey.
hard on her game
Huh?
all day.
Kasian ya.
Even though this is her first time on the
Kenapa?
golf course,
Nggak
before we
apa-apa.
finished up on the 18th
Kasian aja.
hole, she showed us that she's got it. Just enough to keep
Jadi
her
males gue
coming back
jawabin
for
dia
more.
kadang-kadang.
Enggak, gua kasian aja sama maksudnya kayak ya orang-orang yang lagi patah hati gitu loh. Simple as that sih. Anjing. Anjing. Gua aja patah hati dong.
Yang dilanjutin tapi males gue.
Jangan dilanjutin. Nanti dia keluar.
We're faced with a long course to end the day. We're gonna see if we can finish with a bang and
Ya,
leave
mau
here
gua.
with a memory
Ya,
that'll
mau.
stay with us for a while.
Wah ini kalau mau putar balik susah banget aja.
Susah kan? Kayak dapetin dia kembali.
Dapetin orang kembali buat apa ya? Udah nggak ada, mau buangin aja. Nanya apa, Cuk? Buang-buang waktu buat orang yang nggak jelas.
Hah?
Ada di situ ada skin share gue ya? Lupa gua.
Nggak ada. Polosan.
Bre, ini akun pernah lu pakai lagi nggak sih?
What an amazing
Apaan?
Saturday. I met
Ya akun temen gue. Ini yang gue kasih tuh akun temen gue semua. Oh iya, pantesan.
The next time you're playing golf, try to join up with someone you've never met. I guarantee you will add to your experience. We'll see you soon on Saturday Foursome.
Weh, goblok.
Jangan maju.
Ketutupan. Buta.
Rip anjir.
Aku tiap hari.
Di sini.
Game apapun. Pengalihan isu aja.
EU matchup, but it's time for our second one. Now, NA, they took the first game, Bala and Gio, but as we heard from Shazam, I'm going to come to you, Bala. Sorry, Kakuka. I was with Gio all morning. I'm sorry, Kakuka.
What are you coming to me for?
No, you have to be with me here as we try and team up against Bala. But I got to say, Bala, Shazam, the IGL, the star player, the almost face of your region, has come on record and said that he thinks Gambit are going to wipe the floor against 100 Thieves. What do you think of that?
He's from the same county as I am over back in the States, so I kind of have to agree with him on this desk. You guys are going to think that you're going to come at me, but no, in reality, I actually think that Gambit's going to take this one.
You thought that he was going to be against us, but no, this is going to be Gambit supremacy for now.
But also, Kakuka, this is playoff spot on the line. Yeah, all of the other games we watched was just a group stage match, but this is the upper bracket.
Yeah, and we're going to have a look at it real quick, but this is, as you were saying, this is the first qualification map that is going to be the seed 1, and it's going to be between a Gambit or 100 Thieves, and obviously back there is Crazy Raccoons and Heaven Liberty just waiting to see, who's going to face, we still need to get through that match as well.
I think this is one that's interesting because both of these guys had
Turun lagi anjing gue. Manusia dajal. Reload.
Oh, 130 nggak mati
on the
anjing.
first day, and then of course Gambit against Crazy Raccoon. So yeah, I don't really
Tadi di
know if
belakang
we've answered any
dari
questions
Deskita.
at all about either of these teams, to be honest.
No, we
Gua udah hit
yeah, I
4-4
think
kok.
I'm with you. I don't think they've been challenged enough, right? They
Nice.
haven't had that big
Dibokong dong
three-mapper
gua.
best of three. But let's talk about 100 Thieves first here. You
Gimana
guys
mau
have spoken
kebiarin
a
kalau
little
gini
bit
ceritanya?
already about how they did the last time we saw them. But
Buset.
Kakuka, they started off this tournament strong.
Yeah, extremely strong. We saw them against the Brazilian team, against Heaven Liberty, and we saw some KO, something that we love to see, obviously, because we don't get to see it more often. I hope that we see some breeze, but they were coming in super strong. They didn't face
yang penting kan di carry itu
liabilities, I'd
doang.
say.
Inti
Yeah, I
dasar
don't
ya.
think that there was too much that 100 Thieves had to
Dibanding gua
show.
capek-capek
Honestly,
main.
really just kind of
Mau
flexing
ke B,
the
mau ke B.
team play that they have really grown into. I mean, Asuna has all of a sudden been so
Dia
very
lagi di
good at
sini.
being, followed by Ethan and traded on a lot of different places, and it seems like they have a plan that they're able to carry through from beginning to end, and that's made a massive difference for 100 Thieves.
I mean, everybody look at this team as the LAN team, right? They are the LAN team here. How much is that experience going to help them today, Bala?
I think it matters a lot, but when it comes down to it, the skill difference and the strategy and the plan is what matters even more. However, if they do start to get challenged and if this match
Wah,
is close,
130
then I
lagi
think that will
mati
really come into
anjing
play.
Yeah, well, they are going to be taking on Gambit, of course. We heard from
Bowman drop
Shaz.
emang
He
ya?
said they
Yeah.
were really, really strong in scrims. They were a good opponent, and they learned a
Cypress
lot
karat
from
ngaco
them.
anjing
Kukuka,
banget,
again,
karatnya
they
tolol.
13-1, and Redgar even said they were saving stuff too.
And obviously, I mean, if you get that first map with the 13-1 and the second one, you're just gonna be comfortable. Why are you gonna break your head when you can just play the game,
salah
first
jalan
little
ya
bit of
guys
W
ya.
and have fun? And this is literally what Gambit needed.
Gue jalan
It was
menuju
their first
tembok
time on a
tai.
LAN event, just
Ada
playing
senjata ya?
physically here, and it was just too easy for them. That is kind of scary to me, the fact that they didn't face a real challenge on the first time that they were playing.
I think we got the first look at some serious.
Ya namanya bukan platinum anjay.
Beliin gue dong. Cukup duitnya.
Beli apa?
Smiling a little bit, and then Redgar was the surprise for me. This guy, not only in the feature that we had about him, where he's talking about his teammates, but also just talking to you and just having fun on the stage is something that I was not expecting for Gambit, and particularly Redgar. This guy's the happiest man on the planet.
Yeah, he's a character. He's a character. But I think the contrast is interesting, right? Because you have one team, Bala, in 100 Thieves who love to trash talk. They have a lot of high energy. They are going to give it to you on the stage. But at the same time, you have another side where in Gambit where they just are not fazed by anything.
And we'll see if they'll get phased at all, because Nats is somebody who we're looking at right now. This is going to be his first challenge.
We're always looking at Nats.
Yeah, we're always looking at him because he's so good. But the real question is he going to continue to perform against a top team on LAN, and then also, continue to work with the strats that he has and get those opportunities that he's really good at? Can they shut him down, or is there even any ideas from Nitro and Steel, the big brains behind it, to stop him?
And we can also take a look at, I think,
one of the
head-to-heads will be
Di hall
Asuna
1.
against Defo.
Pakai
Something that
itu
we
sih,
love to
nggak tahu
see,
dia
the
ada
Jet
Spectre
duels.
gua
We're
atau belum.
always here for them. But they're pretty different players, and it's hard for Defo sometimes to shine because he's followed by such amazing other 4 players. But the stats, they don't lie.
They don't lie indeed, Kuka. The first blood here is kind of crazy, right? Especially when you consider Bala that on the side of Defo, his teammates, like Shados is also really, really good as well. And on the side of 100 Thief Asuna, he's always got Ethan backing him up. And if that doesn't work, you've got Steel as well. That entire team, they're just made of aimers.
Yeah, and honestly, that was also another surprise too. Steel was on point with his aim. He was really taking it. Here's Asuna also opping a lot recently, and I think yesterday showed that he really, really has the potential to go head-to-head with somebody like Defo in the terms of opping caliber.
And the retake potential that we've seen from 100 Thieves is something that we love to see, and we need to see, especially today against Gambit, because they're extremely strong on the defense, so they need to punish their attack as much as possible.
I mean, this is interesting too, right, Kukuka, on the topic of style, play style even between these two teams. They both, I wouldn't say they're the same, but they do share some similar ways.
Yeah, I would say that as I was saying, they're pretty strong
Bumbot,
on defense, but I feel like when it comes to
I'm so dead, I'm so dead, I'm so dead.
Very slow pace, just
Di hall
trying to
1,
make
low.
you use your utility on the early stages, trying to get maybe a close angle with Defo. I mean,
Wah,
obviously that
anjing,
percentage of
parah tuh
skills
berdua.
is for something.
I think that might actually be a problem, a big problem, to be honest. Not
90
necessarily
sama
for,
100.
well, yeah, it's easy to read, yes, but also if 100 Thieves doesn't come out and stop that or take advantage of that situation, and on the other side, if Gambit doesn't really speed up the pace, that's going to be difficult for them to even come back into it because you let 100 Thieves fill the gaps.
Well,
tiba-tiba ada terbang.
This is it. I hope you guys are ready at home because it's time for Gambit versus 100 Thieves.
Second thought.
So wholesome, you guys.
I'm smiling ear to ear, man.
It's lovely.
Honestly,
I just when players get along this way and they're like, let's just recon together. Aw,
that's proof. That's proof right there. Hey, they are friends at the end of the day. Yes, when they get to the server, they're going to start battling. But I mean, they did a Sofa Dart ceremony
together.
That's
so
How cute. Is that? Average Jonas?
Yeah.
So
Jonas is so jealous right now. Oh, I love this as well.
They're making us part of it.
Yep, I absolutely love it.
Put your hands in, everybody. There we go.
But also, look at that face. You cannot BM Nats and Redgar. Look at that. I'd feel bad if I start shouting at them, but having said that, Steel's on the server. This guy came. This guy used to play in the UK scene. If you guys know anything about the UK scene, we're pretty brutal over there. But today we're gonna get obviously 3 maps when it comes to the map pool. Kakuka, what would you like to see come up?
I mean, I would like to see some buying from Gambit, but I would think the 100 Thieves would be a little bit, naive not to ban that map. It's not their specialty, and Gambit is stupidly strong on it. They have 2 options, it's either Ascent or Bind. I would go for not playing the Bind, and we know Gambit is only Haven if it's a best of 5.
Yeah, and really, 100 Thieves, when it comes to their bans, it's not something that you expect them to come out with a different idea on the map. We just saw, for example, they have no idea what to do on there because they were playing Steel on Jet, so we don't expect that whatsoever. And of course, Gambit was just going with the history. They might have some surprises. When we talked to them the other time in the Verizon post-match interview, they said, yeah, when we played against Crazy Raccoons, we didn't really have anything, so it could be a surprise for us.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams tend to kind of stay in their comfort zones, at least when it's a best of 3. Of course, a best of 3 as important as this. The bans are coming. Here it is. Gambit taking away the Haven. This was always going to happen.
Yeah, this is always going to happen. I'm sorry. Today we're not going to see Reka on Reyna Jet. I think next one is the Yoru, but we'll have to wait and see.
So,
and yeah, Bind's off the table too.
Yeah, that again,
very smart.
We expect that for sure. The big difference here is Gambit's going to get the first pick, so is it going to be Ascent right away, or do they have something else up their sleeve? And then where is 100 Thieves going to go with this? Yeah, there it is, Ascent, exactly what we expect.
I mean, I actually was kind of expecting to say Split first.
Really?
Because, yeah, because I feel like Ascent is the kind of map that can turn around, pretty easily.
Yeah.
But, I mean, obviously it's Gambit. They have amazing results. They are insane defending Ascent. Obviously, 100 Thieves are going to choose to start on that defense. And besides that loss against Supermassive Blaze, where they were completely rolled out, they're crazy.
Yeah, that could have been interesting, though, to be honest, because we just saw 100 Thieves play, or we saw a little bit of Ascent from 100 Thieves, so could be an idea for them to come out and maybe just go with something completely different. It is Icebox, though, for 100 Thieves, and that's a little risky to me because Gambit is notorious for having a really strong Icebox. However, they've gone away from what they really were known for when they started making that reputation known.
Another map where they have an incredible defense, but they're gonna actually decide to start attacking. Okay, they want to go for the weakest side of 100 Thieves first. We cannot forget that Icebox was one of the maps I feel like they play with against Crazy Raccoons, if I'm not in the wrong.
13-1 Crazy Raccoon, but 100 Thieves also 13-6 Havan here.
Yeah. That's the other point that I was wanting to make. This is going to be an interesting one no matter what. Something that we deserve to see.
And if we are going to go to map 3, the decider, Bala, will be split here.
I love this pick. I really like this pick, and I favor, again, the veto for Gambit here. Yes, the first map is their pick, and I don't necessarily think that's, like, straightforward for Gambit, but the rest of the 2 maps, I do kind of favor Gambit in them.
I mean, I feel like split is maybe a little bit of a coin flip, because I feel like they have too much of a strong attack. They do play that double controller that we love to see from Gambit, but I feel it's strong, but it's still some doubt on it.
Yeah, well, the reason I say that, though, is because 100 Thieves notoriously, for months and months and months since First Strike, has been, away from split. And it's only recently where they're coming into that. And, it's been the decisions whether to put Austin on Jet and stuff like that. Finally, that does come through, but it's kind of up in the air for me still.
I mean, if you were Gambit here, Bala, you're probably pretty happy with the way the map vetoes have turned out.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think you get kind of a mental advantage in all of them, although, of course, neither of these teams really care what the advantage is for either side, because they're just going to go straight in with their own game plan and play the things that they're strongest for, and I think the bans show kind of that's the idea.
I'm honestly wondering if we're ever going to see Breeze. Because it looks like
not today.
Yeah, definitely not today. We'll see tomorrow. Maybe not tomorrow either. But I feel like 100 Thieves, they just flew against Havan. They showed the retake potential that they have. But I have to say that all the results that they had on this map were pretty close up. That scares me a lot, because Gambit, I know that they're coming very strong on it.
Well, before we get ahead of ourselves, we do have map 1 coming up on Ascent, and we're going straight into the Prime Gaming Agent Select as well. Now, Gambit, they stick to a very, very tried and tested team composition.
I feel changes coming in.
You feel changes?
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel changes,
Well, here's where 26 times they played the same team composition here. Of course, everybody is going to be keeping an eye out for the KO on the side of Steel. This is where it's either, some people think there's a change straight away there. Shados has moved over to the Sky. This is the first time they play Sky on this map in a while.
Yeah, but I feel like it's the right thing. We have to have Nats on side. For one thing that we need to mention about this Ascent, if they are on the defense, no matter what side Nats is going to be in, you're not getting in there. I knew it. I just knew it. We've been seeing it for every single EMEA team. The transition into the Astra. Probably they're testing it here, but it's given its results. And Redgar he's very familiar with her.
And it's really funny to see that dichotomy here, because NA goes for Omen, EU goes for Astra, and we do get the steal on KO pick. And this is very interesting, because I think a theory that people are having for this game specifically, I'll call out the Plat Chat boys, was KO against Nats, right? That knife, if it can get into position against Nats, he's no longer allowed to use his cages, which could be a massive, massive advantage if they can find ways to get that off.
Well, this is a huge game. It will be great for both teams to get an advantage on this map, but that's enough of us. For now, I'm going to pass it over to Doug and Riv. Otherwise, known as Rug.
Rug is not going away anytime soon.
Nope.
I do not believe, but thank you so much, Sue. Riv, number 1, EMEA, number 2, North America, a playoff bracket spot on the line. What more could you possibly want?
I want changes in the compositions, and Gambit gave it to us. Steel's going to be doing his homework, trying to figure out what they would run. Now they got some variables to look at already. I love the changes to start. This is going to be a tough game where both teams are going to have to show some different looks. You can't just glide on by through this one. There's going to be a lot of pressure each round, and we're going to see it starting right here, Doug. I am super stoked to see Gambit up against 100 Thieves.
I like what you did there, too. Glide on by. Sky is in the composition now.
We're in there. Yeah, so
I like what you're cooking up.
To look at that a little bit, Redgar and Shados both switching off some common plays for them of the Omen, of the Sage here on Ascent for Gambit. That's Shados that would have been on Sage as well. And now we see their first strat is going to be nice, spread out, spikes left out in the back of their spawn, so they can look to commit to anything here on the side of Gambit.
Yeah, and if there's one thing you know about Gambit, it's that they like to play slow. They like to play very methodically. I don't know that we're going to see anything hot and spicy, although 100 Thieves are trying to apply a little bit of that pressure on B side. Asuna drops. Ethan's down to 13 health, so the initial trade goes in favor of Gambit.
And beautiful utility by Nats, the Astra Stars as well. We're over by A main, which has given them all the knowledge that they don't have to go back, check anything behind them. Moving forward is all they have to look at. And Defo is going to be able to find another one as Ethan pops out with a wide swing. And 2 more members of 100 Thieves there to see what they can do and see what's in mid.
Ooh, Shadows, you're going to be able to dodge a nade, but you can't dodge that shock dart. Pops him right in the face, down to 10 health as the fight for the middle of the map continues. Excellent paranoia, but again, there's nothing off of that, right? Steel drops. Hiko has to reposition.
Doug, Gambit hasn't even pushed to a site yet. They are just finding 100 Thieves, peeking everywhere they can. Now finally committing towards A. After they know long is clear, they're going to send the spike there to be safe, but they don't even have to do this yet. They can still mill about. They have full control of the map and pistol.
Hiko's going to drop as well. Nitro's left alone early on. The nice thing for him is that all members of Gambit are weak.
Yeah.
But this would be a pretty tall order. He's got nothing but a classic as well. He's already gotten 2. He's got 3 on the round, 17 health. He's going to have to reposition things just a tad as the spike continues to tick away. They see him drop down. Not able to, well, was able to isolate the gunfight, not able to land the shots. Redguard cleans him up. Gambit get the pistol.
A little sketchy towards the end there. I think Gambit losing a little bit more than they wanted as kind of 100 Thieves knew what angles they needed. We can see they can make the shots, but beautiful distribution of agency across the map to start off for Gambit. Never really taking one fight. Nice shots by Redgar over towards B. Then they were able to work mid, finally ending A, just bringing it right across the horn to see what 100 Thieves had for the first round.
And I think we're going to see a lot of that, right? A little touch and go, feel things out again. They like to play slowly. They like to wait and see if the opposing team is going to apply a bit of pressure and then them react off of that. And that's been the tried and true method. It's worked so well for them. Nitro's going to drop. Ethan's able to trade Defo out, however, as the Marshall gets cleaned up. Doesn't look like it's going to get picked up as they just walk into Nats. Nats able to get 2. Hiko gets that back. Asuna gets a weapon upgrade as well as the spike has gone into A and it's going to go in for free.
Good damage from 100 Thieves, but Gambit do come out on top. That whole role is to grab a gun, find a Spectre, be able to walk away with one. And while Asuna does have one of his own, it may be tough for them to get this round in their favor without collecting a few more weapons and having a few more members. It's 3v2 though. Hiko and Asuna, a clutch in the works.
Oh, Redgar waiting for the flank. Asuna just on the other side of that box as that Hiko's joined the action as well. Redgar's going to spot him. Redgar's able to clean him up, drops things down to a 3v1. Hiko has got the Marshall. Redgar's just going after him, though. They're all going after him, though. They're hunting him down. Hiko's not able to get anything. Shados cleans him up. Gambit holds serve. Now 100 Thieves are at a place where they can respond.
All right. Now, how can Gambit work this bonus? And will 100 Thieves be able to start chipping away at this economy built up? You see everybody getting some frags in here, which means ult points are coming around. It's good to see on deck for Nats. If they get an early kill, that Cypher ultimate is so much more advantageous to have when you are finding every member of where 100 Thieves would be. But I think this one, again, Doug, as you said, will be slow. Now that 100 Thieves has weapons, I can't see Gambit rushing into a site. They want to pull a little bit of utility out of this side.
It's going to be a hot towards
Crow, baby.
Yeah, we talked about them going slow, but this time they've dialed up the speed, they've dialed up the pressure, and they've gotten some progress. Nats was able to take out Seal, but Asuna trading it out. Hiko looking to hold things down on the back of the site as Defo's going to fall as well. Nitro and Hiko seem to be doing just fine. But what can Shados do? He's going to have to challenge Hiko. The Tracer's giving away Hiko's position down to certainly low health, and it's a classic who wins the round for 100 Thieves. They're on the board.
Putting out the dance floor for the bonus. And I thought it would be that. You know, Gambit's good at getting behind each other, running those strats, but the slow get the utility out of 100 Thieves, I think, would have been the advantageous round there. We know 100 Thieves can act fast. They usually are kind of stacking a site with one leaner. Here it was towards B, leading towards that side, and Steel says, bring me more. Bring me more, baby. Great round by 100 Thieves to stop the bonus, but it's not too much sweat off of Gambit's back as they're right back into a gun round here, into round 4.
Right, and this is, again, much like the story of these two teams, this is the first round where we're going to see good against good, right? Full rifles on both sides. How are things going to pan out? Defo tries going aggressive, tries to take the high ground across the middle of the map. Asuna yanks him right back down.
3 towards A this side, so they're switching where they're putting the priority on the defensive side of 100 Thieves. And again, Spike being dropped by Gambit, the slow play, the read, trying to find with utility here. Towards mid, they're always putting somebody up towards bench. I love that. They get close, maybe some audio can be heard. And we do see that 2 agents get hit by 0 point there for Steel, so the knowledge is had.
But remember, Riv, this is very similar to what we saw them do the other day against Havon Liberty. They'll give up the middle of the map, and Havon Liberty was able to work their way up, but they weren't able to punish them. It's on Gambit to be able to make something happen out of that real estate. Then, all right, so he knows Nats is there. He's got some util left. The flash, the swing, the kill delivered. Ethan takes care of Nats. Now they have established control once again of Tree.
5v2 coming into this one, a little low on Nitro, but Asuna still going for that flank around the outside. Remember, coming from this flank, that A main area is where Nats had his camera, had his utility. So now that Asuna has seen that utility at A, if he sees it again without anyone there, he can infer it's being played to the other side of the map. So big info grabbed by Asuna for that push through A for further rounds.
And as the round went on, Redgar somehow finds himself on the opposite, deep in defender spawn. The spike is nowhere near him, so clock's gonna expire. We hope the Redgar's able to save the Vandal, carry it on into the next round, but 100 Thieves are going to be able to tie things up. And again, I know I mentioned it in this round, Riv, but I think the thing we have to keep an eye on is the middle of the map. Are Gambit able to punish the fact that 100 Thieves continue to leave that alone?
They wanted to pressure even being found out on that play, right? They're saying, okay, what do you do with that 0-point knowledge? How do you move towards Cat? And it was kind of everyone else pinched around them towards Cat. That aggression towards Cat never came from Steel, never came from anybody else. So I think the read and playing into the read is all 100 Thieves wants to do right now.
All right, so here we've got Gambit on a lighter buy, Redgar being the exception, Defo doing the same thing he did previously, right? Tries to go up top, has a Blade Storm, and this time not punished by Asuna. They're able to get across the middle of the map, but Asuna going hunting, spotted Nats, the flash was there, it was beautiful as Nats gets cleaned up.
Little assistance from the Sky Flash. They get themselves out of the A main area. And a beautiful push by Defo here, Doug. This is the Blade Storm out. This could literally separate everything 100 Thieves has worked on so far this round. Asuna.
Man, they just react so well, but Defo wins that with the Blade Storm, goes up top, not going to spot anyone there, but they've gotten back behind enemy lines. The thing is, 100 Thieves, they've rotated down, and we've got a little flip of the map, right? Now they're the ones that are flanking Gambit as they work towards B Garage. The drone is going to clear things out, but again, thank you to the observers, Paul pointing that out. Steel and Ethan are playing a little ring around the rosy. One drops, the second one's there. They've got him tagged. And they've got nothing but a Sheriff. Yeah, there's nothing doing there. The spike's going to drop. Defo still has that Blade Storm, but he doesn't have the spike. He finds himself in a 1v4.
Oh, reset.
Make that a 1v3. 30 seconds left.
Reset.
Okay, make that a 1v2. Defo manages to pick up the spike as well. Understands Hiko's there. Ethan's going in there as well. He goes into aggressive. Defo good for 4. Looking to work the ace with the Blade Storm. Hiko, he's got a util. Defo does it. My goodness, the ace to kick off the series for Gambit.
Absolutely absurd. Never should have been allowed to happen. And Defo is just on point. The pixel shots previously on Bind with the operator, the full resets to bring the ace in with the Blade Storm. That's an absolute mental crusher for the side of 100 Thieves.
I guess like the one benefit, right, if you're going to call a silver lining, is that it's early, right? There's time to move off of that, but a gorgeous ace by Defo. And again, for 100 Thieves, like they were playing off of each other's flashes. They were trying to play through things as best as they could, but took a little magic. Defo was able to clean things up. Now, both teams back on full rifles, no op on the board.
Absolutely incredible what we've seen Gambit do just in 5 rounds here. What's going to happen for the rest? 100 Thieves now taking a little more space than usual as they move up. Now they tend to aggress. Ethan and Asuna coming up big.
It was beautiful. It was a play. They've got Seekers now that have followed up as well, but the Paranoia swinging off of that, they were able to establish mid-map control, even cleaning up the player that was down in Sub Rosa off of the peak from Top Cat and from Arch. There was just so much pressure applied there in the middle at that moment. Gambit had no way to respond. Now Nats is in a 1v5. Again, surely not a little deja vu. Hiko stops the shenanigans this time around, cleans him up. We're tied up at 3 apiece.
If he didn't have his hat on, it probably would have been a lot easier. Cypher, no hat, impossible to shoot. Purple Reyna, impossible. But no, it's going to be a round for round. Punch for punch, it seems like. Even with fantastic rounds, you'll have team rounds after that. So I feel like we're going to get a lot of highlight all-star plays, team rounds coming in throughout this one. And I hope we go all the way to 3 maps because I am already loving this. We are into your 7th round. It's going to be some Sheriffs. Do have that Phantom on the side of Gambit for Defo. We'll see if they can work that into a few more pickups on the side of 100 Thieves.
Now it's Asuna who's going to be bringing his Blade Storm into the fold. See if he has, at least, I mean, even a fraction of the same success that was had before him. No, okay, he was able to get one, but the flash, the utility, the heavy pressure mid, he ended up getting traded out. So 4's across the way. The Cosmic Divide comes out as the fight ensues across the middle of the map. Chronicle's going to drop Nitro. Playing just around the smoke. He's got 2 players from Gambit there. But is he going to face check it? Yes, he is. Good for 1. The play comes in from the middle of the map as well. Apply pressure. Same side at the exact same time. Beautiful execution by 100 Thieves.
See if this is the final one. Almost a right click from Redgar as they go down there on their save. Asuna going down very quick, uncharacteristically. Gambit was there, ready to know they could create pressure in mid. It was a nice job to drop the Blade Storm as fast as possible on that one. Still, 100 Thieves come up with the round as they change up the gameplay, get a little bit more aggressive on these guns, and then not give so much respect on the eco rounds because Gambit will sweep the rug right out from under you any which way.
Sweep out the rug?
Sweep the rug out.
You went there?
Yeah, I did.
With our name, that's unbelievable. You think you know a guy. 4 seconds before the round starts. Again, rifles across the board. Asuna has that op in hand. Defo's going to be matching across the way. And I don't know that we're going to see much of an op duel. As you see, Asuna is going to be checking out tiles. Defo working the middle of the map as best as he can. There was a little bit of information gathered towards A, but nothing out quite yet. Defo lands the first one on to Steel.
So really the first time Steel's been into market on that B side area. We usually see him on Cat, 0 points, able to figure out mid-round information. We won't get that this time. Nitro does have an ultimate to sweep across the map if they do need to start setting up 3 on A, but Gambit perfectly fine to stay and look for another peek. Defo's on fire. Let him heat up a little bit more.
I mean, that's their bread and butter, right?
Absolutely.
Like, let's wait. Let's see if we can spot anything, see if anyone plays aggressively. And again, as you said, you've got Defo who's warming up, who's certainly feeling himself. Give him an opportunity to shine, make that bad boy sing. He's had some success so far. Nitro grabbing info, right? So there's nothing going down A long. But the thing is, like with Gambit, because of their playstyle, you can do that with 10 seconds left in the round and you still may not get enough info.
Omen smoke to Cat to slow things down if that were the play. Smoke's going down in mid as this is Gambit now trying to separate the map on 100 Thieves rotation. They're all getting on B now and it's going to be a hard hit with 4.
Mid B split. The last time they did this, it was not successful. Can they have a better time as they go here again? You've got Asuna and Ethan who are both starting to show up, but can they hold fast in time? Nitro's already good for 2. Looking for the 3rd, no. Chronicle cleans him up.
I know exactly.
Leave things into 3v2. The Neural Theft is going to come out as well. Asuna with the op. The spike goes down. No challenge going to be coming through that cage quite yet. There's a second one as well. Hunter's Fury on to Ethan. He's going to get tagged up. Surely, I mean, I guess they could go for it here, but you've got an op and you've got a rifle. Maybe you just play for exits. This is such a brutal spot for 100 Thieves as Gambit have like fully established control of the site. They're hunkered down in there. There's no way they're getting out.
Exactly.
Right? Like this is beautiful play from Gambit.
A really great job. So going in, I was like 4 strong on the site. They sent all 5 in. Every angle is being watched from highway to stairs. Now, can they make it out is the question. The lat from Asuna, of course, but Nats will find it out with his Phantom. Should be able to get out of this one. Good to go.
All right, so Rave, talk to me about economy here, because we're finding ourselves in this spot where most rounds have been very costly for both teams, right? We haven't seen any clean sweeps. Rounds are being traded back and forth. Like, for in a situation like that, how valuable is it to at least have Nats save the Phantom?
I mean, in the grand scheme of things, as long as you see that Defo's still getting operators, you're fine. The Phantom can drop more. We'll actually see if the Phantom is dropped to somebody, which they're going to be purchasing here. But looking at that econ, what they've spent, how much they have left, that was the first round with 3,000 in the win going over to Gambit. So if they lose this, they're actually going to be back on a round where they're not buying too much. Spectre for Shados already and Redgar.
Asuna again pushed off of that bench angle that we saw just a couple of rounds ago. Some decent info, right, with the knife. Eco using a Hunter's Fury, a little dance, a little jiggle, a little two-step. Not able to land the kill. Fancy footwork keeps him alive, at least for the time being.
Wonder if Nats' weapon will be found out and grabbed here. Shados is rotating over. That may be what happens as they get a little more firepower onto Ascent. Spike being dropped here lets you know Gambit's going to play the slow roll. figure out where Steel might be, figure out where that rest of Ethan's utility might be that makes it a little difficult to get into the site. And there's a bit of a clue as they see Seekers coming out of A.
Yeah, but the Seeker didn't spot Defo. The Seeker didn't spot Defo, so he was able to get past that as the Seeker crossed him undetected. So there may be some unexpected pressure coming in from Tree onto Hiko and onto Steel. Okay, well that's going to give him away now. The Seeker missed it. The Knife does not, but it looks like they want to go towards A. Defo down to 62 health. Ethan's in a great spot, able to get 3. Defo left alone. You've got Chronicle towards wide, but Defo's good for 2. Chronicle got one on Nitro as well. How is this round being flipped the other way? It's just Asuna in a 1v2. Asuna's got the ob too. Spike not down yet. Asuna misses the shot. Chronicle does not, as he gets 3 and Gambit take the lead again.
Patient play. Shadows walking back across the map to grab Nat's Phantom, making sure the round would go in their favor. All the little things they're doing here are so impressive to be able to route 100 Thieves. And after these shots come up, it does not phase Gambit. Defo's always ready to go, just absolutely out of his mind. He's like, I got to take this out, obviously, and still ready for the play to come through from Chronicle.
I know it's early, Riv. I know it's early, but there were questions around how Defo would perform. Like, can he compete with Asuna? Can he do well at this stage? And the guy seems entirely unfazed right now. An excellent start, but 100 Thieves, again, find themselves in a spot where they can still buy. Right? Like, financially, as much as things have gone back and forth, you haven't really seen them in a dire situation.
Those rounds they were able to mount after the bonus, something they kept in the bank account. And they haven't had to use too much utility per round if it's just been firefight. So that has helped. Defo comes up big again, Doug.
The cloud burst, the flash, and the swing off of that. Defo takes space away. They know Nitro's down there. He's going to get cleaned up, not without Nitro taking Nats along the way. But Gambit, well, I hesitate to say Gambit because it's Defo who's gotten onto the site. Defo has control. The rest of Gambit is just now arriving to the party. The spike should be able to go down. What sort of a retake attempt do we have out of 100 Thieves?
Look at this Defo, the man who's usually hiding in the shadows on Operator, right in your face. He actually gets the ult sorted out. Back to the op, not in the spot he wants to be. Could the 0 point be the play?
Oh, up close and personal. Steel's able to get it, but Redgar's able to trade him back. Steel left alone in a 1v2. Steel gets cleaned up as well. Gambit are winning crucial gunfights, Riv. Like these close hairline on knife's edge fights, they're all going Gambit's way.
And it does seem like a few of these rounds now favoring towards A. The way Chronicle has been able to hold Sova Dart, Sova util from A main. There's comfortability in this for Gambit. We may not see them continuously do it. That's how you get stopped in your strat, but that one seems like a bread and butter for them. They set up so well after they plan on A, and 100 Thieves is left getting shot on hard angles.
And now we find 100 Thieves with pistols. And even then, as it seems like we've got a timeout going down, take this opportunity to regain. You've got Nitro and Steel, who both may be rocking Marshals, but the rest of the way, it is just pistols. And I mean, again, Riv, for his back and forth, as things have gone, this is a bit concerning, especially when you consider when it comes to sides, this is Gambit's weaker side, and it's by a long shot.
It just looks comfortable. You know, it seems like they always say this, they've done their homework, but you have to feel, it doesn't matter what homework you've done, you have to feel how your opposing team is playing that day. Is Asuna on those peaks? You know, is Ethan on those peaks? You're figuring out and reading the way 100 Thieves is playing, as you see chatter going on with the coach right now, and they're using that from round to round. It does look like they're able to dissect a little bit of what 100 Thieves is defending, whether that goes towards mid, whether that goes towards A, and the rounds they've gone late towards B from the side of Gambit's attack.
And I think that's what's concerning, right? So, like, they are sitting very comfortably. I think given how back and forth this has gone, this already almost feels like a win of a half for Gambit, because for sure, when you pop over to their defensive half, that's a 72% win rate.
That's scary.
That's terrifying.
Absolutely scary. And this is kind of that new look. Obviously, Redgar knowing Astra, Shadow's playing the Sky, but in this competitive setting right now, internationally, they are bringing this composition out and playing it very nicely. See what they have for the rest of this round. Looks like Ethan and Asuna do want to be able to grab some ground here, and most of 100 Thieves towards A side.
Right, but when you feel all of this pressure towards A, okay, so it looks like they are going to reset. The thing about Gambit is they didn't pull off, right? Like, they felt that pressure towards A, they felt that pressure from long. They did not instantly, like, all right, if they're going to come at us A, let's go ahead and flip the map and go B. Very patient, very calm, and as you see, like, 100 Thieves are expecting that, right? They applied pressure A, instantly went back towards B. Gambit didn't take the bait.
Always spread out across the map. Gambit doing a nice job of just not letting themselves get taken out dry. They're always using utility here. Defo on your screen has been huge. Nats during the stage 3 was somebody you could always look at to have a clutch. One of the top players for this squad. You can always rely on him to do something big. Him and Defo are going to be the forefront of this execution.
And there's nobody home, right? Like, I think at this point, the difficult thing for 100 Thieves 2 is knowing Gambit's playstyle. The silence doesn't tell you anything. Right, like the silent, you can't really pick anything up off of that because that's their textbook approach every single round. Now the spike's going to go down towards A. Now they know where the play is, but they've got an excellent setup. You've got tripwires to make sure nobody comes around. Even if that somehow gets passed, you've got the camera to make sure A long is fully covered and there's nobody waiting in wine. They have presence towards that half of the map. You've also got the Astral Stars, making sure there's nobody that comes in from
gravity while there.
Yeah, exactly. They have an excellent setup here.
Cloudburst is in. Gambit knows the attack is hitting now from 100 Thieves. What can they do?
They're sitting ducks, Riv. Like, as soon as 3 pop out, the gravity well drops them dead in their spots. Steel's able to take one with him, but that may be all that happens as Nitro's left alone.
On the way out.
In this 1v4, gets flashed up. The spike continuing to tick away. No additional account. Well, actually, they may die to the spike.
Nah.
All right, they're going to get away just fine. No additional economy damage done, right? Nothing.
And it seems like it only took a bit for those few rounds to feel out how 100 Thieves was going to play that if they were going to be patient, which it does seem like 100 Thieves has trended towards those rounds. We saw them push out on Cat ones with Ethan, a few towards B, and that seemed to surprise Gambit, but not so much anymore. They don't want to find defos up. They're trying to let Asuna work. So again, the game slows down to see if that first operator pick comes through.
100 Thieves here looking to try to get to a 7-5. Haven't had very much success on this defensive half. They do have a couple of key ultimates, and Steel and Asuna are both 1 point away from getting theirs online, but the null command is not going to be a factor here. Steel drops. Asuna is able to trade one out, though, and he gets a Blade Storm.
It's Defo. They drop the other off. That's big. Ethan! A huge frag onto Nats. Always watching the flank there. They know they needed to remove him.
But it's too early. The Seekers are too early. You're not getting any information. You're not getting any value out of that. Yeah, you can pop it now, but you know they're just going to sit, right? Like, they're just going to pop a squat. They're not going to show anything, and then they'll adjust. There's just too much time in the round, in my opinion, to be investing an ultimate like that.
Another Seeker going towards spawn. That was followed by Redgars. He is real close now inside B by himself. And that's going to be a Boathouse Nitro. How big of a play is this?
Asuna and Nitro able to get one apiece. Shados in a 1v4. Excellent setup. Asuna goes up top. Shados yanks him down, but Hiko cleans things up. So, I mean, really, back and forth. The thing that's so hard for me is, for as close as the half is, right? A 7-5 half, that's great. That feels really good. It was competitive. It was close. What concerned me is what's on the other side of halftime, right?
Yeah.
Gambit's bread and butter, insanely high win rate on that half. Defensively, that's tough, Riv.
It absolutely is. They're going to know exactly Asuna's going to want to op. These guys are going to play it slow. It'll be Hiko darts for most of it and wait for the drone. So I think 100 Thieves is definitely going to have to spice it up here coming into the second half and to break through that barrier that Gambit puts on defense.
Well, and not even that, but also, like, how do you get past Defo? Right? Like, we talked about it in the first half. There were questions about how he'd be able to perform. The guy's been lights out. And we even thought, well, the first series was against Crazy Raccoon, you know, okay. Now it's against 100 Thieves. Can you compete?
Right.
Dude's been out of control.
And you have Shados, Chronicle as well, who can also frag like that. Everybody's coming online. So we actually may just get a more volatile second half from both teams. Now that, like, all right, this is how you play. There is a bit of a read that goes on in the first half. The nerves get shaken off. You're reading the way your opponent wants to play. And then it's the change, the paradigm shift on how you approach second half.
Excellent first half from both these teams. We're going to toss it over to Sean, outrageously good-looking Sean, to break down what he saw in the first half. Sean, take it away.
Thanks, Doug. So I really want to talk about how slow and methodical everything Gambit is doing, but I also wanted to include in a really cool thing that happened in the middle of this half. So at the start of the round, I'll set the scene right now. So at B, what you noticed was the Astra was playing super passively because she would go in Astral form in this corner. And the reason why she's doing this is because Nats has put a tripwire right in front of her, and she has put a star right in front of that. So the plan seems to be where someone pushes B, they get right up to the trip, they'll probably shoot it, or potentially walk into it, and this star would then turn into a gravity well or a stun, and she would get a free kill. Meanwhile, these two players are going to take control of mid. The Sova's going to help with an arrow from top, and Nats over here at A is going to cam the A main wall, and he has a trip very, very passively set up. The Astra Stars on mid serve as smokes, and then that pretty much sets everything up. Okay, so let's start playing the clip. And you heard Ethan just flashed into A main, and now Steel is lining up a flash for mid. And you can see Asuna has made his way to Catwalk, and he is playing off of this flash. So the second Asuna gets that frag, Steel flashes, they back off passively, and then you can see Ethan right away is going to start trailblazing the A main push. Steel is calming right now in the bottom of your screen. You can see he's furiously calming, and there's a trailblazer going right now, and Asuna is following it in A main. The next thing that happens is insane. I have yet to see this in a pro game. Steel throws the suppression blade into the wall, and let's pause it real quick. So you can see up here, when he throws that suppression blade, Asuna gets past Nat's trip. And I have yet to see this happen, but this was a super cool thing that happened early on in this game. And let's keep playing it now. And that's what's going to gift Asuna a frag that Gambit never expected. The teamwork from Nitro comes in. You saw the one-way smoke there coming into Catwalk, all the way from this B site by Hiko. And there's that free frag for Asuna. Hiko darts the mid wall right after. And let's stop here for a split second. So you can see right there, that was the frag that Asuna gets on Catwalk. He dashes away, backed by Steel, and he's going to end up repositioning. So we're going to get to watch it all over. And we can play right now. So Nitro has smoked mid, and he has left this B area to defend mid. When he hears the Trailblazer come through, he backs off, and there's his one-way that he's thrown on Catwalk. And now Gambit is in shambles. They're just spread out across the entire map. Asuna's pinching from top mid, and the round is literally lost. But I just want to show you guys how difficult this was for 100 Thieves and why Gambit is such a strong team. You have to do a lot to find the first blood against them, and I don't know how 100 Thieves is going to continue this when they're on their attack half with the KO. So back to you, Ribbon Doug.
Thank you so much, Sean. Yeah, it really just has been impressive performance from both teams, and you're right, even when you do everything perfectly, like you saw 100 Thieves do in that play that Sean was breaking down, it has to be that if you're going to take something away from Gambit. So excellent first half from both teams. Now we're going to see how they do on their opposing halves. 100 Thieves going to start off on the attack. They find themselves down 2 rounds, and for Gambit, this is their bread and butter, man.
Gambit,
this is where they're good.
Gambit is ghost hunting right now. Look at this, 4 ghosts to start. You get tagged by a few of those, you're done. Yep. These angles are going to be hard held by Gambit. That's tough to get by, especially when you're trying to range with a classic. Hopefully they can hit their dinks for a little aim punch, because they're going to need it.
2 seconds before the round starts. See how things kick off here as 100 Thieves. A little smoke towards mid. Nothing else going on quite yet. So for 100 Thieves, at least for now, it looks like they may be trying to draw up a little something out of Gambit's book, but this early pressure, Asuna, the flash was there, a little friendly fire. They were able to push that off, and Asuna's down to 25 health, and Ethan's already dropped.
My word. Nat's so fast with that. See? Hard angles. You cannot do much. If you're trying to classic through a wall, you're getting hit by with a ghost. They're going to start getting back. It doesn't look like they'll be able to get too much more positioning off of that. They're happy with what happened in mid lane on the side of Gambit, and they're just going to hold those positions. 3 strong. Good luck getting through that crossfire if anything were ever to try. And I think it's going to be an NB execute, but I don't believe 100 Thieves are going to try too much.
No, together. Yeah, I know. I think the tricky thing, too, is you've got so much presence mid on the side of Gambit that even if you do make your presence known towards B coming out of Garage, like there's just easy help there very quickly. Yeah. So you kind of have to flip it. The nice thing for them is you still have 35 seconds. You can readjust. It looks like they're leaning back towards A. Gambit are furiously trying to get back quickly to help out. So this should at least be a spike plan for 100 Thieves.
Checking everything. They're like, there may still be a rat. There may still be a rat. This is already impressive that they're able to make it across the map. A bit of extra money in the hands now of 100 Thieves as they're looking to hold strong. All of them in the site. This could make it tough. And you can see Gambit saying, where's the flank? Where's it coming from?
to their surprise, Steel is posted up on the site. Not going to be sniffing anything out this time around. And the approach is going to come in from up in heaven and from tree. Steel's already been cleaned up. Hiko's trying to play down in hell. And it's going to have to be some hell of a heroic play to make this happen. And that might be exactly what it was. Hiko was able to get 2, but Nats is 3 kills on the round. Get them the defuse. Gambit win the pistol.
Expected. Ghost hunting, going out. Going to be able to take that one down. It did seem like it was just kind of overpowered for Gambit to be running in. Knowing there was no flank, all the focus is in sight. It's whatever is in front of you. And here, things like this, pop instantly. It's going to be more effective when you're going out with the Ghost there. And they just use their firepower to take it down. Great try by 100 Thieves to capitalize. And decent damage done. It's going to be those Spectres in. Ethan and Asuna. Okay. They want to try to get some spice in the mix here.
Buy up a little bit for Gambit. You've got the Marshal in the hands of Defo, makes sense. Lighter weapons the rest of the way. Bit of a heavy lean towards B from Gambit as Defo's looking to take some of that early space away. I love that. Don't let the Ultra be farmed. Don't let that space taken away for Gambit. They cannot give up an inch.
Make a little noise, some steppies. It's like, sure, get somebody to peek. So they're playing a little audio warfare there. No one's going to bite with all of those Astra stars set up. They're obviously going to be using the utility on the way in. But 100 Thieves, not as much, feeling out the map to figure out what's going on. Relying on each other's power and buddy system, which is not a problem. They're just looking to be able to trade off of these Spectres and make sure those Sheriffs can capitalize to pick one up.
And with a little under a minute left in the round, there's actually a ton of info that was just gathered by Chronicle using the drone to get back towards B, right? That allows Defo to swing out a bit further, and that calls the rotates instantly. Exactly, Riv. So they've given how things play out, they're able to pull towards A right into the gravity well that they had set up. You see a couple of members of 100 Thieves get cleaned up instantly as Nitro's left alone in this 1v4. So for Gambit, I think what's been just so impressive for me is their macro play, right? Like, they're reading the map so well, they're grabbing info that they need at just the right time, and they're acting on it, and it's paying off beautifully.
It's kind of interesting that 100 Thieves, they'll see the stars as we finish this one up. Nitro's going to get a few for himself, but going down with that plethora of Gambit members coming in. They see the stars. I think they're starting to realize they can't trick Redgar. He is fast. He's ready. He's usually sitting in astral form, and he will get you caught just about every time. Again, they try to move in, and even Asuna gets sucked right back through after his dash forward. So it's getting real tough. They don't really have a safe spot to stand, and Gambit's making sure of it.
All right, but now we've got things getting potentially worse, right, for 100 Thieves. They're on full pistols here because of their investment in some weaponry and in utility in the previous round. They're not able to, typically they'd be buying full here, but they can't. They've only got pistols while Gambit's still riding that bonus, so it was a big gamble in the previous round, but this could really get out of hand for 100 Thieves. Defo's already good onto one. The Paranoia's going to drop him out, so he's going to have to back up just a bit. But for 100 Thieves, you feel things out, you back up, you have to understand here, A is not an option. A is not safe.
Doesn't seem like it at all. The A+ defense from Gambit holds that one down. Looks like Asuna and the team will reset, make sure any of the ground they have not checked yet is still safe to walk through. Shadows already just shutting down a walk forward that 100 Thieves had. They are meeting utility or a member of Gambit on every corner. Here's the drone as well. They are reading this.
Asuna with the spike towards A long, but the rest of 100 Thieves working their way in towards tree. So the flash was there. Nitro was able to get one, though. The dart's just giving so much away. They know everyone's there, and there might just be enough attention drawn this way, but no, Redgar cleaning things up. Chronicle drops, but that's really it, right? 3 still up for Gambit, and this is, we mentioned this may get out of hand. Riv, 100 Thieves, now they have rifles again, but they're already staring up a pretty significant deficit.
And it's kind of absurd how many reps Gambit has on their maps, the tournaments they play in. 24 plays since April 1st on Ascent, 22-2. That's kind of ridiculous. You're looking at 11-3 for 100 Thieves there. So the reps you have on this, the things you've seen, the things you're able to change and do, have so much more variety to them, and we're seeing that. Is even on the defensive side. Sean said it would be tough for 100 Thieves to kind of push forward with that KO, and we're seeing a bit of that struggle now.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. Sean as well. Nitro getting tagged up there. The shot from the Marshall through the smoke makes him a bit worse for wear. Yeah, he's going to get healed up at the hands of Ethan, but now doesn't have any armor to work with. So, like, Riv, Gambit already at 10. They're still riding a bonus, right? Like, they're still riding the money train from the half. 100 Thieves are running out of windows to make this a competitive map very quickly.
For sure.